On a morning in 73 BC, the Rome's largest slave market, the Forum Boarum, the morning light lengthened the shadows but could not conceal the human tragedy about to unfold. Marcus Aurelius, clutching a purse full of gold coins, prepared to buy living people as he would ordinary goods. But what caught his eye was not the most robust merchandise on the platform. It was a young Gallic woman, about 19 years old, standing naked on the auction block. Ears inspected her body as they would livestock. She was once for CIA until Roman legions ravaged her village in southern Gaul. Now she was merely lot 47, a number burned into her shoulder along with her physical characteristics and potential defects. The auctioneer touted her advantages to the crowd: intact teeth, no obvious scars, hips suitable for childbirth. Having learned basic household tasks during transport, a wealthy senator stepped forward, pried open her mouth to check her teeth, searching for cavities that might indicate disease or a short lifespan. Another buyer passed her ends with his fingers, testing muscles, looking for signs of illness. A third lifted her hair to check her scalp for parasites or scars. She stood as still as a statue, her eyes vacant, gazing into the distance beyond a crowd. This was not resistance, it was the numbness that came from the systematic stripping away of her humanity over months of captivity, transport, and preparation for sale. As slave traders had taught her any resistance would bring immediate punishment. So, she had learned to become a living sculpture when strangers violated her dignity in the most unbearable ways. Yet this was the most shocking aspect of Roman slavery. This scene was not an ancient cruelty, an isolated or extreme case. It was just an ordinary Tuesday morning in a great empire. Rome not only tolerated slavery, its empire was built upon it, operated by it, and considered it the cornerstone of civilized society. Do you think ancient slavery was just cruel forced labor? What you're about to see is far worse. It was a system of complete dehumanization, filled with creative cruelty and utterly normalized, making modern human rights concepts seem like a recent invention. On the auction block where people were sold like livestock, to the dark mines where tens of thousands of slaves died, to the private chambers where masters exercised absolute power over body and soul, Roman slavery was a machine designed not only to extract labor but to destroy human dignity itself. What follows is based on 5 centuries of historical sources, from the works of Suetonius, Seneca, Juvenal, and the Roman legal codes that treated people as property less valuable than livestock. These are not exaggerated tales or Hollywood drama, but facts recorded by historians, philosophers, and legal documents, revealing how Rome transformed human suffering into the engine of imperial glory. And most disturbing thing, the Romans were not ashamed of it. They celebrated it, documented it, and saw it as proof of their civilization's superiority over the barbarians they conquered and enslaved. If you enjoy uncovering hidden historical truth, please consider liking and subscribing for more content like this. Also, let me know in the comments where you're from. Part I from person to property: the industrialization of the slave trade. A bronze plaque discovered in Pompeii in 1957 reveals the cold calculus of human weight in a property inventory. Inventory of Deus Valoris Maximus. Item 30 fine Chian wine, 20 amphorae. Item 12 Iberian minus bred horses. Item 40 slaves in good condition. 3. Various ages and skills. Pedal value 800,000 sesterces. Human beings were reduced to a line in an accounting ledger, valued somewhere between fine wine and good horses. This was standard practice in a Roman Empire where the slave population may have reached 30% of the total. Rome was one of history's most slave-minus-dependent societies. The process of turning free people into Roman property began long before they reached the auction block, and accounts of Caesar's Gallic wars show that military operations often aimed at capture, not killing. During the conquest of Gaul, Caesar enslaved over 1 million people. Entire nations transformed into human commodities for the Roman market. The transportation of captives showcased the industrial scale of Roman human trafficking. Slave traders followed legions like camp followers, equipped with chains, jackals, and mobile facilities to process thousands of prisoners of war into marketable goods. Historical records describe chains of captives stretching for miles behind victorious legions, their former identities being erased through systematic dehumanization. In the Mediterranean, heresy was a semi-minus legitimate business, with entire fleets dedicated to capturing coastal dwellers for the slave markets. The island of Delos became the ancient world's largest slave-minus trading hub, handling up to 10,000 people per day at its peak. The geographer Strabo described Delos as a vast machine for turning free people into property, where archaeological excavations have revealed the trade's infrastructure holding pens, heaping facilities for presenting slaves, and administrative buildings for cataloging humans like imported goods. The intake procedure at major slave markets reveals the systematic nature of identity erasure. New arrivals were stripped of all personal possessions, including their names, replaced by simple descriptive tags. The Syrian, the Gaul, the Thracian. Personal identity was the first casualty of the enslavement process. Physical examinations were as thorough as those for livestock, mouths pried open to check teeth, bodies pressed to test muscles and find hidden injuries, intimate inspections to verify age, health, or childbearing history. The psychological impact was intentional and devastating. Slave traders understood that breaking a person's spirit was as important as assessing their physical capabilities. Public nudity, intimate inspection by strangers, reduction to a number in an auction, all were designed to shatter self-minus respect and personal identity before labor even began. The pricing structure laid bare the economic calculus. Young, healthy adult slaves commanded the highest prices, with premiums for specialized skills like scribes, doctors, or craftsmen. Children were priced by their potential, the elderly discounted for their shortened working life. The auction process itself was carefully choreographed theater, designed to maximize sale prices and deepen the psychological trauma for the merchandise. Auctioneers, like modern salesmen, would tout virtues and conceal flaws, except the product could understand if a red spoken about then. Roman legal documents reveal the meticulous paperwork of human transactions, bills of sale, warranty agreements, insurance policies. Humans were treated as commercial goods, with consumer protections similar to other commodities. Heirs could return slaves with hidden defects, demand refunds for slaves who died shortly after purchase, or seek compensation for slaves who did not perform as described. The slave market was highly specialized internally. Some dealers focused on farm laborers, others on domestic servants, still others on entertainment slaves or the luxury market for aristocratic households. It acquired expertise in different regional markets and client preferences. The financial system underpinning the slave trade included credit arrangements, investment partnerships, and risk-minus sharing agreements, allowing even Romans who couldn't afford an upfront payment to own slaves. Its complexity rivaled that of any major commercial enterprise. Transportation networks distributed slaves across the empire with an efficiency akin to modern logistics companies. Slave traders maintained supply chains capable of moving specific types of human cargo from point of capture to buyers thousands of miles away, with delivery timelines and quality assurances treating people entirely as transportable goods. The auction was only the beginning of a lifetime of suffering. Once purchased, a slave entered a world where their humanity was systematically denied, and then misery became a source of their master's entertainment. Cardi life as livestock labor and punishment. In the latifundia, the great estates of southern Italy, dawn came early. For the agricultural slaves locked in underground barracks, Sunrise meant the start of another day in what Pliny the Elder called the green hell of Roman prosperity, where archaeological excavations reveal slave quarters resembling prisons, with stone fleeting platforms and iron rings embedded in walls for securing chains. These designs aim to prevent escape and house the maximum labor force in the minimum space. Chain-minus gangs worked the vast fields with military precision 20 or 30 slaves shackled together at the ankle. Moving like hews, urged on by mounted overseers with whips and red-hot irons. Yet agricultural labor was a luxury. The mines, which fed Rome's insatiable appetite for precious metals, word-eth sentences disguised as work assignments. The silver mines of southern Spain and the gold mines of Gaul were notorious. Pliny the Elder recorded slaves being sent into lightless pits, working by oil lamp and heat that could kill within hours. Life expectancy for a Roman mining slave was measured in months, typically surviving only 6 to 8 before succumbing to lung disease, tunnel collapses, metal poisoning, or sheer exhaustion. The attrition rate was so high that mines required a constant inflow of new slaves to maintain output. The method of extraction in Spanish gold mines exemplified the complete disregard for slave life. Slaves were forced to divert entire rivers into underground tunnels to wash out gold from the mountainside. Pliny described entire hillsides collapsing, burying hundreds of workers. Their bodies were never excavated, as interrupting operations for rescue cost more than the value of the gold they might yield. Tools provided to mining slaves were deliberately primitive and crude picks and hammers, or chained to wrists to prevent their use as weapons. The oil lamps used for illumination could be instantly extinguished by overseers to quell any resistance. Darkness itself became a tool of control. The domestic faith lot was different, but the dehumanization was equally systematic. They lived under constant surveillance. Their movements watched, conversations overheard, and relationships controlled by the master. The master viewed them as sophisticated household appliances, not human beings. An internal hierarchy among domestic slaves created additional psychological pressure by encouraging snitching and competition. The personal attendant was treated better than a kitchen slave, who was above a cleaning slave, who was superior to the cucador, the slave who handled excrement. This artificial stratification prevented unified resistance while maintaining discipline through the hope of promotion. Domestic duties often involved intimate, humiliating services that went beyond normal work, tasting the master's food for poison, serving as living furniture at banquets, were providing personal services designed to humiliate them and demonstrate their total subjugation. The punishment system showcased Rome's sophisticated understanding of psychological manipulation and social control. Beyond physical violence, there was an intricate calculus of rewards and punishments designed to modify slave behavior while maintaining the productivity needed to run an estate or household. Workload demands exceeded human limits. Agricultural slaves worked from sunrise to sunset during harvest seasons. Domestic slaves were perpetually on call, required to respond instantly to a master's demands, no matter the hour or their own condition. Medical care for slaves was purely economic, provided only to the extent necessary to maintain their labor capacity. With no pretense of human compassion, large estates had slave infirmaries. That these were more like workshops for repairing human machinery than facilities aimed at healing. The experience of pregnancy and childbirth for enslaved women revealed another layer of exploitation. They worked until the moment of labor, often giving birth without aid in fields or workshops, and resumed full duties within days. Estate policies regarding children were calculated to break slave families for economic reasons. Children were taken from their mothers at an age young enough to prevent deep emotional bonds, but old enough to begin light tasks, preventing the formation of family structures that might challenge loyalty to the master. Treatment of slaves varied seasonally with agricultural and economic cycles. During peak seasons, 18- or workdays with minimal food and rest were common in slack periods. Conditions might improve slightly, but only to prepare for the next intense cycle. Montemena's escape measures included not just physical restraints, but sophisticated surveillance systems that turned slaves against each other by rewarding the reporting of escape plans or rebellious behavior. The psychological pressure of this constant mutual watching was often more effective than chains and guards. But even survival was no mercy, for the punishments awaiting slaves who violated their master's expectations were designed to be more terrible than death itself. Part I punishment as House estimated its torture. The whipping post in the central courtyard of Marcus Crassus's villa was not just an instrument, it was a feat of precision engineering. Bronze fittings held a slave's arms at a specific angle to stretch the chest and expose the muscles of the back drainage channels, and the base collected blood and filth for easy cleaning. Punishment in Rome was not random violence, but a calculated science, refined over centuries, designed to break human resistance. The technique was so perfected, it was written into slave management handbooks, complete with instructions on achieving specific psychological and physical effects. The tiered system of punishment demonstrated an understanding of behavioral modification. To escalating consequences, a first offense might bring increased workload or reduced rations a second, public shaming a third, physical punishment designed to cause lasting pain without permanent disability. The implements were as precise as surgical tools. The Roman whip had leather thongs embedded with metal studs or pottery shards, designed to tear flesh and leave distinctive scars as a permanent marker of a problem slave. A number of lashes, their force, and the whip's design could all be calibrated for severity. Branding served as a permanent mark of ownership. The Roman masters developed techniques that went beyond simple identification. Brand patterns could indicate a slave's offense, skill, behavioral issues, or the master's personal whims. Some were placed visibly. However, intimate areas are visible during inspection or patient worn. Iron collars combined practical restraint with psychological humiliation, their inscriptions announcing the wearer's status to anyone who encountered them. Archaeological finds show collars inscribed with phrases like "Hold me, lest I flee," or "Return me to Marcus Aurelius" in the Sabine district, treating a person entirely as a stray animal. More disturbing are those inscribed with crude jokes or sexual innuendos celebrating the slave's subjugation, turning the basic identifier into a source of ongoing psychological torment. Crucifixion was the ultimate punishment for rebellious slaves. Historical accounts show this method of execution was specifically tailored as a tool of slave discipline. Citizens sentenced to crucifixion were often granted a quick death by having their legs broken or being speared. Plus, slaves were frequently left to die slowly over days as a public deterrent. And mass crucifixions following slave revolts showcased the industrial scale of Roman punitive capacity. After crushing the Spartacus revolt in 71 BC, Crassus had 6,000 captives crucified along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua, a line of dying men stretching over 120 miles. Anyone traveling that road witnessed the agony. The logistical demands of mass crucifixion revealed its systemated nature, where crews prepared thousands of crosses. Medical knowledge was applied to calculate methods for prolonging agony. Officials organized the timing and placement of victims to maximize psychological impact on the surviving slave population. The public nature of punishment was as important as the pain inflicted. Punishments were often held where other slaves were forced to watch, making the consequences of defiance or disobedience brutally clear. The creative punishments devised by individual Roman masters showcased the systemic cruelty that unlimited power could breed. Being forced to wear masks that prevented normal eating or speaking, being made to carry heavy weights while performing daily tasks, suffering sleep deprivation or sensory manipulation designed to break the mind. The application of medical knowledge to slave punishment showed how masters used contemporary understanding of anatomy and psychology to inflict maximum pain while protecting their economic investment. Techniques were calibrated to cause the greatest suffering without causing permanent disability that would affect labor value. The legal framework governing slave punishment removed almost all protections for the victim while granting the master vast power. Roman law explicitly stated that a master could punish a slave in any way he saw fit, up to and including death, without legal consequence or outside interference. The counts of slave punishment in Roman legal documents and private letters show the normalization of extreme brutality within society. Correspondence between friends casually mentions punishments that would be considered torture. Today, legal documents discuss slave discipline using terminology identical to that used for training animals or maintaining equipment. The psychological impact of the punishment system extended beyond individual victims, creating a culture of fear that affected the entire slave community. Knowing any misstep could lead to brutal punishment taught slaves to self-police and inform on each other to avoid collective penalties. The resistance strategies slaves developed in the face of punishment demonstrate extraordinary human creativity in the face of absolute control, exploiting their masters' psychological weaknesses, developing secret communication systems to aid each other during punishments, and some even turning punishment occasions into opportunities to forge solidarity with fellow victims. The survival rate of slaves subjected to harsh punishment is carefully calculated to maintain terror while protecting valuable property. Most slaves survive their punishments, but carrying permanent physical and psychological scars, a constant reminder of their subjugation and a warning to other potential offenders. Part IV: the destruction of dignity, institutionalized humiliation. The iron collar around Fortunatus's neck did more than bind him, it turned him into a public spectacle for Roman amusement. The inscription hammered into it read, "I am a runaway. Hold me and return me to my master for a reward." But today, his owner had added a special humiliation, a wooden placard hung beneath the collar, announcing to everyone in the forum, "I bark like a dog for table scraps." This was not punishment for a specific crime. It was an ordinary Tuesday afternoon's entertainment in an empire that had elevated human degradation to an art form. A systematic humiliation of slaves served a purpose beyond mere cruelty. It was psychological warfare, designed to break the spirit while reinforcing the social hierarchy that placed free Romans above conquered peoples. Each demeaning ritual reminded the slave that their existence had meaning only in pleasing and serving their superiors. The dress codes imposed on slaves were calculated to announce status while stripping away human dignity. Male slaves were often forced to labor naked or near naked, not for practicality, but to emphasize their animal status. Female slaves wore garments easily removed for inspection or service, their fabric and color instantly marking them as property, not persons. The naming conventions for slaves revealed the deliberate erasure of personal identity within the institution. Slaves were typically named for their function: E.g. cook, origin E.d. Syrian, or their master's Wimmy. G. lucky, funny. These were not personal names but labels reducing human existence to economic utility. Regulations governing slave hairstyles served a similar purpose. Specific cuts marked slave status and prevented them from passing as free. Male slaves were often kept close cropped, unable to mimic popular free Roman styles. Female slaves were barred from the elaborate hairstyles of respectable matrons. Religious humiliation imposed on slaves from conquered regions reveals the cultural dimension of Roman dominance. Slaves were often forced to participate in Roman religious rites that mocked or violated their native beliefs, turning sacred practices into a source of psychological torment, reinforcing their total subjugation to Roman authority. Entertainment roles assigned to household slaves showcased how human misery became a source of leisure for Roman masters, performing humiliating skits at banquets, engaging in physical contests that often lead to injury, or being subjected to elaborate practical jokes designed to amuse guests at their expense. Demands such as toilet service reveal the intimate nature of Roman dehumanization. Slaves were required to assist with the most private bodily functions, not because the master was incapable, but because forcing a slave to perform such services demonstrated total subjugation and the erasure of normal human boundaries. Competitive humiliation among the Roman elite turned the shaming of slaves into a form of social warfare. Masters vied to invent ever more creative ways to degrade their slaves at social gatherings, turning human misery into a contest of imagination and cruelty to impress peers. Public humiliation parades for disobedient slaves turned city streets into theaters of insult, with the entire community participating in reinforcing the slave system. A slave might be forced to march through the marketplace wearing a sign describing their fault, perform embarrassing acts on command, or become the object of crowd ridicule. Work asks, designed purely for humiliation, included senseless labor meant to crush psychological resistance, moving piles of stones from one spot to another and back, digging holes only to fill them immediately, or performing repetitive actions emphasizing their powerlessness and wasted existence. Language restrictions imposed on educated slaves from culturally respected backgrounds like Greece, forcing them to speak only Latin, often in crude or incorrect form, smocked their former education and social standing. This linguistic humiliation stripped them of intellectual dignity while preventing connection to their cultural heritage. The family separation policies employed by Roman masters deliberately prevented slaves from maintaining relationships that might offer emotional support or an alternative source of identity. Slave marriages had no legal standing and could be dissolved at any moment. Children could be sold away from parents regardless of emotional consequences. The ritual of gifting slaves among Roman friends. Households turned humans into luxury items exchanged for social advantage. At birthday celebrations and festivals, slaves were forced to participate in activities of self-degradation, humiliation, community entertainment. They might trace while carrying burdens, think shameful facts about their aunt failing, or participate in mock trials where the punishment became spectator sport. Seasonal rituals adjusting slave treatment, according to the Roman religious calendar, turned human suffering into an offering to the gods, while providing masters regular opportunities to display power through systematic cruelty, coinciding with traditional celebrations. Accounts of these humiliations in Roman literature and private letters show the complete normalization of psychological torture within society. Writers casually mention degrading slaves in ways modern sensibilities would consider severe abuse, while treating such behavior as a natural expression of the proper order between master and servant. And, for female slaves and young male slaves deemed attractive, Roman masters developed a special category of humiliation that combined degradation with intimate exploitation, designed to shatter both body and mind. Part V. The commodification of the body institutionalized intimate exploitation. In the wing of Gaius Petronius's villa that visitors called the Garden of Delights, the young slaves who worked there knew it by another name, the place where human dignity went to die. Roman law was brutally clear on a master's rights over a slave's body. A slave possesses no legal personality. They exist entirely for the use and pleasure of their master. If an act is legal theory, it was daily practice. The breeding programs implemented on large estates reveal an industrial attitude toward human reproduction within the context of mass slaveholding. Agricultural manuals provided detailed instructions for increasing the slave herd through controlled pairings, treating human reproduction as livestock management. Women designated for breeding were evaluated on physical traits likely to produce valuable offspring, with detailed records kept of their birthing history, health, and the quality of children produced. They lived under constant medical supervision designed to maximize their reproductive output while ensuring the commercial value of their progeny. The sexual services demanded of domestic slaves went far beyond what modern sensibilities might consider casual exploitation. Roman masters developed elaborate systems of sexual servitude involving dozens of slaves, designed to cater to every conceivable desire, demonstrating the complete dominion over the human body that ownership granted. Accounts of Roman banquets described sexual entertainment provided by slaves forced to perform for the amusement of guests, combining intimate violation with theatrical spectacle. These were not private crimes but social events where human degradation served as an entertaining social bond among the Roman elite. The age at which enslaved children became objects of intimate exploitation reflects the complete absence of protection for vulnerable individuals within the Roman system. Legal and literary sources indicate that slave children as young as 12 or 13 were routinely subjected to intimate violence that would constitute a grave crime in any modern context. The market specialization that grew around sexual slavery created entire commercial networks dedicated to meeting Roman demand for human bodies. Certain slave traders specialized in supplying young, attractive slaves to wealthy households, with established supply chains capable of delivering specific types of victims to clients across the empire. The procedures for training slaves for sexual service reveal the calculated nature of this exploitation. New slaves underwent a conditioning process designed to break psychological resistance and teach obedience to any demand made on their bodies, regardless of personal will or physical limit. Medical care for slaves used for sexual purposes was purely economic, provided only to the extent necessary to maintain availability while preventing the spread of disease to the master. Slave physicians specialized in treating injuries and conditions resulting from intimate violence while maintaining the victim in a state fit for continued exploitation. The punishment system for slaves who resisted sexual demands is specifically designed to break psychological defenses through escalating violence, making compliance sin the lesser of two evils. The legal protections available to a slave facing intimate violence were virtually non-existent under Roman law. A master could not be prosecuted for his conduct toward his own slave, and the slave, having no legal standing, could lodge no complaint or seek protection for actions that would have constituted serious crimes if committed against a free person. The psychological damage inflicted by systematic intimate exploitation created lasting scars that went far beyond the individual victim. Slaves who survived for years often developed a severe trauma responses recognizable to modern psychology, affecting their ability to form normal relationships or maintain mental stability. The internal dynamics within households where sexual slavery existed reveal the utter breakdown of normal human interaction in Roman master-slave relations. Enslaved women forced to bear their master's children while continuing to serve as legal wife and children created complex domestic hierarchies based on sexual violence and exploitation. The economic calculus driving the intimate exploitation of slaves shows the extent to which humans were reduced to commercial commodities. Furs could rent out attractive slaves to other households, sell sexual services to guests, or use a slave's body as collateral in financial transactions, treating human sexuality as transferable property. The international trade in attractive slaves operated sophisticated networks capable of identifying and transporting victims over long distances to meet Roman demand for specific types of human merchandise. Customs records and shipping documents reveal the degree to which sexual exploitation was standardized and commercialized. The cultural attitudes towards sexual slaves in Roman literature and art show the complete normalization of systematic exploitation within society. Writers and artists casually depicted sexual violence against slaves, treating it as a natural expression of Roman superiority and the subject for public entertainment. The resistance strategies available to slaves facing sexual exploitation were severely limited but occasionally effective. Some managed to forge protective relationships with individual household members who could offer limited protection. Others made themselves temporarily unfit for service through self-induced illness or injury. Escape attempts by those fleeing sexual exploitation reveal the desperate measures victims were willing to take to avoid ongoing abuse. Historical accounts describe slaves choosing certain death over continued sexual servitude. Legal documents record the severe punishments awaiting those recaptured after trying to flee such violence. But for many Roman slaves, the ultimate escape from systematic exploitation was through the arena, where their deaths became the final entertainment for the crowds that had already consumed their lives. Part VI, the theater of death. Arena executions. The trapdoor beneath the arena floor groaned open with a deafening echo in the vast amphitheater. What emerged was not a gladiator, but a naked slave named Demetrius, condemned to death for attempting to flee his master's villa. But his death would not be swift or merciful. It was to be dramatic entertainment for 50,000 Roman spectators. A warm-up act before the morning's gladiatorial main event, watching a living man being torn apart by beasts. This was not an execution. It was performance art with human suffering as its raw material. For Romans called it damnatio, at best as condemnation to beasts. Historical accounts reveal it as a carefully choreographed drama, turning individual death into a meticulously designed spectacle meant to entertain the masses while reinforcing the social order through a public display of state power. The stagecraft of arena death involved sophisticated planning rivaling modern theatrical productions. Arena engineers designed specialized equipment to present condemned slaves to the beasts in a way that maximized visibility and audience engagement across the entire vast venue. The animals were selected untrained for entertainment value, not mere killing efficiency. Lions, leopards, bears, and boars were starved for days before a performance to ensure aggression. Animal handlers controlled the timing and duration of attacks to maintain audience interest. The costuming and makeup applied to condemned slaves reveal the theatrical nature of their deaths. Victims were often dressed as mythological figures or historical characters, forced to reenact famous death scenes from literature or legend as they were killed. The irony of forcing a slave to play a god or hero in their final moments provided an added layer of entertainment for audiences familiar with the cultural references. The seasonal scheduling of mass arena executions followed the Roman religious and political calendar. Major festivals opened with the deaths of hundreds of slaves as grand entertainment. The scale of such spectacles required sophisticated logistics to transport, house, and prepare enough condemned humans for a single day's event, which could consume hundreds of lives. Seneca's accounts described his disgust at the arena spectacles. The morning executions of slaves were so routine that the audience barely paid attention to individual deaths, treating human suffering as background entertainment while they socialized and enjoyed refreshments provided by sponsors. The creative execution methods developed for arena spectacles went far beyond simple beast attacks, including elaborate machinery designed to crush, burn, or dismember victims in ways that enhanced the entertainment value of their deaths. Roman engineers applied their formidable technical skills to designing machines that could kill humans in spectacular fashion, using condemned slaves as unwilling actors to reenact historical events, and the arena forced victims to restage famous battles, mythological scenes, or historical episodes, while being killed in a manner consistent with the original story. These spectacles combined education with entertainment while devaluing human life to disposable props in an elaborate historical play. The religious justifications sought for arena executions turned mass killing into a sacred ritual dedicated to the Roman gods, providing moral legitimacy to entertainment that was ostensibly based on human suffering. Priests would bless the proceedings, interpreting the manner of death as a divine message about Rome's superiority over conquered peoples. The economic calculus behind arena executions reveals how human death became a profitable entertainment industry. Arena managers developed sophisticated cost-benefit analyses, weighing the expense of purchasing condemned slaves against ticket sales, concession revenues, and the political benefits of providing popular entertainment to the urban populace. The training regimens for condemned slaves forced to fight in the arena represented one of history's most cynical educational systems. Slaves who showed fighting spirit were given the bare minimum combat training, designed to make their eventual deaths more entertaining for the crowd, not to improve their chances of survival. The psychological preparation techniques for condemned slaves reveal Roman understanding of human behavior under extreme stress. Arena managers developed methods for handling large numbers of people facing imminent death while preventing mass panic, a rebellion that could disrupt the entertainment schedule or endanger spectators. The mass executions following major slave revolts showcase the scale of arena killing when used for political purposes. After suppressing a rebellion, Roman authorities would hold weeks-long execution festivals, killing thousands of captured rebels in increasingly creative ways as crowds celebrated the restoration of proper social order. The bureaucratic record-keeping of individual deaths in arena logs shows how Romans analyzed mass killing as an entertainment industry with bureaucratic thoroughness. Officials meticulously recorded execution methods, audience reactions, and costs associated with different spectacles, treating human death as data points. The international dimension of arena executions reveals the global reach of Roman entertainment culture. Similar spectacles using local slave populations were staged in amphitheaters across the empire. The transportation of exotic animals and specialized execution equipment created trade networks dedicated to supporting human death as entertainment. The survival strategies available to arena victims were severely limited but occasionally successful. Some condemned slaves won temporary reprieves through exceptional fighting prowess, others managed to die quickly rather than endure prolonged torment for the crown's amusement. Gauge participation in arena executions involved elaborate rituals where spectators could influence the manner of death through collective voting or individual gestures, turning mass killing into interactive entertainment that made the entire community complicit in systematic human destruction. The cultural impact of arena spectacles on Roman society created generations of citizens desensitized to human suffering while being entertained by extreme violence that reinforced their sense of superiority over the conquered peoples who provided the raw material for their amusement. The artistic depictions of arena deaths in Roman mosaics, sculptures, and literature show the complete normalization of mass killing as subject matter, transforming human suffering into aesthetic experience while celebrating Roman power and providing decorative themes for wealthy households. Even in death, from enslaved found no peace. Their masters had developed disposal methods that denied them the basic human dignity of decent burial while extracting final value from their corpses. Part VII dust to dust, Thereth, to earth the final disposal of bodies. Beyond the walls of Rome, the stench rising from the lime pits did not come from animal waste. It was the smell of dead slaves, discarded like refuse. Historical accounts describe vast trenches where thousands of human remains were buried in layers with quicklime and dirt, forming anonymous mass graves that erased the final individual traces of those whose humanity had already been systematically stripped away in life. Roman law was explicit about the status of a slave's corpse. It was property that had lost its economic value, not a human remnant deserving respectful treatment. The 12 Tables, Rome's foundational legal code, contained specific provisions for handling slave bodies, treating them as waste products to be efficiently removed, not as human remains entitled to burial rights. The contrast with Roman treatment of free citizens remains reveals the complete dehumanization slaves faced even in death. Roman families spent lavishly on elaborate tombs, funeral rites, and commemorative inscriptions for deceased relatives. Slave corpses were typically dragged away by municipal waste collectors for disposal in the same sites used for animal carcasses and household rubbish. The medical experiments performed on dying and freshly dead slaves stand among Rome's most disturbing practices. Accounts by physicians like Galen describe anatomical research conducted on slave bodies without consent or consideration, treating human corpses as laboratory material for advancing medical knowledge that would benefit free citizens. The economic calculus determining burial methods was purely a cost-minus-benefit analysis, eyeing disposal expenses against any residual value that could be extracted from the corpse. Sometimes, slave bodies were sold to institutions like medical schools or gladiatorial training schools, which could use human remains for educational or training purposes. Family separation policies preventing slaves from claiming their relatives' bodies or holding funeral rites created additional psychological trauma for surviving slaves, who were forced to watch loved ones disappearing to anonymous mass graves without proper farewell or memorial recognition. The seasonal fluctuations in slave mortality presented logistical challenges for the disposal system, revealing the scale of death within Roman slavery. Mines and estates experienced mass and off during harsh weather or disease outbreaks, requiring specialized infrastructure to handle dozens or hundreds of bodies simultaneously. The geographical distribution of slave burial sites shows how disposal methods varied based on local customs and economic considerations. Areas typically used centralized mass grave systems. Rural estates might dump bodies in remote locations or use them as fertilizer for fields. Archaeological evidence from Roman slave burial sites disturbingly reveals the physical health and treatment of slaves during their lives. Skeletal remains show patterns of malnutrition, repetitive stress injuries, and marks of violence, providing physical testimony to the systematic physical abuse characterizing slave existence from childhood to death. Religious restrictions barring slaves from participating in Roman funeral rites extended the dehumanization process beyond death. denying them the spiritual comforts Romans believed necessary for the soul's rest. This spiritual cruelty was as important as physical punishment in maintaining the perceived rightness of the social order. The destruction of records accompanying slave deaths reveals the effort to systematically erase historical evidence of their existence. Unlike free citizens, whose lives were commemorated in inscriptions, legal documents, and family records, slaves typically vanished from historical memory at their death, leaving no trace of individual experience or suffering. Practices of harvesting organs from slave corpses before disposal included extracting teeth for dental work, taking skin for leather production, and removing other body parts that could be sold to craftsmen for various uses. This commercial exploitation extended even beyond death, treating the human corpse as raw material for various industries. The cremation policies occasionally applied to slave corpses were based on preventing disease transmission and not respectful treatment of human remains. Operations for mass cremation of slave corpses during plague outbreaks followed procedures identical to those for disposing of infected animal carcasses. A commemorative ban prohibiting any permanent marker or memorial for individual slaves ensured their suffering would be forgotten along with their names, achievements, and human experiences. The systematic erasure of memory was as important as ethical disposal in maintaining the fiction that slaves were property, not people. International disposal networks for handling slave corpses from across the empire operated with efficiencies matching other Roman commercial enterprises. Corpses from distant provinces might be transported to locations where disposal was more economical or where final value could be extracted from human remains. The legal framework governing slave corpse disposal eliminated any possibility of outside interference or humanitarian concern that might demand more respectful treatment of human remains. The master held absolute power over his property. Even in death, the slave had no legal advocate who might argue for basic human dignity and disposal methods. Surviving slaves' resistance efforts to provide proper burial for deceased loved ones reveal the desperate measures taken to preserve human dignity in the face of systematic dehumanization extending beyond death. These covert burial practices were extremely dangerous but testified to the persistence of human compassion even under the most brutal conditions. The cultural impact of mass slave disposal on Roman society created an environment where the complete erasure of human beings became a normalized part of daily life, requiring no special justification or moral consideration. Witnessing the disposal of slave corpses became as routine as other municipal services. Extant records of slave disposal practices appear mainly in administrative documents, treating human remains as logistical challenges rather than moral issues, revealing how completely slave humanity had vanished from Roman consciousness. Even in death. Part VI echoes the forgotten foundation stones. And let us return with new eyes to the forum where our journey began. Those marble columns and gleaming temples were built by slave labor extracted through systematic tyranny. The wealthy Romans conducting business in the forum among the humans, as lives were consumed to generate Rome's civilization wealth. The foundation stones beneath their feet were laid by workers who would never know freedom, never be recognized as people, never be remembered except as property and a line in an account book. The scale of Roman slavery defies modern comprehension. Conservative estimates suggest the empire's slave population may have reached 15 million at its peak, approximately 1/3 of the total population, living under bondage more systematic and brutal than any the world had yet seen. These were not merely individual tragedies, they were an entire civilization built on the principle that humans could be reduced to property without moral cost. The economic value extracted through unpaid labor fueled by systematic torture and dehumanization was staggering. The silver that financed Roman expansion came from Spanish mines where tens of thousands of slaves dyed. The grain that fed Rome was produced on vast estates worked by chained field slaves. The luxuries defining Roman civilization were crafted by artisans captured in war and forced to turn their skills to their captors' profit. But the true horror of Roman slavery lies not just in individual suffering, but in the complete normalization of systematic cruelty throughout a civilization that saw itself as the pinnacle of human achievement. The Roman philosophers who wrote ethics owned slaves, the Roman poets who celebrated human dignity bought and sold people, the Roman politicians who debated justice enforced laws treating humans as property. The legal framework that enabled Roman slavery created precedents affecting European law for over 1,000 years. The concept of absolute property rights, the principle that proof of ownership justified any treatment of the owned, then the idea that certain categories of people could be excluded from legal protection. All these concepts enabling Roman slavery became embedded in legal systems that long outlasted slavery itself. The cultural attitudes that made Roman slavery possible created psychological frameworks that would recur throughout European history whenever powerful groups needed justification for exploiting weaker ones. The same thought processes that allowed Romans to view slaves as property rather than people reappeared in colonial expansion, religious persecution, and modern genocidal campaigns. The technological innovations developed for managing large slave populations provided templates for later systems of systematic oppression. The identification systems, surveillance techniques, and punishment regimens pioneered by Roman slaveholders influenced the design of concentration camps, political prisons, and other institutional frameworks for controlling or eliminating unwanted groups. The surviving documentation of Roman slavery offers an unprecedented window into how systematic dehumanization operates through institutional cooperation, legal legitimacy is in it, and cultural acceptance. The casual references to extreme cruelty in Roman literature, the detailed regulations for slave management in legal codes, and the administrative records tracking humans like livestock all reveal how quickly societies can normalize atrocity when powerful institutions cooperate in systematic oppression. The resistance displayed by Roman slaves against impossible odds offers inspiring examples of preserving human dignity in environments designed to destroy every trace of humanity. The slave revolts led by Spartacus, the covert networks helping slaves escape or maintain family connections, and the individual acts of defiance preserving personal identity despite systematic erasure all testify to the enduring human capacity for resistance in the face of institutional cruelty. The survival strategies developed by Roman slaves reveal remarkable creativity and resilience in conditions designed to be unsurvivable. Some slaves learned to manipulate their master's psychology to gain slight advantages of protection. Others developed secret communication systems to maintain community bonds amid systematic isolation. Still others found ways to preserve cultural knowledge and personal identity to pass to children or companions. The long-term demographic impacts of Roman slavery reshaped entire regions and populations for generations after the empire's fall. The systematic removal of people from conquered territories, the destruction of traditional family structures, and the cultural erasure achieved through systematic dehumanization created lasting changes in European population patterns and social development. The constantly emerging archaeological evidence from Roman sites provides increasingly detailed documentation of slave living conditions, treatment, and resistance, contradicting romanticized depictions of ancient slavery in popular culture. Mass graves, slave barracks, punishment instruments, and other physical remains reveal the systematic nature of Roman cruelty while memorializing its victims. Contemporary medical analyses of Roman slave remains show patterns of malnutrition, disease, and violence that provide scientific confirmation for the lived experiences described in literary and legal sources. These studies confirm that Roman slavery was characterized by systematic abuse causing immediate suffering and long-term health consequences that shortened lives and reduced the quality of life for survivors. Comparative analyses placing Roman slavery alongside other historical systems of forced labor reveal both the distinctive features of Roman exploitation and the common elements that appear whenever societies organize the systematic oppression of vulnerable groups. Understanding these patterns remains essential for recognizing and preventing similar institutions of cruelty today. The educational value of studying Roman slavery extends beyond historical knowledge to understanding how civilizations can maintain systematic cruelty while celebrating their own moral achievements. The same society that produced magnificent art, sophisticated literature, and complex legal systems also normalize the torture, mass killing, and complete dehumanization of millions of human beings. Finally, Let us return to that auction block where our journey began. Versian get Aurea, if that was ever her aim, no longer has a name. She is now the property of Marcus Aemilius. He will use her body, exploit her labor, and dispose of her life according to his economic calculations and personal whims. She will never again make decisions about her own existence, form relationships without her master's permission, experience dignity, respect, or basic acknowledgement of her humanity. But her story is not unique. It was routine in an empire that built its greatness on systematic human suffering while congratulating itself as civilization's pinnacle. Those marble temples and golden statues symbolizing Roman glory were purchased with coins earned through the systematic destruction of human lives. The Romans were not ashamed of this. They took pride in it, documented it, and saw it as proof of their superiority over the peoples they conquered and enslaved. They built an entire civilization on the foundational principle that certain human beings existed solely to serve others without rights, without dignity, without hope of freedom, without acknowledgement of their basic humanity. A Roman slave's life was not merely brutal, it was a systematic assault on human dignity that began at capture, continued through death, and extended to the erasure of memory itself. It represents one of history's most comprehensive experiments in dehumanization, conducted by a society that saw itself as the height of human achievement. Their suffering deserves to be remembered, not merely as historical tragedy but as a cautionary tale about humanity's capacity for systematic cruelty when moral constraints are absent or when there is no accountability to basic human values. In memorializing them through careful historical study, we acknowledge both the depths of institutional evil and the persistence of human dignity even under conditions designed to destroy every trace of it. The chalk numbers that marked them like livestock have long since faded, but the evidence of their suffering survives in the archaeological record, the legal documents, and the literary sources, revealing the true foundation stones of Roman greatness. They were not property, not numbers, not disposable labor. They were human beings of value, whose lives mattered beyond their utility to Roman masters. Their stories deserve acknowledgement, both as testament to human cruelty and as testament to human resilience in the face of systematic institutional oppression. Rome, 146 BC. You stand in what was once the greatest trading city in the Mediterranean, watching Roman soldiers methodically slaughter every man, woman, and child they can find. This is Carthage, and what you are witnessing is not merely a military conquest. It is the systematic extermination of an entire civilization. But wait, hear what happens next. Because what I've just described is only the opening act of a reign of terror that would last for centuries. The Roman Empire, which left us roads, aqueducts, and legal systems, was simultaneously perfecting the art of systematic mass murder, a scale not surpassed until the 20th century. You think you know Roman history. Do you think the empire that gave us gladiator movies and epics was somehow more civilized than other ancient powers? The truth I'm about to reveal will shatter every romanticized notion you have about Roman civilization. Behind the marble columns and triumphal parades lies a legacy of systematic atrocity, so calculated, so deliberately brutal, that medieval warfare seems merciful by comparison. Today, we will explore the 8 most egregious war crimes committed by the Roman Empire. These were not isolated incidents, nor the acts of rogue commanders. These were systematic atrocities ordered by the highest Roman government, celebrated in Roman streets, and proudly recorded by Roman historians for posterity. But the most shocking part, every single atrocity was considered perfectly legal under Roman law. In fact, they were celebrated as evidence of Rome's superiority and moral authority over the barbarian world. If you're ready to uncover the dark truth about Roman civilization that history textbooks desperately try to hide, please subscribe and like. In the comments, tell me where you're from. Before we delve into these specific atrocities, you need to understand an unsettling fact: Roman warfare wasn't just about winning battles. It was about creating a machine of systematic terror, so efficient, so psychologically devastating, that entire populations would surrender rather than face what Rome could unleash. Rome did not stumble into brutality. They weaponized terror itself, developing a military doctrine that explicitly endorsed the principle, let them hate, so long as they fear. This wasn't just a motto, it was official state policy enacted through systematic campaigns of terror, designed to make resistance psychologically impossible. Consider this: Roman engineers, the brilliant minds who built the Pantheon and the Colosseum, spent equal time designing siege engines specifically intended to maximize civilian suffering during military operations. They understood that prolonged sieges created famine, disease, and despair, a terror that lingered long after surrender. Roman law provided a detailed legal framework for systematic violence that would make a modern war crimes tribunal physically ill. Concepts like enemy of all mankind allowed Roman commanders to commit any atrocity against designated enemies while claiming legal and moral authority. But the truly frightening part: the Romans documented their atrocities in detail because they were proud of them. These were not shameful secrets hidden from history. They were celebrated accomplishments that commanders used to advance political careers. The more brutal the conquest, the more lavish the triumph granted by the Senate. The scale of Roman systematic violence is beyond modern comprehension. Conservative estimates suggest Roman military operations caused the deaths of over 15 million civilians during the Republican early empire alone. This constitutes one of the largest programs of systematic extermination in ancient history, executed by a civilization that claimed to bring peace and order to the world. Now, let me show you exactly how this terror machine operated, starting with what may be the most systematic act of cultural destruction in ancient history. 1. The destruction of Carthage, 146 BC. This was not war. This was systematic extermination, designed to erase an entire civilization from existence. And the most chilling part, this was not killing in the heat of battle or military necessity. This was calculated annihilation ordered by the Roman Senate and executed with the precision of a modern industrial operation. The Third Punic War was essentially a manufactured conflict. By 149 BC, Carthage posed no military threat to Rome. The city had been stripped of its navy, forbidden from maintaining a significant army, and forced to pay massive tribute for decades. So, why did Rome decide to destroy it utterly? Senator Marcus Porcius Cato made the reason perfectly clear. He ended every speech in the Senate with these words: Carthagod elenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. Not defeated, not conquered. Destroyed. Because as long as Carthaginian civilization existed, it represented an alternative to Roman values, Roman culture, Roman hegemony. Imagine being a Carthaginian civilian during the 3-year siege of Carthage. You were trapped inside the walls with over 500,000 others as the Roman army under Scipio Aemilia and US systematically starves you into submission. Food runs out, water sources become contaminated with disease, bodies pile up in the streets, and plague spreads through the crowded city. The siege is just psychological preparation for what Roman engineers had already planned. When the Roman army finally breaches the walls in the spring of 146 BC, they unleash what can only be described as systematic, industrialized murder. Scipio issued clear orders. No Carthaginian was to be spared except those specifically designated for slavery. Roman soldiers advanced systematically through Carthage, street by street, house by house, executing everyone they encountered. The historian Polybius, who witnessed the destruction, described Roman legionaries dragging families from their homes and slaughtering them in the streets. Children were killed before their parents. The elderly were eaten to death. Pregnant women were gutted, and unborn infants were killed. This was not random violence driven by battlefield rage. This was organized extermination executed with military precision. The systematic nature of the slaughter is revealed in Roman military records that treated human beings as inventory to be cleared. Scipio's engineers had divided the city into sectors, designating specific legions to clear the inhabitants from each area. Roman quartermasters calculated the logistics of corpse disposal with the same efficiency they managed supplies of grain. The killing went on for 6 days and 6 nights without pause. Roman sources describe streets running with blood, the stench of decaying bodies so strong soldiers had to cover their faces with cloth. The estimated death toll exceeds 400,000 men, women, and children systematically massacred by the Roman army. But this reveals the truly systematic nature of Roman atrocities. Scipio's handling of Carthage wasn't finished. After the massacre, the Roman army spent an additional 11 days systematically destroying every building in the city. This was not random wreckage but calculated total erasure, designed to ensure no trace of Carthaginian civilization would remain. Roman engineers used specialized demolition techniques to destroy structures with mathematical precision. Libraries containing centuries of Carthaginian literature were burned. Temples were dismantled stone by stone. Artistic treasures were either looted for transport to Rome or smashed beyond recognition. The systematic destruction was so complete that modern archaeologists struggle to find traces of the original Carthaginian city. The approximately 50,000 Carthaginians who survived the massacre faced a fate perhaps worse than death. They were immediately enslaved, sold throughout the Mediterranean. But this was not ordinary slavery. Roman law specifically designated these survivors as deierticii, people with no legal rights whatsoever, whom masters could kill without legal consequence. According to the historian Appian, the Roman army then performed a ritual curse on the site of Carthage. While the famous story of salting the earth is likely myth, Roman religious authorities did conduct ceremonies designed to ensure the location would remain desolate and uninhabitable. This was spiritual as well as material annihilation. But the story becomes even more disturbing when you realize the coordinated nature of the systematic destruction. In the very same year Carthage burned, Roman armies under Lucius Mummius carried out similarly systematic destruction of Corinth, one of Greece's greatest cities. This double destruction in 146 BC was no coincidence. It was coordinated, systematic annihilation, designed to send a clear message Roman power was absolute, and resistance meant complete obliteration. To the destruction of Corinth 146 BC. That the destruction of Corinth is more chilling than that of Carthage. The Romans had learned from their earlier massacre and refined their techniques of systematic cultural destruction with clinical efficiency for maximum psychological impact. Corinth was no ordinary Greek city. It was the leader of the Achaean League, the last significant force of Greek resistance to Roman rule. The city controlled crucial trade routes between the Aegean and Ionian seas and was one of the wealthiest, most culturally sophisticated cities in the Mediterranean. It represented everything Greek civilization had achieved in art, philosophy, and commerce. Rome's decision to destroy Corinth wasn't about military necessity but a calculated understanding. Eliminating the cultural and economic heart of Greek resistance would forever crush the spirit of Greek independence. This was only psychological warfare on a civilization scale. Imagine being a Corinthian citizen watching Roman legions approach your walls. You know what happened to Carthage just months earlier. Do you understand that surrender won't save you because the Romans aren't interested in conquest? They want extermination as a lesson to the world. When Roman armies breach Corinth's defenses, they implement systematic massacre techniques, perfected at Carthage but adjusted for maximum cultural impact. Every adult male in the city is systematically executed, regardless of whether they participated in the resistance. Roman military records describe this as cleansing the city of potential leaders who might inspire future Greek resistance. The fate of Corinth's women and children reveals the sophisticated cruelty of Roman systematic violence. They were not simply executed but designated for enslavement and sexual exploitation designed to destroy Greek cultural identity. Roman soldiers were permitted to claim any woman or child as personal property, resulting in weeks of systematic rape and abuse. The historian Pausanias provides horrific details of what happened to Corinthian families during the Roman occupation. Children were systematically separated from their mothers and sold to different masters to prevent family bonds from surviving. Women were systematically abused by multiple soldiers before being shipped to slave markets across the Roman Empire. Their Greek identities deliberately erased. That the destruction of Corinth's population was just the beginning of Rome's systematic cultural war. Mummius ordered the complete destruction of the city's cultural heritage, which represented centuries of Greek artistic and intellectual achievement. Roman armies systematically looted Corinth's artistic treasures with the efficiency of modern art thieves, shipping the most valuable pieces to Rome, while destroying those too large or fragile to transport. The historian Pliny the Elder describes Roman soldiers using priceless Greek paintings as gaming boards and smashing ancient statues for sport. The destruction of the Corinthian library was particularly systematic and devastating. Greek manuscripts containing philosophical, mathematical, and literary works accumulated over centuries were burned in a fire that lasted for days. This represented deliberate destruction of intellectual heritage, designed to eliminate Greek cultural superiority. After looting everything of value, Roman engineers spent weeks systematically demolishing every building in Corinth, with techniques that ensured the city could never be rebuilt as a center of Greek culture and resistance. This wasn't random destruction, but calculated total erasure, designed to wipe Greek civilization from the Mediterranean. The systematic nature of Corinth's destruction is revealed in Roman military records describing it as an engineering project with specific objectives and timelines. Buildings were collapsed in predetermined sequences to maximize destruction while minimizing danger to Roman troops. Roman religious authorities then performed ceremonies declaring the site of Corinth cursed and unfit for habitation. This spiritual dimension of destruction was designed to prevent any future attempt to rebuild the city and restore Greek cultural independence. The psychological impact of Corinth's destruction was immediate and profound. Either Greek cities that had considered joining the Achaean League quickly submitted to Roman authority to avoid similar annihilation. The fact that Carthage and Corinth were systematically eliminated in the same year proved Roman power was absolute and resistance futile. But if you think the Romans had finished perfecting their techniques of systematic mass murder, you're mistaken. Because what Julius Caesar did in Gaul makes Carthage and Corinth look like military exercises. 3 Caesar's War of Extermination and Gaul 5850 BC. Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul represents the most systematic campaign of extermination in ancient history. And the shocking part, Caesar himself boasted in his own writings that he killed over 1 million Gauls and enslaved another million. He was proud of this systematic mass murder and used it to advance his political career in Rome. But this was not an accidental byproduct of military campaigning. Caesar's Gallic War was deliberately designed as a war of extermination, planned and executed with a systematic efficiency that would later be seen in 20th century industrialized killing. Caesar's campaigns weren't defensive conflicts, but deliberate wars of aggression, designed to provide the wealth, slaves, and military glory needed for his political ambitions. Systematic violence against the Gallic people wasn't a byproduct of achieving these goals, it was central to them. Consider this: Caesar developed systematic techniques for eliminating entire tribes that were so efficient they became models for Roman military operations. He turned mass murder into a science. The scale of Caesar's systematic violence is revealed in his own proud documentation of entire peoples being exterminated. The Helvetii, who attempted to migrate across Roman territory, were systematically hunted down and massacred. The approximately 368,000 Helvetii who began the migration, only 110,000 survived to be returned to their homeland as slaves. Caesar's treatment of the Eber One's tribe demonstrates the systematic nature of his extermination campaigns. After their leader Ambiorix defeated a Roman legion, Caesar declared, "The entire tribe must be eliminated." Roman armies spent months systematically hunting down every Eber One's man, woman, and child, continuing the slaughter even after organized resistance had ended. Imagine being a Gallic warrior defending your village against Caesar's legions. You know surrender means enslavement for your family and execution for yourself. But you also know resistance means systematic extermination of everyone you know. Caesar had made it clear he would eliminate entire tribes to prevent future resistance. The siege of Avaricum in 50 to BC provides one of the best-documented examples of Caesar's systematic cruelty, revealing the calculated nature of his mass-killing techniques. When Roman armies began their siege, the Gallic stronghold contained approximately 40,000 people. Caesar refused offers of surrender, declaring that the city must serve as an example to terrorize other Gallic communities. When Roman armies finally breached Avaricum's walls, Caesar ordered the systematic execution of everyone in the city using techniques designed for maximum terror impact. Roman soldiers spent 3 days methodically executing the inhabitants, including children and the elderly who posed no military threat. The systematic nature of this massacre is revealed in Roman records describing the careful organization required to efficiently execute 40,000 people. Only 800 of the original 40,000 survived, and these survivors were deliberately allowed to escape to spread accounts of Roman brutality to other Gallic communities. This was psychological warfare designed to crush Gallic resistance through systematic terror. Caesar's systematic violence extended beyond battlefield casualties to include deliberate targeting of Gallic culture and society. Roman armies systematically destroyed Gallic temples, burned repositories of oral tradition, and executed druids who preserved Gallic religious and cultural knowledge. Caesar's slave-raiding represents another dimension of his systematic violence against the Gallic people, revealing the industrial scale of Roman human trafficking. Roman armies would systematically capture entire communities, break up families, and ship survivors to slave markets throughout the Mediterranean. These raids continued even in areas that had submitted to Roman authority, terrorizing supposedly pacified populations. The systematic nature of Caesar's violence is revealed in Roman military logistics records that treated human beings as resources to be harvested with the same efficiency as grain or livestock. Caesar's quartermasters calculated how many slaves each campaign could capture and planned transportation accordingly. Human trafficking was integrated into Roman military planning as a standard revenue source. Caesar's treatment of prisoners of war violated even Roman standards of conduct, revealing his deliberate use of systematic brutality for psychological warfare. Rather than ransoming captured warriors as tradition dictated, he systematically executed prisoners to terrorize enemy populations. The historian Suetonius describes Caesar ordering the hands of captured Gallic warriors to be cut off before their execution. The psychological warfare aspects of Caesar's campaigns were equally systematic and sophisticated. Roman armies would deliberately leave survivors of massacres to flee to other Gallic communities, spreading accounts of Roman atrocities. This created terror that often leads cities to surrender without fighting to avoid systematic extermination. Modern demographic studies estimate Caesar's campaigns reduced the Gallic population by approximately 30% through direct killing, enslavement, and displacement. This represents one of the most dramatic population reductions in ancient history, caused by systematic violence. But what's more disturbing, Caesar used his success in Gaul to justify crossing the Rubicon and plunging Rome into civil war, bringing his techniques of systematic violence back to the heart of the empire. For the second cultural destruction of Alexandria 30 BC. In 30 BC, the ancient world lost something that could never be replaced. When Roman armies under Augustus Octavian took Alexandria during the final civil war against Mark Antony and Cleopatra, they didn't merely conquer a city. They systematically destroyed the greatest center of scholarship and culture in the ancient world. But what makes the sack of Alexandria particularly devastating? This wasn't just a military conquest. It was the deliberate destruction of centuries of accumulated human knowledge and cultural achievement, carried out by Romans who understood exactly what they were destroying. Alexandria wasn't just Egypt's capital. It was the intellectual capital of the ancient world, home to the greatest library ever assembled and a museum that attracted scholars from across the Mediterranean. For more than 3 centuries, Alexandria had been the center of scientific research, mathematical discovery, and literary achievement. The Great Library of Alexandria contained an estimated 400,000 to 700,000 scrolls representing the accumulated knowledge of ancient civilizations. The works of Archimedes, Euclid, Eratosthenes, and countless other scholars whose discoveries form the foundation of human scientific knowledge were housed in this single institution. Imagine being a scholar in Alexandria watching Roman legions approach your city. You understand, you're witnessing the end of an era. The greatest collection of human knowledge ever assembled is about to be systematically destroyed by soldiers who viewed learning as a threat to Roman authority. The siege of Alexandria was designed not merely to capture the city, but to eliminate its status as a center of intellectual resistance to Roman rule. Octavian understood that as long as Alexandria remained the intellectual capital of the Mediterranean, it represented an alternative to Roman cultural hegemony. When Roman armies breached Alexandria's defenses, they carried out systematic destruction, targeting not just military objectives but the intellectual and cultural institutions that made Alexandria unique. This was cultural warfare designed to eliminate Egyptian intellectual independence. The systematic massacre of Alexandria's population proceeded with the same efficiency Romans had perfected at Carthage, Corinth, and Gaul. Tens of thousands of Alexandrians were systematically executed, including scholars, priests, and intellectuals who represented the continuity of Egyptian learning and culture. But the material destruction of human life was just the beginning of Rome's systematic cultural destruction in Alexandria. Roman armies systematically targeted the institutions that had made Alexandria the intellectual center of the ancient world. The great library was systematically looted and destroyed, with Roman soldiers burning scrolls for fuel and using priceless manuscripts as packing material for art treasures being shipped to Rome. Centuries of human intellectual achievement were eliminated in days by soldiers who couldn't read the text they were destroying. The systematic nature of this cultural destruction is revealed in Roman records, describing deliberate targeting of Alexandria's intellectual infrastructure. The museum was systematically dismantled, its laboratories destroyed, its scholars either killed or enslaved. This wasn't random destruction but deliberate elimination of Egyptian intellectual capacity. The destruction of Alexandria's observatory and scientific instruments represents one of the most significant losses of scientific knowledge in human history. Devices used by ancient astronomers and mathematicians for precise calculations were systematically destroyed or looted, setting back human scientific understanding by centuries. Roman armies systematically destroyed Alexandria's medical schools and libraries, eliminating one of the most advanced centers of medical knowledge in the ancient world. Surgical techniques, pharmacological knowledge, and anatomical studies developed over centuries were lost as Roman soldiers burned medical libraries. The systematic elimination of Alexandria's cultural institutions extended to its religious and philosophical schools. Roman armies deliberately targeted Egyptian temples and schools that preserved ancient wisdom traditions because they understood these institutions offered alternatives to Roman religious and philosophical authority. The forced suicides of Mark Antony and Cleopatra represented the personal dimension of Rome's systematic cultural destruction. Egypt's last pharaoh and her Roman ally weren't merely defeated, they were forced to kill themselves, symbolically ending the independence of Egyptian civilization. The transformation of Egypt into a Roman province involved systematic exploitation designed to strip the country of its wealth and cultural independence. Egyptian grain production was reorganized to feed Rome, while Egyptian cultural traditions were systematically suppressed or appropriated for Roman use. The long-term impact of Alexandria's destruction on the development of human knowledge cannot be overstated. Centuries of accumulated scientific and mathematical knowledge were lost in days in ways that affected human development for over a millennium. Modern historians regard the sack of Alexandria as one of the greatest cultural catastrophes in human history. Professor Luciano Canfora describes the destruction as systematic intellectual warfare designed to eliminate Egyptian culture as an alternative to Roman hegemony. But if you think the destruction of Alexandria was the worst thing Romans did to civilians, listen to how they responded to rebellion in Britain. 5. Suppression of Boudicca's revolt 6061 AD. The Roman response to Boudicca's revolt demonstrates how the empire dealt with colonial rebellion through a systematic massacre designed to terrorize conquered populations into permanent submission. But what makes this atrocity particularly horrific is how Roman commanders refined their systematic violence techniques for maximum psychological impact on civilian populations. Boudica's revolt began with systematic abuse of the Iceni tribe, including the public flogging of Queen Boudica herself and the rape of her daughters by Roman soldiers. But the Roman response went far beyond punishing the perpetrators, to include systematic violence against anyone suspected of supporting British independence. Governor Gaius Suetonius Paulinus conducted a systematic campaign of terror designed to permanently crush British resistance. Roman military records describe this as making an example that would prevent future rebellion by demonstrating the consequences of challenging Roman authority. But this reveals the systematic nature of Roman-era tactics. Suetonius wasn't contented with merely defeating Boudica's army. He wanted to create such profound psychological trauma in the British population that the memory of Roman brutality would prevent resistance for generations. Imagine being a British civilian watching Roman legions approach your village. You know they've come, and not to distinguish between warriors and non combatants. Roman policy declared that anyone who had supported Boudica, including women and children, must be eliminated to prevent future resistance. The initial Roman response involved systematic destruction of British settlements suspected of supporting the rebellion. Roman armies burned entire villages, executed male inhabitants, and enslaved surviving women and children. This wasn't random retaliation but calculated terrorism designed to crush British morale. Yates employed systematic intelligence gathering to identify British communities that had provided any support to Boudica's revolt. This information was used to plan systematic reprisal operations designed to eliminate potential future resistance leaders and terrorize the British population. When Suetonius finally faced Boudica's army at the Battle of Watling Street, the Roman victory was followed by systematic massacre that exceeded even Roman standards of brutality. The historian Tacitus describes Roman soldiers systematically hunting down fleeing Britons, executing not just warriors, but the women and children accompanying the army. The systematic nature of Roman violence after Watling Street is revealed in Tacitus's description: fields piled with bodies. Roman armies spent days systematically killing fleeing Britons, making no distinction between combatants and civilians. The estimated death toll exceeds 80,000 British men, women, and children. But battlefield massacre was just the beginning of Roman systematic violence against the British population. Suetonius ordered systematic reprisal operations against any tribe suspected of supporting Boudica, even those not actively involved in the rebellion. Roman armies systematically destroyed British agricultural infrastructure, burning crops and killing livestock to create famine conditions that would weaken potential future resistance. These deliberately created famine conditions affected hundreds of thousands of British civilians who had nothing to do with the rebellion. Roman systematic cultural destruction during the suppression of Boudica's revolt included targeting British religious sites and cultural institutions. Roman armies deliberately destroyed sacred groves, executed druids, and eliminated traditional British leadership to prevent cultural survival. Roman military records describe systematic capture and enslavement of British populations. During the suppression campaign, entire communities were systematically enslaved regardless of their involvement in the rebellion, with families broken up and shipped to different regions of the Roman Empire. The psychological warfare aspects of Roman suppression tactics were equally systematic and sophisticated. German armies deliberately allowed some British survivors to escape to spread accounts of Roman atrocities through unconnected territory, creating terror that prevented future resistance movements. The scale of Roman systematic violence during the suppression of Boudica's revolt is estimated to have reduced the British population by approximately 15% through direct killing, enslavement, and famine. This represents one of the most dramatic population reductions in British history. Suetonius's systematic campaign of terror was so extreme, it drew criticism even from Roman authorities. The historian Tacitus notes that Suetonius was eventually recalled to Rome partly because his systematic violence was creating conditions that threatened Rome's long-term control of Britain. Modern archaeological evidence reveals the extent of Roman systematic destruction during Boudicca's suppression. Excavations show many British settlements were systematically burned and abandoned during this period, with evidence of large mass graves containing civilian victims. But Roman systematic violence in Britain pales in comparison to the campaign Emperor Hadrian would later launch to permanently eliminate resistance. 6. Suppression of the Bar Kokhba Revolt 132–136 AD. The Roman suppression of the Bar Kokhba Revolt 132–136 AD represents the most systematic campaign of cultural and physical extermination in Roman history. Emperor Hadrian's response to resistance went beyond military conquest to attempt the complete erasure of identity and culture from a region. But what makes Hadrian's campaign particularly systematic and terrifying? This wasn't a response to a military threat but a deliberately planned program of extermination, designed to solve what Romans viewed as a persistent problem through systematical elimination of a people and their culture. The Bar Kokhba revolt began as a response to Hadrian's decisions to establish a Roman colony on the ruins of the ancient city and build a Roman temple on the sacred site. But Hadrian's suppression of the revolt exceeded even standard Roman systematic violence. Hadrian assigned his most experienced general, Sextus Julius Severus, to command the suppression with explicit orders to permanently eliminate resistance through systematic extermination of population and culture. Roman military records describe this as the final solution to persistent resistance in the region. Imagine being a civilian hiding in the network of caves and tunnels throughout the region as Roman armies systematically hunt down everyone suspected of supporting the rebellion. You know surrender means death because Roman policy declared that cultural identity itself was treason against the empire. The Roman armies employed systematic siege tactics against fortresses, designed to maximize civilian casualties rather than achieve quick military victory. The siege of Betar, the revolt's last stronghold, lasted for months specifically to terrorize the population through systematic starvation and psychological warfare. When Roman armies captured fortresses, they implemented systematic extermination policies that exceeded Roman treatment of other rebellious populations. The historian Diocletius records that Roman armies killed over 580,000 people during the suppression campaign, approximately half the region's population. The systematic nature of Roman violence during the suppression is revealed in archaeological evidence from the cave complexes where families sought refuge. Roman armies sealed cave entrances with stones, burying civilians alive inside, creating mass graves undisturbed until modern archaeological excavations. Roman armies systematically destroyed settlements throughout the region, implementing scorched earth policies designed to make the area uninhabitable for surviving populations. Over 985 villages were systematically demolished, their populations either killed or enslaved. But Hadrian's systematic erasure went beyond material destruction to include deliberate cultural obliteration, designed to erase historical connections to the region. He renamed cities and regions to attempt to erase cultural memory and historical identity. Roman authorities systematically banned traditional religious practices throughout the empire, executed religious leaders who continued to teach traditional law, and destroyed copies of religious texts. This was cultural warfare designed to eliminate identity, even among populations who survived the physical violence. The systematic nature of Hadrian's policies included economic warfare designed to impoverish surviving communities. Property was systematically confiscated. Merchants were barred from major markets. Craftsmen were excluded from trade guilds. Roman armies systematically enslaved survivors of the revolt. But these slaves received particularly harsh treatment designed to break cultural identity. Slaves were deliberately separated from family members and forbidden from practicing their religion. The scale of systematic violence during Hadrian's suppression campaign was so extreme it depopulated large portions of the region. Archaeological evidence shows extensive areas remained uninhabited for decades after the suppression, indicating systematic demographic destruction. Hadrian's systematic erasure policies were so successful they effectively ended political independence for nearly 18 centuries. The trauma of systematic material and cultural destruction shaped identity and theology until the establishment of the modern state. Modern historians view Hadrian's suppression as an example of early systematic ethnic cleansing. Professor Peter Schaeffer describes Roman policy as a deliberate attempt to eliminate identity through a combination of physical violence and cultural destruction. But if you think systematic extermination was the worst thing Romans did to conquered populations, you haven't heard about their systematic torture and terror techniques. 7. Systematic torture and terror: crucifixion and decimation. Roman military discipline and punishment techniques represent some of the most systematic applications of terror in ancient warfare. But what makes Roman terror techniques particularly horrifying is how they were refined over centuries into precise instruments of psychological warfare designed to break human will through calculated cruelty. The practices of mass crucifixion and decimation weren't random acts of violence, but sophisticated techniques designed to maintain control through systematic cruelty that terrified both enemies and Roman soldiers alike. These were engineered systems of torture, designed for maximum psychological impact. The aftermath of the Spartacus slave revolt in 71 BC provides the best-documented example of Roman systematic crucifixion, revealing the industrial scale of Roman torture techniques. After defeating the slave army, Marcus Licinius Crassus ordered 6,000 captured rebels crucified along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua. Imagine walking the Appian Way in the weeks following Spartacus's defeat. For over 100 miles, you pass crucified slaves in various stages of death and decomposition. Some are still alive, crying for water or mercy. These have been dead for days, their bodies attracting scavenger birds. This was systematic terrorism designed to ensure no slave would ever consider rebellion again. Roman crucifixion was designed not for quick execution but for maximum suffering and public display. The systematic nature of this torture technique reveals Roman understanding of how to use prolonged agony for psychological warfare. Victims typically survive for days on the cross, dying slowly from exposure, thirst, and gradual asphyxiation. The 6,000 crucifixions along the Appian Way required systematic planning and organization that reveals the calculated nature of Roman terror. The Roman engineers had to construct thousands of crosses, organize transportation of victims, and coordinate simultaneous executions along more than 100 miles. Roman military records describe the logistics of crucifixion in meticulous detail, treating systematic torture as an engineering problem requiring careful planning and resource allocation. The ability to organize mass crucifixion became a mark of Roman administrative efficiency, not a source of shame. Decimation represents another systematic Roman-era technique designed to maintain military discipline through calculated cruelty that created psychological trauma far beyond the immediate victims. When Roman units showed cowardice or mutiny, commanders would systematically execute one soldier intent chosen by lot to terrorize survivors into obedience. Decimation involved forcing soldiers to club their randomly selected comrades to death, creating a psychological trauma that bound surviving units together through shared guilt and terror. This wasn't random punishment but calculated psychological warfare designed to prevent future discipline problems. The systematic nature of decimation is revealed in Roman military manuals that provided detailed instructions for carrying out the procedure with maximum psychological impact. Commanders were taught how to organize the lot-drawing system, how to select appropriate execution methods, and how to maximize psychological effects on surviving soldiers. Roman historical records document numerous examples of systematic decimation. Across 5 centuries of Roman military history, the practice was considered so effective for maintaining discipline that it was employed by Roman commanders from Republican times through the late Empire. The psychological impact of Roman systematic terror techniques extended far beyond immediate victims, affecting behavior throughout Roman society. The knowledge that Rome would employ systematic torture and mass execution to maintain control deterred resistance movements and rebellions for centuries. Roman systematic terror techniques were deliberately designed to be visible and memorable. Mass crucifixionists were positioned along major roads to ensure maximum public exposure. Decimation ceremonies were performed before assembled armies to maximize psychological impact on witnesses. The legal frameworks surrounding Roman systematic terror techniques provided detailed justification for extreme violence, normalizing brutality within Roman society itself. Roman law distinguished between different categories of enemies and prescribed specific torture methods for each, creating institutional knowledge about systematic cruelty. Modern historians studying Roman era techniques have identified patterns of systematic violence designed to maintain imperial control through calculated cruelty. Professor Kyle Harper describes Roman systematic violence as sophisticated state terrorism designed to deter resistance through calculated cruelty. The influence of Roman systematic terror techniques extended beyond the empire, affecting military practices throughout medieval and early modern Europe. The Roman understanding of how systematic violence could maintain political control became part of European military tradition for more than 1,000 years. But the most shocking example of Roman systematic violence comes from a betrayal so extreme it shocked even Roman society itself. The massacre of the Lusitania NSC, 150 BC. The massacre of the Lusitania NS represents the most systematic example of Roman betrayal and bad faith in ancient history. But what makes this atrocity particularly disturbing is how it reveals the calculated nature of Roman deception and the precise planning required to carry out mass systematic betrayal. The actions of Roman general Servius Sulpicius Galba were shocking even by Roman standards, showing how far Roman commanders would go to eliminate resistance through calculated deception designed to maximize victim vulnerability. The Lusitania NS, inhabiting modern Portugal, had conducted successful guerrilla warfare against Roman armies for years. Their knowledge of local terrain and hit-and-run tactics made them difficult to defeat through conventional military means. Galba understood that defeating the Lusitania NS required more than military force. He orchestrated a campaign of systematic deception, designed to eliminate Lusitania and resistance by betraying them into a position where their entire population could be exterminated to destroy their capacity for continued guerrilla warfare. Imagine being a Lusitania warrior who had fought Roman armies for years. Then Galba offers peace talks. You're suspicious but hopeful of finally protecting your family from Roman violence. You have no way of knowing the Roman general has planned your systematic execution down to the smallest detail. Galba's deception campaign involved systematic propaganda, designed to convince Lusitania leaders that Rome genuinely sought peaceful resolution of the conflict. Roman agents spent months spreading messages that Galba was different from previous commanders and genuinely wanted to end violence through negotiation rather than conquest. The systematic nature of Galba's betrayal is revealed in Roman records describing months of meticulous preparation for the massacre while maintaining the appearance of peace negotiations. This was calculated betrayal requiring detailed planning and coordination. When Lusitania leaders agreed to peace talks, Galba demanded they lay down their weapons and allow Roman census-takers to register their population as a sign of good faith. This requirement was presented as standard Roman administrative procedure, necessary for establishing peaceful relations. The Lusitania NS, weary from years of warfare and eager for peace, agreed to Galba's terms and assembled in 3 large groups at designated locations. They brought their families, laid down their weapons as requested, trusting Roman assurances of protection. Once the Lusitania NS were disarmed and assembled, Galba revealed his true intentions. Roman soldiers suddenly surrounded all 3 groups and began systematic massacre of the men, women, and children who had trusted Roman promises of peace. The historian Appian provides horrific details of Galba's systematic slaughter. making no distinction between warriors and civilians. The death toll exceeded 30,000 Lusitania NS, who came seeking peace and found systematic betrayal and murder instead. The systematic nature of Galba's massacre is revealed in its careful organization and execution. Roman armies had clearly planned the operation in advance, with specific units designated to block escape routes and others assigned to carry out the killing. This wasn't spontaneous violence, but calculated mass murder. Galba's betrayal was so extreme it shocked Roman public opinion. The systematic betrayal of negotiated agreements violated Roman conceptions of honor and military conduct, leading to political criticism that damaged Galba's career despite his military success. The few Lusitania NS who survived Galba's massacre were systematically enslaved unsold throughout the Mediterranean. But the psychological impact of this systematic betrayal extended far beyond the immediate victims, affecting how other Iberian tribes viewed Roman peace offers. Modern historians regard Galba's massacre of the Lusitania NS as one of the most systematic examples of military betrayal in ancient history. Professor John Richardson describes the event, calculated deception designed to eliminate resistance through betrayal rather than military conquest. The systematic nature of Roman betrayal in the Lusitania, an incident influenced Roman military doctrine for centuries. Later commanders understood that systematic deception to be more effective than conventional warfare in eliminating resistant populations while minimizing Roman casualties. Conclusion. These 8 examples of Roman war crimes reveal an unsettling truth about what we call the foundations of Western civilization. Systematic torture, mass murder, and cultural destruction that marked Roman expansion were anomalies committed by a few brutal commanders. Or sophisticated techniques developed by one of history's most advanced civilizations and employed consistently for over 6 centuries. What makes these Roman atrocities particularly horrifying is how they were celebrated and institutionalized. Within Roman society, the systematic destruction of Carthage and Corinth was commemorated in triumphal processions. Caesar's extermination of Gallic tribes advanced his political career. The massacre techniques perfected at Alexandria became standard military doctrine. Roman law provided a detailed legal framework for systematic violence against designated enemies. Concepts like enemy of all mankind legitimized any atrocity against state enemies, while Roman religious authorities provided spiritual justification for systematic cultural destruction. The psychological techniques Romans developed for terrorizing populations through systematic violence influenced military strategy for thousands of years. The understanding that spectacular brutality against civilians could control entire populations became a fundamental principle of imperial administration that continued into modern times. The scale of suffering caused by Roman systematic violence is beyond comprehension. Conservative estimates suggest just the campaigns discussed in this video resulted in the systematic murder of over 8 million civilians. This represents one of the highest death tolls from systematic violence in ancient history. The Roman Empire's systematic destruction of alternative civilizations eliminated cultural diversity developed over centuries. The obliteration of Carthaginian, Greek, Gallic, and Egyptian knowledge represents one of the greatest losses of human intellectual heritage in history. The systematic deception, mass crucifixion, decimation, and cultural destruction techniques all Romans developed provided blueprints for later atrocities. The Roman understanding of how systematic violence could maintain political control influenced European military and political thought for over 15 centuries. Understanding these Roman atrocities provides crucial insight into how systematic cruelty becomes normalized within advanced civilizations. The progression from individual violence to institutional terror to cultural celebration of systematic murder reveals patterns still relevant for understanding modern conflict. The archaeological and historical evidence of these Roman war crimes also reveals how a society tries to hide or justify its systematic cruelty. The romanticized version of Roman history taught in schools deliberately obscures the systematic violence that marked Roman expansion, creating sanitized myths that ignore historical reality. Perhaps what's most disturbing about Roman systematic violence is how it was integrated into a civilization that simultaneously achieved excellence in law, engineering, and administration. The same society that built the Pantheon and developed sophisticated legal codes was systematically exterminating entire peoples and cultures. The Roman example demonstrates that technological and cultural sophistication doesn't prevent systematic cruelty but may actually enable it by providing more efficient methods to organize and implement mass violence. Roman engineering skills made possible systematic siege warfare designed to maximize civilian suffering. Roman administrative capacity enabled the organization of systematic massacre, mass enslavement, and cultural destruction on a scale less sophisticated societies couldn't achieve. The systematic nature of Roman violence was made possible by Roman civilization, and not in spite of it. If this exploration of Roman systematic violence has revealed dark truths about the foundations of Western civilization that you never learned in school, be sure to subscribe for more content exposing the brutal reality behind historical myths. In the comments below, tell me which of these 8 Roman atrocities shocked you most and what other dark chapters of ancient history you'd like to explore. These historical examples remind us that the capacity for systematic cruelty exists in all human societies, including the most advanced and sophisticated civilizations. The institutions, laws, and cultural values that prevent such atrocities require constant vigilance to maintain, because the Roman example shows how quickly systematic violence can become normalized uncelebrated. The legacy of systematic terror in the Roman Empire serves as a warning about what humans are capable of when power becomes unrestrained and societies lose fundamental human dignity in the pursuit of domination and control. Understanding this history is essential for recognizing and preventing similar patterns of systematic violence in our own time. In the summer of 63 BC, a Roman senator named Marcus Livius stood shivering in the Roman Forum, clad only in a transparent linen tunic, nearly naked before thousands of Romans who had once called him colleague and friend. His senatorial shoes had been removed. The toga that symbolized his status as a citizen of the highest rank had been stripped away. His hands were bound behind his back, and a wooden horsebit was stuffed into his mouth, preventing him from speaking in his own defense. A herald stood beside him, reading from a scroll that listed Marcus's crimes: embezzlement, bribery, betrayal of the Senate's trust. With each charge announced, the herald paused, and a man wielding a many-tailed whip studded with metal pieces struck Marcus's back. The crowd counted each lash 1, 2, 3. By the 10th lash, Marcus was weeping openly. His humiliation was complete even before the physical punishment truly began. By the 20th, he was on his knees. By the 30th, he was incoherently begging through the gag for a mercy that would not come. Marcus Livius survived that day. The flogging was not meant to kill him, but to destroy something more important than his body: his dignitas, his honor, his social existence as a Roman noble. It succeeded completely. Within a week, Marcus committed suicide, not because of the healing wounds, but because he could not bear to continue living in a world where thousands had witnessed him reduced to something less than human, less than a man, someone who wept, begged, and broke down. This was not an exception. This was Roman justice. This was the fate of those who transgressed the social order in a civilization that believed honor was more valuable than life itself, that believed humiliation was a more effective punishment than execution, and that believed destroying a person's reputation and dignity was the most thorough form of justice. This is a story about the most terrifying public humiliations in ancient Rome. These are not the neat deaths you see in movies: noble self-minus, inflicted wounds, or dignified poisonings. These were punishments specifically designed to strip away everything that made a person Roman, everything that gave them identity, status, and humanity. These were rituals so brutal that even Romans themselves sometimes question whether they went beyond the crime. They are also testimonies preserved in historical records from people who experienced or witnessed humiliations considered worse than death itself. Before we continue, I need you to understand what you're about to hear. The Romans documented their methods of public humiliation in legal texts, historical chronicles, and the works of philosophers who debated the ethics of these punishments. The sources exist. The practices I will describe are all recorded in ancient documents, though I will use composite characters to make what the records report but don't fully explain comprehensible. If you want to understand how honor-based societies exert social control through systematic shaming, how punishments were engineered to destroy identity and not just the body, then subscribe to this channel now. Hit the subscribe button, and in the comments tell me where you're from and whether your culture has inherited notions of honor and shame from ancient traditions. Now, let's go back to the time of the Roman Republic to understand why humiliation was seen as the ultimate weapon. Roman society, especially in the late Republic and early Empire, was organized around a complex system of social status, honor, and public reputation. A Roman's identity was not primarily individual in the modern sense, but relational, defined by how others saw and treated you. Your dignitas, your honor and standing, depended on maintaining the respect of your peers and the deference of your inferiors. Lose that respect and deference, and you effectively cease to exist as a social being, even if your physical body lived on. The concept of dignitas was not abstract, it manifested in concrete aspects of daily life. A Roman elite with high dignitas received priorities seating at public events, respectful greetings in the street, had his opinions carry weight in Senate debates, could expect favorable treatment in legal disputes, and had access to networks of patronage, offering economic and political opportunities. All of this depended on maintaining honor, on being seen as worthy of respect. For the Roman elite, especially senators and equites, knights, honor was tied to several factors. Your ancestors and family name were paramount. Romans kept detailed genealogies and could recite the achievements of their forebears for generations. Someone from an ancient patrician family had inherited dignitas, fuile, novus homo. The new man whose family hadn't held high office before had to work much harder to earn it. Your wealth and property were also crucial. Romans expected the elite to display wealth appropriately, not through conspicuous consumption seen as vulgar, but through public donations, sponsorship of games and festivals, building public works, and maintaining an impressive household. A senator who fell into poverty would lose dignitas, regardless of his family background or past achievements. Your military achievements and public service added to your honor. The Romans revered military courage and success. A man who had successfully commanded armies, won battles, and celebrated triumphs gained immense dignitas. Public office also brought honor. Election to the consulship, the highest office, marked the peak of a political career and conferred permanent status. Your behavior and personal relationships mattered. Romans expected the elite to keep their word, properly maintain relationships with their clients, show appropriate deference to superiors, while maintaining dignity among peers and displaying proper authority over their subordinates. A man who broke faith, abandoned his clients, or acted obsequious lie before his peers would lose dignitas, even if his wealth and ancestral status remained. Perhaps most important was your ability to command respect through gravitas, that quality of seriousness and dignity a Roman elite was supposed to project on all occasions. A senator who lost gravitas, who was publicly mocked or humiliated, who showed weakness or lost self-control, could not survive in Roman society. Other senators wouldn't take him seriously, the people wouldn't respect him. His political career was over, his family's reputation tarnished. In many cases, the dishonored man chose suicide, believing it preferable to living on with permanent disgrace. For ordinary Romans and slaves, honor functioned differently but was no less important. Free Roman citizens, even poor ones, possessed rights slaves did not. They couldn't be tortured or subjected to certain degrading punishments without a trial. They could appeal to the tribunes for protection. They could vote and participate in the assemblies. They had legal standing to bring suits and defend themselves in court. These rights marked them as part of the Roman citizen body, as people who belonged to this community. Punishments that stripped away these markers of citizenship, treating a citizen like a slave or a foreigner, were profoundly shaming and socially destructive. For free citizens, honor was also tied to professional standing and reputation within their community. Craftsmen took pride in their work and their standing among their peers. Merchants valued their reputation for honest dealing. Soldiers valued their courage and loyalty to their unit. Even poor Romans had a sense of personal honor and dignity that could be attacked through public shaming, being mocked in the street. Forced to beg publicly, subjected to punishments usually reserved for slaves, all of these destroyed a free citizen's sense of worth and belonging. For slaves, honor was even more fragile. Slaves had almost no legal protections. They could be beaten, tortured, assaulted in various ways, or put to death at their masters' will with little legal consequence. But even slaves had some concept of personal dignity, some sense of self-worth that a master could target for destruction. Punishments designed to shame a slave, to make them feel worthless and broken, were seen as more effective for maintaining control than mere violence. A slave successfully shamed, who had internalized their own worthlessness, was less likely to rebel than one merely beaten, but with spirit intact. The Roman state understood all of this. Roman law and custom developed a sophisticated system of punishments designed not just to inflict pain or cause death, but to destroy honor and reputation, serving as both deterrent and public display of state power. These shaming rituals served multiple functions, simultaneously punishing the individual who violated social norms, reinforcing the hierarchies of Roman society by showcasing the fate of those who challenged the social order, providing entertainment for the masses who relished watching the mighty fall of criminals and slaves suffering, creating a shared public experience that bound Romans together through the collective witnessing of justice being done. Understanding these functions helps explain why Romans invested so much effort in elaborate public humiliation. Simple execution could achieve the goal of removing a criminal from society, but it couldn't provide the same powerful deterrent effect, the same intense reinforcement of hierarchy, the same level of public entertainment, or the same depth of community bonding. Romans weren't just punishing a criminal, they were performing social order, showcasing in a visual and memorable way how that order was maintained and what happened to those who violated it. Let me provide you with context for the punishments. I will describe by explaining one of Roman society's most important concepts. Virtus. This word is often translated as virtue or manlines, but its meaning is more specific and complex than either English word. Virtus was the quality that made a Roman man a man. It included courage in battle, the willingness to face danger without flinching, and included self-control, the ability to master one's emotions and desires rather than be ruled by them. It included the power to command others, to dominate and make people obey, and most crucially, it encompassed inviolably the quality of not being dominated or violated by others. A man with virtus could not be dominated. He was an actor, not a passive recipient. He gave orders, did not grovel to receive them. He imposed his will on others, did not have his will suppressed. His concept of virtus was tightly linked to Rome's social and military hierarchies. In battle, the virtuous Roman soldier fought bravely, dominating the enemy. In politics, the virtuous senator commanded respect and influenced decisions. In household management, the virtuous paterfamilias, head of household, controlled his family, slaves, and clients with firm authority. The concept of virtus was also tightly linked to Roman ideas about the body and physical violation. The body of an elite Roman male was considered inviolable in certain specific ways. His body was not to be penetrated, touched without permission, or subjected to treatment that implied subordination. This inviolability was expressed through various social customs. Elite Romans maintained physical distance from inferiors. They did not allow themselves to be jostled in crowds. They expected others to make way for them in the street. Uninvited physical contact from an inferior was considered presumptuous. Violating this bodily inviolability, whether through violence, forced intimacy, or other forms of physical degradation, was profoundly shameful and could destroy a man's virtus. This is why so many of the most devastating Roman humiliations involved forcing an elite man into a position of physical vulnerability or submission. Having one's body violated, treated like that of a slave or a woman, rather than a free elite male, meant losing virtus, ceasing to be a true Roman man, becoming something shameful and contemptible. Women had a different relationship with honor and faced different expectations. Elite Roman women were expected to embody TUDICDA, which included modesty, chastity, and proper female conduct. Woman's reputation depended on hers, actual morality remaining chaste before marriage and faithful within it. But PUDICDA also included proper conduct in public, avoiding behavior that drew undue attention, maintaining a dignity befitting her family's status, and acting in ways that brought credit to her husband and family. Within gender constraints, elite women also had avenues to honor and respect. They could be recognized as exemplary wives and mothers. They could earn respect for efficiently managing large households. They could gain admiration for religious piety and participation in female religious rites. Some elite women, particularly from very powerful families or those who controlled significant property as widows, could exert considerable indirect influence on politics and business through male relatives or connections. That a woman's honor was always more fragile than a man's. A false accusation of adultery could ruin a woman's reputation, even if unproven. Being seen alone, with a man not a relative, could raise questions about her virtue. Any hint of improper sexual conduct was socially devastating. This vulnerability meant that punishments for women often involved the destruction of their PUDICDA, whether through actual violation or through rituals that implied their impropriety. A woman whose PUDICDA was destroyed could not return to her former social position. She was utterly ruined, unable to marry respectably or maintain relationships with elite families. Lower status women, including slaves and freed women, were held to different standards. They were not expected to maintain the same level of PUDICDA as elite women. In fact, Romans assumed lower status women are likely to be promiscuous or engage in sexual commerce, but even these women had some notion of honor and shame. Being forced into situations that were degrading even by the standards of their own class, subjected to public ridicule or assault, treated as completely worthless, could be psychologically devastating even for women not expected to attain the same dignity as a matrone, respectable married woman. With this background on Roman honor culture, virtus, and PUDICDA, and the complex hierarchy of status and dignity established, we can now examine the specific methods of humiliation the Romans developed and deployed. I will describe 8 broad categories of shaming punishment, each designed to destroy a different facet of Roman identity and honor. I will use composite characters built from fragments in the historical record to show what these punishments meant on a human level. The first category of punishment we need to examine is the one documented as the tunica molesta combined with public confession and flogging. This was used primarily for elite men convicted of betraying public trust, especially senators and officials found guilty of corruption, embezzlement, or treason. The punishment was not execution, but the systematic, multi-stage destruction of honor, stripping away every marker of elite status and replacing them with marks of disgrace. Let me tell you the story of Senator Marcus Livius, whom I mentioned at the beginning. Marcus is a composite character based on accounts of several senators from the late Republic who endured similar humiliations. His specific story blends elements from multiple sources to illustrate how this punishment worked in practice. Intas had been a senator for 15 years, elected to offices through family connections, a military career on the Germanic frontier, and careful cultivation of political allies. He owned property in Roman Campania. He had a wife from a respectable family and 3 children. He wasn't exceptionally wealthy or powerful, but he was reliable, respected, someone the Senate could count on for sound judgment and a reliable vote. He attended Senate meetings regularly, sponsored modest games during his aedileship, properly maintained relationships with clients and patrons. By all visible measures, Marcus embodied the dignitas expected of a Roman senator. But Marcus made the mistakes that would ultimately destroy him. He accepted bribes from contractors seeking public works projects. The amounts weren't enormous, but significant enough to make a real difference to his finances. He used the money to pay off debts incurred from living slightly beyond his means, to buy better furnishings for his townhouse, to sponsor slightly more lavish games than he could otherwise afford. He told himself what he was doing wasn't really corruption. Everyone took such gifts. He was just being pragmatic about the realities of Roman politics. He also embezzled funds meant for the grand all to the poor. Again, the amounts per instance weren't huge, but over a few years it added up to a substantial sum. Marcus diverted the funds to various personal expenses, always planning to pay it back eventually, but never actually doing so. He told himself the grain distributions wouldn't really be affected. Shortfalls could be made up from other sources. The poor wouldn't really notice the difference. But Marcus's crimes were discovered. The prosecutor, eager to make a name for himself, began investigating anomalies in the grain distribution accounts. He traced the missing funds to Marcus and found evidence of the bribes. Marcus was brought before an ad hoc court established to investigate senatorial corruption. He tried to defend himself, arguing the charges were exaggerated, that he'd made bookkeeping errors rather than intentionally stolen, that the prosecutor was motivated by personal animosity rather than a concern for justice. The court was unconvinced. Multiple witnesses testified to paying the bribes. The accounting records clearly showed the embezzlement. Marcus's defense was weak. He was found guilty on all counts. The legal punishment was not death. It was a public humiliation designed to warn other senators who might be tempted by similar corruption. The punishment began with Marcus being summoned to the forum on market day, when it would be thronged with thousands of people. He was ordered to appear wearing his senatorial toga, the garment symbolizing his rank and status. The white woolen toga with its purple stripe was the most visible symbol of a senator's dignitas. Wearing it, Marcus could walk through Rome commanding the respect and deference his office demanded. But he wouldn't wear it for long. When Marcus arrived at the forum, he found a large crowd already assembled. Word had spread that a senator was to be publicly punished, and Romans loved such spectacles. They relished seeing the mighty fall, enjoyed the entertainment of public humiliation, and felt the collective sense of judgment these events created. Marcus made his way through the crowd to the designated area, aware of thousands of eyes upon him, aware that what was about to happen would be witnessed, remembered, and discussed by thousands. A herald stood on a raised platform. When Marcus reached the spot, the herald began to read the court's sentence in a loud, clear voice that carried across the forum. Marcus Livius, senator of Rome, having been convicted of crimes against the Roman people, namely accepting bribes and embezzling public funds designated for the grain all to the poor, is hereby stripped of his hair, dignitas, and subjected to public castigatio. The word used was castigatio, implying corrections, reform, not mere punishment, though everyone understood the real purpose was shaming and deterrence. The herald finished, and licetors approached Marcus. These were public slaves who carried out punishment. They were not gentle. One grabbed Marcus's toga and began pulling it off him. Marcus instinctively tried to resist, grabbing at the garment, but the licet, or roughly yanked it from his grasp. The toga, the garment symbolizing Marcus's citizenship and rank, was removed and cast aside. The crowd watched the stripping with interest. Some jeered, others watched silently, waiting to see what would happen next. Next, the licetors removed Marcus's senatorial shoes, the special reed leather, telkii, that marked him as a member of the Senate. These shoes were another visible status symbol. Only senators wore such shoes. Removing them reduced Marcus from senator to ordinary citizen, depriving him of the visual cues that commanded respect. Stripped of these visual symbols of commanded respect, Marcus stood wearing only his tunica interior, the basic under-minus tunic worn by all Romans regardless of status. But this wasn't enough. The licetors brought a special tunic documented as the tunica molesta, the troublesome tunic or tunic of molestation. This garment was designed specifically to humiliate. It was made of linen so thin it was nearly transparent, offering almost no coverage. When Marcus was forced to remove his regular under-minus tunic and put on this tunica molesta, his body was exposed to the view of everyone in the forum. Romans could see the outline of his body, details that should have been decently covered. For an elite Roman male, this exposure was profoundly shameful. Elite men were expected to be modest in public, to keep their bodies covered except in appropriate contexts, like the baths, where nudity was expected and normal. This involuntary exposure, especially before social inferiors, including women and slaves, was feminizing and degrading. Elite Roman men controlled who saw their bodies and in what context. To be deprived of that control, forced to display oneself before thousands, including those he would normally command and dominate, implied an inversion of the normal social order. Marcus stood there, knowing thousands of people, including women, slaves, and ordinary citizens, were looking at his near-naked body, judging it, mocking it, seeing him in a state of vulnerability that destroyed the gravitas he had cultivated for years. The physical vulnerability suggested a metaphorical vulnerability, the loss of male inviolability that Virtus demanded, but the humiliation was just beginning. Nael, Isidore handed Marcus a scroll and ordered him to read it aloud to the assembled crowd. Marcus took the scroll with trembling hands. Unrolling it, he saw it contained his own confession, written in clear language listing each crime he had committed, leaving no room for ambiguity or excuse. He had to describe his own corruption in his own voice before thousands of witnesses. This forced confession served multiple purposes. It affirmed the legitimacy of his conviction, making clear the punishment was deserved. Not arbitrary, it created a permanent record in the memory of thousands of witnesses, who would remember not just that Marcus was convicted, but that he himself admitted it. It deprived him of any possibility of later claiming innocence or arguing the verdict was unjust. Most importantly, it forced Marcus to participate in his own destruction, making him complicit in the ruin of his own honor. He wasn't just being punished, he was being forced to condemn himself. Marcus began to read in a voice hoarse with emotion. I, Marcus Livius, confess to the Roman people that I have betrayed the trust placed in me as a senator. I accepted bribes from contractors seeking public works projects, and embezzled funds designated for the grain dole to the poor. I used these stolen funds for personal gain, to maintain a lifestyle I did not deserve, to present a false appearance of wealth and success. I've betrayed my fellow senators, betrayed the Roman people, betrayed the honor of my family and ancestors. I deserve what is coming to me. Marcus had to pause several times during the reading to compose himself. His voice cracked. Tears streamed down his face. He had to stop to wipe his eyes before continuing. The crowd listened at first in silence, savoring every word of his confession. Then someone shouted an insult: thief, traitor, corrupt dog. Others joined in. By the time Marcus finished reading the scroll, the forum echoed with the sound of thousands of Romans jeering at the senator who had betrayed them. This collective mockery was itself a punishment, proof that Marcus had lost the respect of the people he had once served. Amid the jeers, Marcus was led to the whipping post erected in the center of the forum for public punishment. The post was wooden, thick and sturdy, set deep into the stone pavement. Near the top were iron rings. Marcus's still-minus trembling hands were eyed with rope. The rope threaded through the rings, pulling his arms over his head and forcing him to stand on his toes. The position was immediately uncomfortable and would become agonizing as the punishment continued. I seat or approached with a wooden gag, similar to the kind placed in a horse's mouth. This gag was forced between Marcus's teeth, the wood pressing painfully against his jaw, secured by a strap around the back of his head. This gag served two purposes. It prevented Marcus from biting his tongue during the flogging, which could cause him to bleed to death, interfering with the goal of keeping him alive to fully experience the humiliation. But more importantly, the gag prevented Marcus from speaking, from begging for mercy, cursing his tormentors, or saying anything that might allow him to retain a shred of dignity. He could only make animalistic sounds, grunts and moans, muffled by the gag, unable to form words. A man skilled with the flagrum, a many-minused bailed whip, positioned himself behind Marcus. Flagrum was a whip designed specifically for this type of punishment. It consisted of a handle attached to several, often 3 or 4 leather thongs about 2 feet long. Each thong ended in small pieces of metal, lead or bronze, shaped to tear flesh. Flagrum was not designed to kill, but to inflict maximum pain while keeping the victim alive. The multiple fangs distributed the impact over a wider area than a single lash, reducing the risk of fatal damage by making it less likely the same spot would be hit repeatedly. The metal tips would tear the skin, causing intense pain and bleeding, but usually not penetrating deeply enough to cause lethal injury. The herald announced Marcus would receive 30 lashes. This number was severe enough to be impressive and painful, but not so high as to risk killing the victim. The lashes were counted publicly. With each strike, the herald called out the number 1. The first lash landed on Marcus's shoulders. The thin tunica molesta offered no protection. The thongs and metal tips bit into his flesh, tearing both fabric and the skin beneath. Marcus's body jerked against the ropes. A scream, muffled by the gag in his mouth, emerged. 2. The second lash landed slightly lower on his upper back, where skin tore. Blood began to trickle down Marcus's back, soaking the transparent tunic, making it cling to him. 3, 4, 5. The flogging continued at a steady rhythm. The man wielding the flagrum was experienced, methodical. He knew how to pace the blows to maximize pain without causing unconsciousness or death. He varied the angle and placement of each stroke slightly, avoiding concentrating damage in one area. By the 10th lash, Marcus's back was torn in multiple places. The blood was now flowing down his back and legs, dripping onto the stone flags of the forum. He was screaming continuously now, a dull, throaty sound, a moan of pain he could neither control nor suppress. His body thrashed violently within the ropes binding him. He pulled uselessly at his restraints, instinctively trying to escape the inescapable pain. By the 20th lash, Marcus was visibly weakening. His legs could no longer properly support him. He hung from the ropes binding him to the post, his full weight on his bound wrists. The crowd continued to count along with the herald, their voices becoming a collective chant: 20-1, 20-2, 20-3. Some in the crowd seemed to be enjoying it, cheering with each stroke. Others watched with grim satisfaction, believing justice was being done. A few looked uncomfortable but did not leave or protest. By the 30th and final lash, Marcus was completely broken. Only the ropes held him upright. His back was a mess of torn flesh and blood. The transparent tunic was now completely soaked with blood, clinging to his body, making the wounds visible. His face was contorted with agony. Tears and mucus streamed down his face, mixing with saliva leaking from the edges of the gag. Then, as the herald announced the completion of the 30 lashes, Marcus lost control of his bladder. Urine streamed down his legs, mixing with the blood pooling on the stone flags. This loss of bodily control was deeply significant. Elite Romans were expected to remain composed even under extreme stress. Self-minus control was a fundamental aspect of virtus. A man was supposed to master his body, not be mastered by it. Crying in public was acceptable only in very specific contexts, like funerals where emotional display was expected and appropriate. But losing control of bodily functions, wetting oneself like a child or an animal, was profoundly shameful. It implied weakness, a lack of self-minus mastery, an inability to maintain the dignity expected of a Roman man. Marcus's public breakdown, his screams, his tears, his loss of bodily control confirmed what the punishment was meant to prove: he was not a man of virtus. He was weak, corrupt, unable to maintain the self-minus control and dignity expected of a senator. Everyone who witnessed his breakdown would remember it. Every time they saw him afterwards, if they ever saw him again, they would remember the senator who cried and lost control under the lash. That memory would be permanent, definitive. After the 30th lash, the LIC Torzent eyed Marcus from the post. He collapsed immediately to the ground, unable to stand. His legs wouldn't support him. His back was torn and bleeding. He lay on the stone flags of the forum, gasping for breath in an expanding pool of his own blood and urine, the gag still in his mouth. A LIC or removed the gag and tossed it aside. Another LIC or threw a bucket of water over Marcus, washing off some of the blood and urine, cleaning him up just enough that he wouldn't leave too much of a mess as he left the forum. Then came the final humiliation of the punishment ritual. Marcus was told to leave the forum, but he was not permitted to walk upright. He was forced to crawl on all fours like an animal, while the crowd watched and jeered. When he crawled too slowly, licors kicked him. As he passed, people spat on him. Some threw rotten food or filth. Children ran alongside him, shouting insults and mockery. Seneca crawled the entire length of the forum from the whipping post to the exit, while thousands of Romans witnessed his degradation. This crawling completed the destruction of his status. He exited the space of Roman public life, not as a senator walking tall with the gravitas his office demanded, but as something less than human, as an animal or a slave, broken, defeated, reduced to the most pitiable state. The image of Marcus, bloodied, broken, covered in his own filth, crawling across the forum, would become the enduring memory Romans associated with his name. Marcus survived the physical punishment. His wounds were severe but not life-threatening. Over the following weeks, his back began to heal. The torn flesh scarred over. The pain gradually subsided. But Marcus did not survive socially. The destruction of his stigmatas was total and irreversible. Other senators avoided him. They would not speak to him in public. When they passed him in the street, they would not acknowledge his greeting. His political allies abandoned him, not wanting to be associated with a man so publicly shamed. His wife's family pressured for a divorce to protect their own reputation from the stain of Marcus's disgrace. His children faced mockery at school from other elite children who had heard their parents talk about the senator who was flogged, who cried, who crawled across the forum. Marcus tried for a few days to continue his normal life. He went to the baths, to the forum, tried to maintain social connections. But everywhere he went, he felt the stares and heard the whispers. People pointed at him, made comments loud enough for him to hear. That's the senator who stole from the poor. That's the one who crawled like a dog across the forum. Marcus realized the life he knew was over. He could never recover his lost dignitas. The rest of his existence would be as an object of contempt and ridicule. 7 days after the flogging, Marcus slit his wrists in a bathish. He left no note, but everyone understood the reason such a life was not worth living for a shamed ex-senator. Death was preferable to permanent disgrace. His family buried him quietly with minimal ceremony. No eulogy was given. No one praised his achievements or mourned his passing. He died in dishonor, and the dishonor followed him even into death. His name became a cautionary tale other senators would invoke when discussing corruption. Don't end up like Marcus Livius, they would say. Don't betray your office and face the lash. If you're listening to this story and understand that Roman society was built on a system of honor and shame that could be weaponized to destroy a person without killing them, that psychological destruction was seen as a more thorough form of punishment than simple execution, then please share this video. Hit the like button to help others find this content. In the comments, tell me what you think about honor-based systems of justice. If they more brutal or more merciful than modern punishments focused on incarceration? Can psychological destruction as punishment ever be justified? Does your culture still have elements of honor and shame inherited from ancient traditions that function in similar ways? Let me know your thoughts. And now, let me tell you about an even more elaborate humiliation ritual, the preparations leading up to the execution known as the execution known, ponekale, the punishment of the sack. This is a punishment whose bizarre nature sounds like medieval legend, but which is explicitly documented in Roman legal sources. The ponekale was Rome's most infamous method for executing parricide deaths, those who killed a parent or close relative. The punishment involved sewing the condemned into a leather sack along with a dog, a rooster, a snake, and a monkey, and throwing the sack into a river to drown. The strange combination of animals was symbolic. Each represented qualities. The parricide had violated the dog for loyalty, betrayed his dog's worst symbols of loyalty to masters, the rooster for the dawn and new life cut short as the parricide shortened a life that should have continued, the snake for hidden evil, the secret venom that kills from within, the monkey for the mimic of humanity, a creature like a human but lacking human virtues. but less known is that the Pone Ecole execution was the endpoint of a multi-day systematic process of humiliation designed to break the condemned before death and provide a public spectacle that reinforced social norms about family loyalty. The days leading up to the execution were filled with rituals that stripped the condemned of their identity as Romans, transformed them into beast-like subhuman beings, and only then put them to death. Let me tell you the story of Gaius Publicius, a composite character built from several documented cases of parricide from the late Republic and early Empire. Gaius was 32 when he killed his father over an inheritance dispute. The murder wasn't premeditated, it happened during a heated argument that had been escalating for months, fueled by his father's refusal to give him access to family funds. The argument grew intense, both men shouting. Gaius's father said something particularly cutting about Gaius's failures as a son. In a rage, Gaius struck his father with a heavy bronze lapsmint. The blow was meant to hurt, to shut him up, not necessarily to kill. But Gaius's father fell badly, striking his head on the corner of a stone table. He was dead within minutes. But the result was the same as if Gaius had planned the murder meticulously. His father died by his hand. Under Roman law, this was parricide, the most abominable crime imaginable, because it violated the basic structure of Roman society. Soon, paterfamilias, the male head of the household, held absolute authority over his family. His word was law within the household. For a son to raise a hand against his father was to challenge the most fundamental principle of Roman social order. If a son could kill his father with impunity, if the authority of the Athea, paterfamilias, could be violated, then the entire structure of Roman society was threatened. Gaius was immediately arrested by neighbors who heard the argument and came to investigate. He was brought before an ad hoc court set up to handle parricide cases. These cases were treated with special seriousness because of what they represented. The trial was brief. Multiple witnesses had heard the argument. Several saw Gaius strike his father or arrived immediately afterwards to find Gaius standing over his father's body. Gaius's guilt was undeniable. He tried to argue it was an accident, that he hadn't meant to kill, that the punishment should reflect the lack of premeditation. The court was unsympathetic. Intent mattered less than outcome. The father dead by his son's hand was parricide, and parricide demanded the harshest punishment Rome could devise. The court sentenced Gaius to death by Pone Ecole, but the execution was scheduled for 3 days later. Those 3 days would be filled with rituals designed to strip Gaius of his identity as a Roman, transform him into a beast-like subhuman being, and only then kill him. The goal was not just to execute Gaius, but to make his execution a public spectacle to deter any others who might be tempted to violence against parents or the paterfamilias. On the first day after sentencing, lictors came to Gaius's cell in the public prison. He had spent the night in darkness, chained to a wall, contemplating his fate. The lictors brought items that marked the beginning of his transformation from Roman citizen to condemned beast. First, they stripped Gaius of his clothes, his tunic and sandals, any items marking any status. They gave him sculpt 1AE, to wear cheap shoes carved from a single block of wood, without leather or decoration. These wooden clogs were significant. Free Romans wore leather shoes or sandals. Slaves might wear wooden clogs if they wore shoes at all. The clogs marked Gaius as less than a citizen, less than a free man, reduced to the lowest status. The clogs were also deliberately ill-fitting and heavy, making walking difficult and clumsy. Gaius would suffer, not walk with the dignified gait expected of a Roman man. Next, the lictors brought the most visually striking element of the transformation, a dog-skin mask, made from the pelt of a dog, fur included, shaped to cover Gaius's face completely. The mask had eye holes, but small ones, limiting Gaius's vision. The mouth hole was smaller, restricting his breathing and making speech difficult. The mask smelled of the animal from which it was made, a constant reminder to Gaius of the transformation he was being forced to undergo. When the lictors pulled the mask over Gaius's head and secured it with leather thongs, his human face disappeared. He looked like some hybrid creature, half-man, half-beast, which was precisely the intended effect. The symbolism was clear. By killing his father, Gaius had forfeited his humanity. He had acted like an animal, violent and lacking the rational self-control that distinguished men from beasts. Now he would be treated as an animal, visibly marked as no longer Roman, no longer human, no longer worthy of basic human dignity. Wearing the dog-skin mask and wooden clogs, Gaius was led out of his cell and into the streets of Rome for the first public humiliation ritual. I, Harold, walked ahead of him, holding a sign and loudly proclaiming his crime for everyone nearby to hear. Gaius Publicius parricide, condemned to the pone gaule for killing his father. The herald repeated this proclamation as the procession moved through densely populated areas, ensuring as many Romans as possible saw the condemned man and understood what he had done. The parade route was carefully planned to maximize witnesses. It wound through the suburb, densely populated district of ordinary Romans living in multi-story apartment buildings. Thousands of people came to windows or into the streets to watch. They jeered, shouted abuse, spat at Gaius. They threw rotten food and filth, putrid vegetables, the contents of chamber pots, anything insulting they could find. Parents encouraged their children to taunt the parricide, to shout abuse, to throw small stones that wouldn't cause serious injury but added to the pain and further humiliation. The parade lasted for hours, winding through the suburb, then to the Forum, then through other major streets and neighborhoods. By the end, tens of thousands of Romans had witnessed Gaius paraded through the streets in a dog-skin mask and wooden clogs, covered in filth and surrounded by jeers. The mask prevented Gaius from defending himself, even from seeing clearly where he was going. He stumbled several times in the clogs. When he fell, guards kicked him, hauled him roughly to his feet, forced him to keep moving. He was not allowed to rest or to wipe away the filth covering him. He was a displayed object, not a person who might have needs or dignity. On the second day, Gaius was brought to the Forum for another public ritual. This time, he was forced to drag the actual leather sack that would be used for his execution across the Forum. The sack was brought from storage and placed in the Forum specifically for this purpose. It was made of thick, heavy leather stitched together, cylindrical, large enough to hold a man and the 4 animals that would accompany him. The sack weighed perhaps 30 or 40 pounds, heavy enough that dragging it across the stone pavement required considerable effort. Still wearing the dog-skin mask and clogs, Gaius was ordered to drag the sack from one end of the Forum to the other and back. He struggled with the heavy weight. The mask made it hard to breathe, and the physical exertion quickly exhausted him. The crowd watched and laughed. This preview of his manner of execution allowed Romans to contemplate what would happen to Gaius, to imagine him being stuffed into that sack with the animals, to picture him drowning in the Tiber. The physical struggle of dragging the sack reinforced the impression of Gaius's weakness, his inability even to perform this simple task with dignity, confirming he deserved the fate awaiting him. After dragging the sack across the Forum, Gaius was forced to undergo another ritual that completed his separation from Roman society. He was ordered to prostrate himself before a statue of his murdered father, brought temporarily from the family home and set up in the Forum. The statue was a small bronze bust, normally kept on the family altar where ancestors were venerated. Now it served as the focus for a ritual of disownment. Gaius had to lie face down in the dirt before the statue while priests performed a formal ceremony. These were priests specifically concerned with rituals related to family and ancestors, religious experts who understood the sacred nature of the paterfamilias. As authority, the lead priest recited the traditional words established for the specific purpose. This man is no longer a Roman. This man is no longer a son. This man has no family, no name, no place among the living. He is, as Azer, outside the bonds of human community. We cast him out from the fellowship of ancestors and descendants. We deny him memory and honor. We erase him from the family records as if he had never been born. This ritual disownment had profound significance in Roman religious and social thought. Romans believed that criminals who violated fundamental social norms needed to be formally expelled from society before execution. Merely killing them wasn't enough. They had to be declared non-human, stripped of identity and relationships, rendered nothing before being destroyed. It reflected the Roman concern with proper classification and social order. In Roman society, everything and everyone had their assigned place. This social structure depended on everyone knowing their place and fulfilling its duties. A parasite had so thoroughly violated their place that they had to be reclassified as non-human before the punishment could proceed. The ritual also had legal consequences. Once Gaius was formally declared to have no family, his property would not pass to any heirs but be confiscated by the state. His name could not be carried on by descendants. His memory could not be honored. He would be completely erased from family records, as if he had never existed. This total erasure was part of what made parasite punishments so severe. It wasn't just about the individual's death, but the utter obliteration of his entire existence, past, present, and future. On the third day, the execution itself arrived. Gaius was led from his cell one last time to the banks of the Tiber, where the thon école would be carried out. A large crowd had gathered. Executions were public entertainment in Rome, and the end of the thon école was especially notorious. People wanted to see this unusual punishment with their own eyes, to witness the fate of a parasite. The dog, rooster, snake, and monkey were brought to the execution site. Each animal had been captured or purchased specifically for this purpose. The dog was a large mongrel, likely a stray caught by animal catchers. The rooster was a common barnyard fowl, agitated from being caged. The snake was a venomous one, dangerous and unpredictable. The monkey was the most expensive element, likely imported from Africa or Asia, the high cost of this execution method reflecting the importance Romans placed on this particular form of punishment. Gaius watched as lictors placed each animal into the leather sack. The animals were confused and frightened, being placed into an enclosed space without understanding what was happening. The dog went in first, barking and snarling. The rooster was put in next, clucking and flapping its wings. The snake was dropped in quickly, the snake handler not wanting to risk a bite. The monkey went in last, shrieking and trying to climb out before the sack opening was tied. Then it was Gaius's turn. The dog-skin mask was pulled from his face. For the first time in 3 days, Gaius could see clearly. The crowd could finally see his face, see the fear as he realized what was about to happen. He was forced to strip completely naked, removing even basic undergarments. Lictors grabbed him, forced him into the sack with the animals. He tried to resist, struggling and pleading, but several strong men easily overpowered him. He was pushed into the sack, his body pressed against the terrified animals. The opening of the sack was sewn shut with thick leather cords. Skilled workers with heavy needles worked quickly, sealing the sack completely, ensuring Gaius could not escape. The process took only a few minutes. Then, the sealed sack containing Gaius and the 4 animals was lifted by several men and carried to a bridge. At a signal from the presiding magistrate, the men heaved the sack over the side of the bridge into the Tiber below. The sack hit the water with a teal ash. For a moment, it floated, buoyed by the air trapped inside. Witnesses standing on the bridge and along the banks reported hearing sounds from inside the sack, muffled screams and struggles as Gaius fought in the dark of the sealed sack with the animals. The dog, panicked by the water and confined space, likely attacked anything it could reach. The rooster would scratch and peck frantically. Snake would bite. The monkey would scratch and shriek. The 5 creatures in the sack fought for survival in a hopeless situation. The sounds continued for several minutes, a horrible muffled cacophony of pain and terror. Some in the crowd watched intently, others looked away, disturbed themselves by witnessing this slow death. Gradually, as water seeped in through the stitches and the struggle inside used up the available air, the sack began to sink. The sounds grew weaker, then stopped. The sack disappeared beneath the surface. Gaius Publicius was dead, drowned in the dark while being torn by panicked animals, the fate Roman law and tradition prescribed for a parasite. The execution was designed to be as psychologically cruel as it was physically. The condemned experienced total disorientation inside the sealed sack. Seeing nothing, unable to tell up from down, they felt pain from multiple sources, attacked by animals that were themselves terrified and fighting for survival. They experienced the gradual realization that death was inevitable but would come slowly, that they would suffer before drowning finally ended their agony. Importantly, there was no body afterwards to bury with dignity. The sack would not be retrieved. Gaius's remains would be washed downstream, consumed by river creatures, or simply rot in the water. He had no grave, no tombstone, no place for his family to remember him. He was obliterated in life, death, and memory. The pone ole, and its associated humiliation served as a powerful deterrent. The multi-day public spectacle ensured everyone in Rome witnessed the fate of a parasite. The bizarre and horrific nature of the execution made it memorable. People told stories of the pone ole for generations. Parents used it to frighten disobedient children, see what happens to a son who doesn't respect his father. This is the fate awaiting anyone who violates the most sacred duty of family loyalty. The punishment reinforced the sacredness of patria potestas, the absolute authority of the father over the family. Roman society was organized around families led by male authority figures. The father had the power of life and death over his children, controlled family property, arranged marriages, made all important decisions affecting the household. This patriarchal power wasn't just social custom. It was a fundamental organizing principle of Roman civilization. Soon, pone ole demonstrated that challenges to patriarchal authority would be met with the most extreme punishment Rome could devise. It also showed that some crimes were so heinous that regular execution wasn't enough. The criminal had to be dehumanized, expelled from society, and destroyed in a way that left no trace. Now, let me tell you about another category of humiliation that blended entertainment with punishment, creating some of the most disturbing spectacles in Roman history. These were the theatricalized executions and forced performances in the arena, what Romans called damnatio ad bestias, condemnation to the beasts. This category reveals how Romans turned death itself into entertainment, how they used myth and theater to add layers of mockery and degradation to execution. Most people know Romans executed criminals in the arena, feeding them to beasts or forcing them to fight as gladiators, but less known is that many arena executions included elaborate theatrical elements designed to humiliate the condemned before death. Criminals were forced to play roles in mythological Rome enactments, often humiliating or sexually violating roles, then executed as the climax of the performance. Let me tell you the story of Lucius Corvinus, a composite character built from accounts of theatricalized executions under emperors like Nero and Domitian. Lucius was a minor official's assistant responsible for tax collection, convicted of embezzlement. The sums involved were large. Lucius had been diverting tax revenues into his own accounts for years. When the theft was discovered and investigated, Lucius was sentenced not to simple execution, but to execution in the arena at the next public games. Lucius was told he would participate in a mythological performance, playing the role of Orpheus, the legendary musician who descended to the underworld to rescue his dead wife Eurydice. The story of Orpheus was familiar to educated Romans. His lyre playing was so beautiful it charmed beasts, trees, and stones. After his wife's death, Orpheus went down to the underworld and persuaded the gods of death to release her. But Orpheus violated the condition of her release, looking back at her before reaching the surface, and Eurydice was pulled back into death. That sounded almost dignified, playing a legendary hero and musician. Lucius was given a tunic to wear and a lyre, an instrument he had no idea how to play. He was led into the arena, where an elaborate set representing a forest had been constructed. Painted backdrops showed trees and rocks. Props created a mythic landscape. The audience watched from the stands, thousands of Romans enjoying the spectacle. Lucius was told to play the lyre and sing, as Orpheus did in the myth, to attract animals with the power of his music. He stood in the center of the arena, holding the lyre awkwardly, with no musical training or skill. He plucked the strings, producing discordant sounds. He tried to sing, but his voice, trembling with fear, came out as a weak, off-key whimper. The crowd laughed at his incompetent performance. This was part of the entertainment, watching a condemned criminal desperately try to play a role he was utterly unsuited for. But the animals released into the arena were not docile or trained. They were bears and lions, large predators that had been starved for days to make them aggressive and willing to attack humans. When the gates opened and the animals entered the arena, they were not calmed or charmed by Lucius's music. They saw him as prey. A bear lumbered towards him. Lions circled, as fixed on his movements. Lucius realized what was happening. He tried to run, drop the lyre, abandon the pretense of the performance, but there was nowhere to run. The arena was enclosed. Guards prevented escape through the gates. The animals were faster than he was. The crowd cheered as they watched the bears and lions close in on Lucius. They cheered louder when the first bear reached him, swiping him to the ground with a massive paw. They roared approval as lions joined the attack, tearing into Lucius while he screamed and tried futilely to defend himself. The performance ended with Lucius being killed and partially eaten by the animals, while the crowd watched and enjoyed the spectacle. His death was turned into entertainment. His final moments spent in a humiliating charade believing music might save him, that playing a role he couldn't possibly fulfill might somehow forestall a fate that was inevitable from the moment he entered the arena. Theatricalized executions were even more explicitly designed to humiliate and degrade. Criminals convicted of sexual or moral offenses were sometimes forced to enact myths involving degradation or violation. Historical sources mention performances where the condemned were placed in situations designed to mock and destroy any remaining dignity before being executed. One documented example involved a man forced to enact the myth of Pasiphae, the mythical queen who coupled with a bull. The condemned was placed in a wooden framework roughly shaped like a cow ball, designed to facilitate interaction with a real ball brought into the arena. The crowd watched this humiliating spectacle combining violation with public mockery. After this humiliation, beasts were released to kill the condemned. The execution was packaged as justice, appropriate punishment for someone who violated moral standards, but it was also entertainment the crowd clearly enjoyed. These theatricalized executions served multiple purposes beyond simply killing the criminal. They provided more elaborate, more memorable entertainment than straightforward execution. They allowed Romans to watch mythological stories played out with real consequences. Bringing ancient tales to life in a visceral way, they shamed the criminal in a manner matching their crimes. Sexual offenders experiencing sexual degradation before death, they reinforced the idea that criminals were less than human, suitable only for public amusement before being disposed of. Women condemned to the arena faced particularly gendered forms of humiliation. Sources mention women forced to fight as gladiators while stripped or nearly naked, their bodies displayed for the entertainment and judgment of thousands of spectators. Women convicted of adultery or who had worked in brothels were sometimes subjected to what sources euphemistically call expositio, exposure, being placed in situations where they faced violation by beasts or other condemned criminals before execution. These punishments targeted specifically female theodiacetia, the modesty and virtue that defined respectable womanhood in Roman society. Destroying a woman's sexual honor before killing her was seen as appropriate punishment for crimes involving moral or sexual transgression. The arena was also used to punish slaves who rebelled against their masters. After the suppression of Spartacus's slave rebellion in 71 BC, 6,000 captured slaves were crucified along the Appian Way from Rome to Capua. The crosses stretched for over 100 miles. A visible corpse every 100 feet or so. But before crucifixion, many of these slaves suffered theatricalized humiliation in arena performances. They were forced to fight each other to the death in mocking costumes that ridiculed the rebellion. They were forced to enact their rebellion as farce leaders dressed as mock kings with cheap crowns and wooden scepters, followers as mock soldiers with toy weapons. All of this provided entertainment for Romans before they were executed. These spectacles of humiliation and death were scheduled during major festivals and religious holidays. They were not hidden or private affairs. They were central features of Roman public life, drawing massive crowds that included children, women of all social classes, and elite families sitting in the best seats. The normalization of this brutal entertainment reveals something important about Roman values and psychology. Romans did not view criminals, slaves, or defeated enemies as deserving of the human dignity afforded to citizens. They saw them as resources to be exploited for the benefit and amusement of citizens. The suffering of the condemned was not regrettable or to be avoided. It was entertaining, satisfying to watch, an appropriate display of Roman power and justice. The more elaborate and memorable the suffering, the stronger the entertainment and deterrent effect. This ability to snack and socialize with friends while others suffered and died, to view horrific deaths as casual entertainment, is difficult for modern people to fully comprehend, but in Roman society it was completely normalized. Children were taken to games from a young age and learned to enjoy them. Elite women discussed arena performances as social events, commenting on which gladiators fought well, which executions were especially memorable. Emperors gained prestige by sponsoring lavish games with creative executions. The arena was woven into the fabric of Roman social life, making this cruelty seem normal, even necessary for maintaining social bonds and proper values. Now, let me talk about one of the most taboo, rarely discussed forms of Roman humiliation, what some sources hint at with the word devotee, and more broadly understood as ritualized physical violation as punishment. This is difficult to discuss because sources are often vague, using euphemisms or indirect language to describe practices even Romans themselves found difficult to discuss explicitly. But there is enough evidence to reconstruct that physical and sexual assault was sometimes used as punishment, particularly for men convicted of treason, cowardice in battle, or other crimes implying a failure of masculinity. As discussed earlier, Roman masculinity was built on the concept of physical inviolability. A true Roman man was never the passive recipient of another's actions in ways that implied domination or submission. He was always the actor, the imposer of will, not the one whose will was suppressed. This inviolability extended to his body. Elite Roman men expected their bodies to be physically inviolable, not to be touched without permission, not to be subjected to treatments implying subordination or penetration. This meant that threatening or actually subjecting a condemned man to physical violation, particularly sexual violation that feminized him or reduced him to the status of a slave or a woman, was understood as one of the most devastating forms of humiliation. It destroyed male honor more thoroughly than beating or even execution, because it attacked the very core of what made a man a true Roman. Let me tell you the story of Sextus Aurelius, a composite character built from fragmentary sources about punishments for military cowardice and certain treason offenses. Sextus was a centurion, a mid-level officer commanding about 80 men in a Roman legion. During a campaign on the Germanic frontier, Sextus's unit was ordered to hold a position against a much larger force of Germanic warriors. The position was strategically important. If it fell, the entire Roman line could collapse. But Sextus panicked. When the Germanic warriors charged when he saw the size of the force attacking his position, Sextus made the decision that would destroy him. He ordered his men to retreat. They abandoned the position, fled the battlefield, taking his unit with him. His cowardice had immediate consequences. The Germanic warriors broke through where Sextus should have held. The Roman units were outflanked, suffered heavy casualties. The battle was ultimately won by Roman reinforcements, but Sextus's cowardice cost Roman lives and nearly lost the entire engagement. Sextus was arrested by Roman military police and brought before a military tribunal. His own soldiers testified against him. Officers described the consequences of his cowardice. Sextus tried to defend himself, arguing he made a tactical decision, that the position was indefensible, that retreat saved his soldiers from pointless death. The tribunal was unconvinced. Sextus had not been ordered to retreat, nor had he attempted to send for permission to retreat. He had simply run from fear, abandoning his post. That was cowardice, the most serious crime a Roman soldier could commit. The Colosseum, Rome. The year is 73 AD. Midday, when the summer sun beats down on 50,000 spectators packed into stone seats that radiate heat like an oven. The roar of the crowd is deafening, a physical force that seems to shake the sand covering the arena floors. A woman stands alone in the center, chains hanging from hovering the arena floor, chains hanging from her wristband. A daughter of a Roman senator, who backed a Roman senator, who backed a wrong senator, who backed a wrong side in a recent political dispute. But 3 days ago, she lived in a villa with marble floors and slaves. 2 days ago, she lived in a villa with marble floors and slaves who attended her every aim to her, agreed to her every need. 2 days ago, soldiers came to her and who attended creation treason. For men enter the arena not gladiators, not soldiers, but actors from one of Rome's theatrical companies, hired for this performance. They carry props: a wooden throne, crude mockeries of imperial regalia, a whip designed not to kill but to mark. The crowd understands immediately what entertainment has been planned. Lucia does not yet know the details of the next 3 hours, but she understands the essential truth. She will be forced to perform her own degradation for the amusement of 50,000 witnesses. Everything that gave her identity, dignity, and sense of self will be systematically destroyed in the most public way possible, so thoroughly that even if she survives physically, the person who entered this survives physically. The lead actor approaches with the wooden throne. He speaks loudly enough for the nearest spectators to hear, his words spreading through the crowd in waves. The traitor's daughter thought herself a queen. Let us show Rome what happens to false queens. The crowd erupts in approval. This is not random violence or spontaneous cruelty, it is calculated, systematic, carefully choreographed public humiliation, refined by Rome over centuries into an art form. What happens to Lucia in the next 3 hours has been planned by officials, rehearsed by performers, and designed to send specific messages to specific audiences. The Roman system of public humiliation was as sophisticated as their engineering, as brutal as their engineering. Here is what they never taught you about ancient Roman history class. You know about gladiatorial games, chariot races, Breton circuses that kept the population entertained. You know about Roman military conquests, roads and aqueducts, law codes that influenced Western civilization. You have seen romanticized versions of Rome and movies and TV shows focusing on heroic figures and dramatic battles. But you have never learned about the systematic public humiliation rituals Rome used to maintain social control, the deliberate protocols designed to destroying human engineering projects, as if destroying human dignity were merely another technicals designed to destroy individuals so completely that their humiliation served as a warning to entire populations. Tonight, you will discover what Roman law prescribed for public humiliation and why these rituals were considered essential to maintaining order. You will learn how practices were estimated with specific protocols documented in legal texts and administrative records, what Roman historians, philosophers, and officials wrote about the purposes and methods of public degradation, why art of degradation, why archaeological evidence confirms that humiliation spectacles occurred daily across the empire on a massive scale, and how survivors had daily across the empire on a massive scale, and how survivors who recorded their experiences described psychological damage. Let us begin by dismantling the romantic narrative of Roman spectacles as mere entertainment. Legal texts, historical accounts, and administrative records reveal that entertainment was only one function of a comprehensive system designed to demonstrate power, enforce social hierarchy, and make resistance to Roman authority psychologically devastating. The scale of Roman public humiliation is difficult for modern people to comprehend. At its height, Rome ruled approximately 15 million people across an empire. It was central to Roman power. It was central to the Colosseum, completed in 80 AD, could hold 50,000 spectators, but it was only the largest of hundreds of amphitheaters built across the empire. Every major city had facilities for public spectacles. Smaller towns had theaters or open spaces for local humiliation rituals. This empire-wide infrastructure reveals the strategic importance of these practices to Roman governance. The theoretical framework was sophisticated and openly discussed by Roman writers. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, wrote extensively on how witnessing degradation reinforced proper behavior. Cicero discussed how public spectacles created emotional bonds between state and population through shared punishment. Roman legal theorists argued that punishment severity should be proportional not only to the crime but also to the criminal's social status, with humiliation serving those whose crimes were against social order. Romans deeply analyzed when they humiliated people publicly. They debated methods, wrote treatises on psychological effects, and treatises on psychological effects. The legal framework established specific humiliation categories for different crimes and social classes. distinguishing between citizens and non-minus citizens, freeborn and freed, upper and lower classes. A senator convicted of treason faced different humiliation than a freedman convicted of theft or a slave convicted of rebellion, a system precisely calibrated to enforce hierarchy. The economic framework made humiliation spectacles profitable. The state did not bear all costs. Wealthy individuals sponsored spectacles for political favor, entrepreneurs bid for contracts to supply performers and victims, and a sophisticated market existed for everything needed in elaborate rituals. This created economic incentives for the system to expand. Administrative infrastructure was extensive. Officials called editors organized spectacles with authority to requisition resources and condemned criminals. Records tracked criminal allocations to ensure efficient use of human resources. Professionals called Lani state reigned performers and managed logistics. The bureaucracy supporting public humiliation rivaled but supporting the military. Documentary evidence survived because Romans documented these practices proudly in chronicles, legal commentaries, philosophical essays, personal letters, graffiti, and administrative records. Tacitus described humiliation spectacles analytically. Pliny the Younger treated them as notable events. Legal texts use precise, clinical language. Modern historians recognize patterns indicating public humiliation was fundamental to Roman control, not incidental. Specific humiliation types followed recognizable patterns. Forced performances where victims acted out degrading scenarios, exposure through nudity or near-nudity, animal encounters designed to maximize terror, rather than quick death. Mux Aranine respected rituals, physical markings that permanently labeled individuals, and sexual violations to destroy family honor. Each served specific purposes, demonstrating state power, destroying dignity, engaging audiences emotionally, leveraging ritual contrasts, ensuring lasting humiliation, and attacking cultural values. Roman designers understood effective humiliation required careful calibration. Too much violence caused premature death. Too little left audiences unsatisfied. The optimal humiliation maximized psychological damage and audience engagement while keeping victims alive and conscious. They also knew effective humiliation required appropriate targeting. Humiliating a high-status individual who believed themselves protected demonstrated that no one was beyond the state's reach. Roman sources revealed archer truths. The empire refined these systems through centuries of experimentation, observing what maximized psychological impact, deterrent effect, and audience engagement. This was not primitive barbarism, but sophisticated application of psychological principles discovered through empirical observation, techniques modern research confirms as extraordinarily effective, pioneered 2,000 years before formal psychology studied such mechanisms. Understanding this context is essential before examining individual cases, as it reveals that specific victims suffered not from random cruelty, but from calculated implementation of systems designed at the highest levels of Roman government, discussed by leading intellectuals, and maintained through elaborate infrastructure across centuries. Now, let us examine these systems applied to individuals whose stories survive in historical sources. We return to Lucia in the Colosseum in 73 AD, aged 19, daughter of Senator Marcus Octavius, who supported a failed conspiracy against Emperor Vespasian. Her family was condemned not only for treason but for arrogance in challenging imperial authority. Lucia was selected specifically to teach the next generation absolute submission. Her ritual followed patterns documented in multiple Roman sources, a protocol refined over decades. Preparation began 3 days before the spectacle, designed to break her psychologically. Held in cells beneath the Colosseum, she endured constant psychological pressure, hearing crowd roars and prisoner screams, receiving detailed warnings to maximize anticipatory terror, disrupted sleep, minimal food. The goal was to ensure she entered the arena already shattered. On the spectacle morning, she was bathed and dressed in the soap technique, the deliberate transparency creating immediate humiliation. The heavy placard forced her head into a submissive posture. Led through tunnels past other prisoners, she served as a warning to them. The moment 50,000 spectators saw her transformation from private person to public spectacle was complete. Many knew her family, making the contrast between her former status and current state essential to the spectacle's effectiveness. The 4 actors were professionals specializing in such performances, working from a script and choreography for maximum audience engagement. The lead actor, Quinn, is recorded in other historical sources as a frequent performer in humiliation spectacles, skillfully read both victim and audience. Forcing Lucia onto the wooden throne, he proclaimed, "Behold, the daughter of traitors who thought herself worthy of commanding Romans." What followed was a 3- or performance Roman records describe as an elaborate demonstration of fallen pride. Actors forced Lucia into scenarios systematically destroying every element of her dignity and identity, a mock coronation with a wreath of garbage and excrement, receiving petitions where she recited scripted lines acknowledging her family's crimes and her own unworth, and in a banquet where she pretended to eat rotting food while praising its quality. Each scenario had specific psychological impacts, inverting authority symbols, making her complicit in her humiliation, degrading upper-class cultural markers. Between set pieces, actors subjected her to direct humiliation, stripping clothing piece by piece while delivering lines about revealing truth beneath false dignity, applying substances like ashes symbolizing destruction of her family's household gods to mark her skin, forcing her to kneeling prostrate repeatedly. The audience was not passive. They shouted suggestions through vegetables and stones, their participation crucial to the spectacle's effectiveness in enforcing social norms through community involvement. Romans Orsa's note: Lucia dissociated partway through, responding mechanically, a common reaction that reduced audience engagement. The solution was escalation. The final phase, euphemistically called full exposure to public judgment, involved complete nudity on a raised platform visible to all 50,000 spectators. She remained motionless for approximately 30 minutes while the lead actor delivered a speech on the consequences of betraying Rome. Modern psychologists recognize this combination of total physical exposure, absolute loss of control, and massive audience as among the most psychologically devastating trauma-inducing elements understood empirically by Roman designers. After 3 hours, Lucia was removed, not executed, but released to survive with the memory of 50,000 witnesses. This was deliberate. Living survivors served as ongoing warnings. Every encounter in Rome's streets would remind others of her humiliation, perpetuating the spectacle's psychological impact beyond its duration. Historical records indicate she lived another 11 years, never marrying, marking her as permanently damaged in Roman culture, economically dependent on resentful relatives, living in a single room in a poor district. She died at 30, likely from suicide, depression, or malnutrition related to severe psychological trauma. Her story was preserved not out of sympathy, but because the spectacle was considered noteworthy, cited by multiple sources as an example of Vespasian. Herodotus described it as demonstrating appropriate balance between severity and moderation, noting that executing the entire family would have seemed excessive, while public humiliation achieved deterrence without creating moderation, was sophisticating the entire family would have seemed excessive, a sophisticated state deterrence without creating martyrs. This reveals Roman thinking. Humiliation was sophisticated statecraft, destroying enemies, deterring rebels, entertaining masses, and avoiding political complications of execution. Lucia was one of thousands subjected to similar rituals under Vespasian alone. Across centuries, tens of thousands experienced forms of public degradation. Her case was not exceptional but standard operating procedure in a system treating human dignity as a political resource. To understand how Rome demonstrated victory over conquered territories, examine the triumph procession, among Rome's most elaborate humiliation spectacles. A triumph was a ceremonial procession granted by the Senate to victorious generals after major campaigns. The triumph of Titus following Jude's conquest in 70 AE provides detailed documentation. The procession began outside Rome's sacred boundary, proceeding 3 miles to the Tempitoline Hill, lined by hundreds of thousands of spectators. The procession included military units, captured booty on floats, representations of defeated cities and battles, animals from conquered territories, and most importantly, prisoners positioned to maximize humiliation. Placed after displays of captured wealth, they were visually equated with objects. They wore visible but walkable chains, dressed in native clothing. Romans found exotic and mock able. Positioning was carefully calibrated, highest-ranking captives including royal families near the end to build anticipation, lower-ranking prisoners earlier as prelude. This hierarchy demonstrated Roman understanding that effective degradation required targeting high-minus standing that effective degradation required. Josephus, a Jewish historian who witnessed Titus' triumph, details the fate of captured revolt leaders. Simon Bar-Ora, a rebel commander, marched with a rope around his neck symbolizing captured prey. At the forum, charges were read against him before the crowd. He was then led to the Amertine prison and strangled time so the general could announce the enemy's execution beneath spectators' feet, amplifying celebratory mood to integrated humiliation and death. Other high-minus status prisoners, like women from the Herodian royal family, were forced to march weeping. Their emotional breakdown serving Roman purposes by showing even the most protected could not maintain dignity under Roman power. The systematic nature is evident in procession order, timing, and visual presentation choreographed for maximum impact, communicating a narrative of total victory. We conquered, captured wealth, subjugated people, killed leaders, destroyed future. Roman sources describe defeated people's responses: dissociation, resistance dragged for entertainment, or suicide attempts considered cowardice. Humiliation did not end with the procession, and executed prisoners were retained for future spectacles or sold into slavery, their former high status making their degradation more satisfying to Roman owners, reinforcing victory symbolism. Hundreds of triumphs occurred from the 3rd century BC to the 3rd century AD, meaning tens of thousands of prisoners experienced systematic public humiliation, while millions of Roman spectators witnessed them not publicational cruelty, but regular policy considered essential to demonstrating conquest benefits. Sectamented peoples was documented, but regulate on conquered peoples was documented. Peoples was documented conquest of benefits. Confronted humiliation had lasting charming Rome situation tronic effects. Humiliation had lasting traumatic effects. Confirming Rome's systematic effects. Triumph processions also served economic effects. Triumph processions also systematic effects. Triumph processions also served economic processions also served economic preying captured wealth, political warfares. One of Rome's most infamous humiliation forms was damnatio at best, as condemnation to beasts, not simple execution by animals, but elaborate spectacle maximizing humiliation before death. Used for non-minus citizens, serious criminals, religious dissidents like Christians, deserters, and rebels, it treated victims as outside civilized society, emphasizing exclusion through degradation. Protocol variations included simultaneous release of condemned and animals considered too quick for sophisticated audiences, constraining victims to stakes for anticipatory terror, or forcing them to perform dressed as mythological figures or given useless props, adding humiliation beyond death threat. The case of Perpetuan Felicity, Christian martyrs executed in Carthage in 203 AD, provides rare victim perspective through Perpetua's prison account. Perpetua 22, nursing and Felicity pregnant slave were imprisoned for refusing sacrifices to Roman gods. Their refusal humiliated authorities by suggesting religious belief could trump Roman gods. Scheduled for imperial birthday. Aims deliberately integrating execution into celebration. They wore forced into pagan ritual costumes they rejected. Sent to face a wild cowage entered choice less dangerous than predators but still violent, communicating women merited less attention while providing spectacle. At stealing even Roman Merlin Ignatz exceeding even Roman norms to demonstrate consequences of rejecting authority. The cowgord Petuid guards in Avea to Ketua Hectina failed to kill quickly detecting authority. The cowgord Perpetua guards in Zeno failed to kill quickly pragmatic entertainment. Not manic entertainment manifested to tail quickly pragmatic entertainment, not mercy tainment anasectical practical prolonging and side area. The medio at best as systematic nature is documented in administrative records. Lonnie Stame maintained animal lists, tracked condemned criminals, coordinated scheduling, managed animal feeding to balance hunger and killing speed. Financial records show economic aspects. African lions, leopards cost more than local bears, bulls, with animal choice partly determined by criminal status, creating a humiliation hierarchy based on economic calculations. Execution frequency increased during religious persecutions, for example, under Aetius and Diocletian in 3rd, 4th centuries, requiring industrial-scale animal supply and spectacle coordination across cities. Archaeological evidence confirms systematic nature. Amphitheater excavations reveal holding areas separating animals and prisoners, mechanical lift strap doors for dramatic reveals, engineering sophistication showing importance placed on effective humiliation. Psychological impact extended beyond victims watching someone killed in humiliating circumstances terrorize populations considering resistance. Communicating Rome could reduce anyone to helpless prey, stripping dignity and considering resistance. Communicating Rome could reduce anyone to helpless prey, stripping dignity and civilization in final moments. A crucial message for provincial control. Constantine banned the practice in early 4th century, but inconsistent enforcement allowed contes in early 4th century. Not all Roman humiliation involved arena spectacles. The infamia system created legal, permanent degradation following individuals for life, destroying status through official mechanisms. Infamia was a legal designation stripping rights and privileges, marking individuals publicly as degraded. Roman law specified ways to incur infamy and conviction for certain crimes, dishonorable professions acting, prostitution, bankruptcy, or specific legal condemnations. Once designated consequences when consequences were permanent and codified: no voting office, no testimony in legal proceedings, no military service, no marriage to freeborn citizens. The case of Publius Rutilius Rufus 90 to BC illustrates the system. Prosecuted for corruption in Asia, modern Turkey, in a likely rigged trial, his conviction brought automatic infamy. Previously a respected senator with military command in historical works, his status collapsed, expelled from honors lists, testimony worthless, daughter's engagement cancelled, law prohibited unions with infamous persons. Every Roman institution enforced infamy. Social clubs expelled members as persons. Unequal trade terms, unequal pundits, unequal participation enforced infamy. Social clubs expelled members. Temples refused participation. Business partnerships dissolved, making escape impossible. Infamy affected women differently but no less devastatingly. Women could incur it through their own actions: prostitution, adultery, or association with infamous men. A case documented in legal text concerns a woman named Fausta whose husband's embezzlement conviction extended infamy to her. Despite her innocence, she lost legal protections, testimony value, and marriage prospects. Legal debates acknowledged unfairness but continued the practice, serving purposes beyond individual justice. Making fairness but continued the practice, serving purposes beyond individual justice. Making families refused marriage alliances, limited age deterrences, limited age alliances, reinforcing social pressure to avoid contact with infamous pressure to avoid enforcements. Permanent nature was crucial. Temporary punishment could be endured. Permanent degradation created ongoing deterrence affecting entire lives and descendants. Visibility was ensured through publicly posted court records, census markings, such as service order, census markings, and social like Seneca Discorder. Seneca attempted describing an infamous excess escroident but was documented by writers like Seneca documented Michael Dornant, illy catatonic and nearly catatonic and molten infamous person's desperation to suffering to honor. This person's desperation to restore honor. The system creation to restoring distinct create of differing desperation to restoring suffering distinct could be as differing suffering distinct to restore honor. Gladiatorial games, familiar as entertainment, functions systematically as humiliation. Forced gladiatorial performance was among Rome's most degrading fates, carefully designed to maximize humiliation while entertaining. Gladiators occupied a paradoxical position: celebrated yet despised, famous yet legally infamous, stripped of rights and considered morally contaminated. Deliberate paradox serving Roman purposes. The case of Verus and Priscius, gladiators in the Colosseum S80 opening games documented by Marshall, illustrates the system. Both were condemned criminals: murder, armed robbery sold to elude as gladiator school, instead of execution, delaying death for profitable entertainment, forcing violent skill development, and marking them as infamous, stripping remaining dignity. Ludus training systematically broke them psychologically while developing combat skills: cramped cells, constant shackles, minimal food, beatings for failures, the lawest 8 readings. The lawest 8 readed them as property valued only for entertainment. For public appearance, they underwent additional preparation: costumes identifying gladiator types, Verus as Sacut or with vision minus limiting helmet, Priscius as ready Arius with net trident but minimal armor, deliberate imbalances for dramatic contrast. and replacement of legal names with gladiator names, erasing legal identity to mark them as no longer fully human. Entering the Colosseum before 50,000 spectators created immediate humiliation, every person judging, evaluating, finding entertainment in their survival desperation. They understood failure meant death, success only continued existence in degraded state. Their fight lasted hours. Martial notes, both skilled and evenly matched, with extended combat increasing audience emotional investment. Eventually, both exhausted and wounded dropped weapons simultaneously, appealing to Emperor Titus for mercy, a humiliating public submission demonstrating survival depended on imperial whim. Titus granted mercy unusual, awarding symbolic wooden swords Rudy's theoretically swords, freeing them from further fights. Surviving lessons, this is happy mind ascending generosity, a surviving gladiators readily freeing them from further fights. But reality was complex. Rudy's did not remove infamy, they remained legally degraded, property of the honest, unless freed. Sources indicate no freedom. Gladiatorial combat frequency reveals systematic humiliation. Major cities hosted regular games. Rome had near-minus daily fights. During some periods, smaller towns held festival games. Over centuries, hundreds of thousands were forced into gladiation, an occasional spectacle but routine policy. Economic systems were calculated. Lonnie stay invested in training, work a 5 fights for profitability, shaping fight design some fatal, so preserve about 5 fights for profitability, shaping fight design some fatal, some preserving valuable performers. Social system showed broad complicity. Wealthy sponsors funded games for platform goods, funded games for political favor, frainers specialized funded games for politic service. Spectators. Legacy extended beyond Rome as empire expanded. Amphitheaters and gladiatorial games spread to provinces. Local elites adopted practices to demonstrate Roman identity, making systematic humiliation through forced combat a marker of Roman civilization, replicated to prove imperial cultural participation. Psychological sophistication showed in details. Romans understood forcing someone to kill before crowds created specific trauma requiring skilled performance, increased aggradation preserving some fighters, while killing others created desperate hope motivating better performances. Public combat amplified humiliation exponentially versus private violence. All insight if violence, all insights private violence. To understand Roman perspectives on humiliation culture, examine Juvenal late 1st early 2nd century AD satirist. His satires, while poetic social commentary, reveal attitudes official histories omit, written for educated Romans recognizing described situations, ensuring accuracy even when exaggerated for effect. Satire 6 describes elite women sexually fascinated by gladiators at games, presented as moral decay but revealing systematic gladiatorial culture aspects. Some elite women paid to sleep with gladiators, seeking encounters with men, both famous performers and infamous degraded criminals, the paradox attracting them. According to Juvenal, women degraded themselves through contact with infamous persons, yet degradation was the appeal. Gladiators participated as property unable to refuse. Juvenal condemns women but reveals broader truth. Systematic gladiator degradation created a category of persons available for exploitation precisely because their infamation. Satire 10 examines political downfall through Sionis, powerful prefect under Tiberius, executed 31 AD for conspiracy. Juvenal focuses not on execution, but on damnatio memoria, a condemnation of memory. Systematic destruction of disgraced prost Rome were pulled down by enthusiastic mobs. His name chiseled off inscriptions, portraits painted over, removed. Juvenal disgraced Gretchen's portraits granted over, removed. Juvenal describes spitting on bronze faces before spitting on bronze faces before spitting on fragments, urinating on fragments, competing to show condemnation in fragments, competing to show condemnation and because association with condemnedrous while visible opposition was protective. Satire 3 describes daily humiliations of clients dependent on wealthy patrons, morning attendances, waiting in crowds for acknowledgement, accepting small gifts with exaggerated gratitude, laughing at jokes, applauding speeches, agreeing with opinions, all while knowing patrons viewed clients as barely human. Juvenal presents this as personal humiliation, That systematic nature is clear. Patron-client system was fundamental to Roman social structure. Millions survived through dependence and daily degradation. The system required constant superiority demonstration, but patrons both understood degrading interaction. Juvenal's perspective is valuable because he condemns humiliation culture while participating in it. Attending games he criticizes, seeking patronage while mocking patron-client system, living in Rome while suggesting life there unbearable. His conflicted position reveals even educated Romans recognizing societies also examine able to extract themselves. His satires also examine actual behavior. Men publicly condemn hypocrisy around sexual behavior, mamming immorality while privately engaging in immorality, while privately engaging in condemning immorality, while privately engaging and condemning immorality, engaging in condemning immorality, while privately and pavers others were allowed as condemners were later discovered doing same things. Juvenal's overall perspective shows sophisticated understanding. Spectacles served political purposes, maintaining imperial power by demonstrating challenge contests, maintaining imperial power by demonstrating challenge consequences. Social purposes, reinforcing hierarchies through visible norm minus trans consequences, consequences. Arenescrete allowing as trans characters emotional set dispregenting Roche's revecting section as affectatum that humiliation cultures and posures corrupting as an unmentioned and suspecting affrontum affect expecting affecting co-ended role as obsected spected zempt accepted read as a patent cell as bected created speckingly as intelligibly at expected accepted zeptate as bectigly disbectin men milli as objecting led graded as obtated as suspected ghouls brick accepted graded dictators of dictate all septic radal of the spot olos that do bulls that these hained severed septated of static dictated. Preservation of Juvenal's satires indicates Romans found his observations entertaining even when critical, revealing critique of humiliation culture was abstractable. If abstract or instance minus tract or instance minus iron specific spectacle cruelty. Romans could acknowledge spectacle cruelty while maintaining Juvenal's ecology while maintaining cause of etology awareness of perceptible trauma psychomology humiliation aliation affectus descriptignises des assercantums amphinasanju victignaliation aliation is despectinize if conversion affecting others as dectignizes districtes des critignizen mit and detinsen sitten victims zelfs crittings and zelker and sitter generation ides on victims and alicton endes bet and defsanten victims and betas as des citizen dictan districtum sir in ischeracten estictazon victing dictum dictas as desultus is. Beyond textual sources, archaeological evidence provides physical confirmation of Roman public humiliation practices, revealing details written sources omit. Modern excavations using scientific techniques uncover material evidence transforming understanding of scale and systematic nature. Colosseum and other amphitheater excavations reveal sophisticated infrastructure specifically facilitating humiliation spectacles. Beneath arena floors, complex chamber, tunnel, and mechanical lift systems allow dramatic spectacle staging, not improvised structures but carefully engineered systems. Romans placed on effective captive public degradation presentation. Underground chambers held animals and human victims separately with stomachs separately with sturdy barriers preventing premature contact and separaries septically with sturdy barriers preventing premature by human animals and timonichine. Preventing systems cut paces marginal evidence systems of textual distemted extended holding periods existent with textual distant. Excavations also reveal medical facilities adjacent to amphitheaters, not primarily for treating gladiators post-fight, but analysis of medical waste and instruments suggests use for treating people injured during humiliation spectacles when goal was keeping victims alive for extended degradation rather than allowing quick death. Skeletal remains in mass graves near amphitheaters provide disturbing textual account confirmation. Amphitheation had to skeletons who account contextual account confirmation. Hundreds of skeletons confirm injuries upon account confirmation. Hundreds of skeletons show injury patterns consistent with animal attacks and testing consistent with animal attacks and execution methods distant with animal attacks. Recovering, then brought back undead suggesting systematic violence designed but pattern. Genetic skeletal analysis reveals people from across empire rented in Roman arenas. DNA markers indicate individuals from Britain, North Africa, Eastern Mediterranean, and Central Europe all died in Roman amphitheaters, confirming systematic triumph procession and arena spectacle nature drawing victims from conquered territories empire-wide. Execution cross and stake engineering and archaeological context reveals Roman sophistication designing equipment for public humiliation. The public humiliation not crude improvised structures but carefully designed devices supporting bodies at specific angles for maximum audience visibility, preventing collapse or per maximum audience visibility. Amphitheater wall graffiti provides unique audience perspective evidence spectators, scratched painted messages during spectacles, some celebrating specific gladiators or condemning specific victims, others describing witnessed events, others expressing entertainment quality opinions. Thousands of graffiti examples analyzed show patterns in audience engagement with humiliation spectacles, confirming spectators explicitly aware of and discussed humiliation aspects messages mocking named victims, celebrating famous persons degradation aspect messages mocking named victims, celebrating famous previously powerful falls evidence demonstrating humiliation. Amphitheater seating archaeological evidence reveals spectacle social stratification lower seats closest arena reserved for elite Romans middle sections for common citizens upper sections for non-citizens and slaves. Strict separation meant every spectacle view literally shaped by social position, those closest saw victim suffering details, those furthest saw only degradation broad outlines. This architectural hierarchy enforcement meant spectacles constantly degradation broad outlines. This architectural hierarchy enforcement meant attending spectacles constantly reinforced social structure elite Romans experienced middle position through adequate but not optimal views slaves experienced middle position through adequate but not optimal views. Empire-Y amphitheater construction scale itself is archaeological systematic policy evidence over 400 amphitheaters identified in former Roman territories, not all Colosseum-sized, but all specifically designed for public spectacles including humiliation rituals. Empire invested enormous resources building maintaining this infrastructure, which it would not have done if public humiliation were not considered essential governance. Archaea would not consider essential governance. Archaeological site economic evidence confirms profit mechanisms supporting humiliation culture venderating significant mechanisms supporting humiliation culture vendor areas around amphitheaters shows standardized latest laid wine, souvenirs to spectamize for selling food. Wealthy Roman home excavations reveal artwork depicting arena spectacles mosaics showing specific gladiators, paintings representing triumph processions, sculptures of defeated enemies in submission poses private elite home art demonstrating humiliation spectacles permeated Roman culture beyond immediate events, images serving ongoing reminders of Roman power and consequences, human remains preservation with specific injury patterns and contexts, adjusting respectful burial indicates some public humiliation victims later claimed by relatives for proper burial showing families, suggesting social stigma not always maintained condemned relative connections, despite public degradations. Execution device tool where pattern analysis reveals use frequency crosses. Stakes show were consistent with multiple weekly uses over extended periods. Physical evidence confirming textual accounts describing daily near-minus daily executions on humiliation spectacles in major cities during certain periods scale implied by physical where patterns staggering, confirming public humiliation was routine not occasional. Resistance material evidence also found holding cell graffiti beneath amphitheaters includes defiance messages, prayers to gods, innocent statements, capture curses messages preserved to 1,000 years providing direct victim testimony about psychological states before public humiliation, revealing terror, desperation, anger, occasional defiance, humanizing people Roman culture designed to dehumanize. Archaeological evidence transforms understanding by providing material confirmation independent of textual sources while text could theoretically be exaggerated biased. Physical remains do not lie skeletal injuries, architectural systems, widespread infrastructure, material culture all confirm Roman public humiliation occurred at massive scale with sophisticated organization, exactly as textual sources describe. Understanding individual cases reveals human cost. Understanding system infrastructure reveals how such practices became normal, accepted, and maintained across an empire for centuries. The Roman public humiliation system required multi-level infrastructure. Legal infrastructure included specific laws defining which crimes merited which public degradation forms, specifying trial sentencing procedures, establishing spectacle organization authority chains, and creating infamy a legal category making certain persons subject to permanent humiliation. This legal framework made systematic humiliation lawful procedure, not random violence. Administrative infrastructure managed logistics. Officials called editors had legal authority organizing spectacles, including power requisitioning condemned criminals from prisons and coordinating with animal equipment. Officials. Clerks maintained records, tracking criminal allocations to spectacles, ensuring efficient human resource use. Financial officers managed spectacle budgets, allocating construction, equipment maintenance, animal purchasing resources. Physical infrastructure included 400 amphitheaters specifically built for public spectacles. Engineering sophistication of these structures with underground chambers, mechanical systems, carefully planned sightlines demonstrates importance. Romans placed on effective public humiliation presentation. Cities also maintained prisons near amphitheaters where condemned awaited public degradation. Economic infrastructure created financial incentives supporting system. Wealthy sponsors funded spectacles for political advantage. Public recognition. Vendors profited selling goods to spectators. Lawney stay owning gladiator schools generated income. Training, renting fighters. Animal suppliers profited capturing, transporting beast. Construction contractors built, maintained amphitheater. An entire economic sector depended on continued public humiliation. Spectacle demand. Training infrastructure ensured consistency. Lawney State reigned not only gladiators but also personnel managing spectacles. Executioners developed specialized skills, prolonging suffering without causing immediate death. Actors learned performing in humiliation spectacles techniques. Standardization across empire reveals systematic training, not improvised local variations. Communication infrastructure enabled coordination. Roman road system and postal service allowed central authority orders reaching provinces efficiently. Provincial governor reports describe local spectacles to emperors, allowing central government monitoring humiliation policy implementation, ensuring practices remained consistent with imperial wishes rather than fragmenting into purely local customs. Religious infrastructure provided ideological justification. Priests interpreted spectacles as sacred god offerings. Philosophical schools developed arguments explaining why public humiliation served moral purposes. Educational systems taught children witnessing criminal degradation was appropriate and beneficial. This ideological superstructure made practices seem natural and necessary rather than constructed and optional. Integrating these various infrastructures created a self-reinforcing system where each element supported strengthened others. Legal authority provided legitimacy. Administration ensured efficiency. Physical structures enabled implementation. Economic incentives motivated participation. Coordinated action. Religion justified everything. Comprehensive nature made system resistant to reform because changing any sin to reform, because changing any single element insufficient to reform, because changing any single element insufficient to reform. System operated successfully over 600 years from early republic through late emperor. Longevity demonstrating it was not dependent on trading. It was not dependent. Roman public humiliation. Psychological sophistication reveals human nature. Understanding modern psychology only recently formalized. Multiple mechanisms combined, making these practices extraordinarily effective achieving Roman objectives. Public nature was foundational to psychological impact. Romans understood being degraded before massive audiences created qualitatively different trauma than private suffering. Thousands of witnesses transformed humiliation from personal experience into social fact, never erasable or deniable. Every witness became part of its permanent reality. Status destruction was carefully targeted. Romans recognized effective humiliation required victims whose fall from previous status was dramatic and visible. Degrading someone with no status accomplished little. Degrading senators, generals, wealthy merchants, or for unnobility demonstrated no one was beyond Roman power regardless of previous position. Forced participation made victims complicit and owned degradation when condemned persons required to perform in spectacles, speak scripted lines condemning themselves, actively participate in rituals destroying dignity. They became psychologically implicated in own humiliation, creating self-blame and internalized shame continuing long after immediate event. Unpredictability created learned helplessness. Victims in prison awaiting spectacles did not know when turn would come, or specific humiliation from uncertainty prevented psychological preparation and created constant anticipatory anxiety, often more devastating than actual event. Once in arena, victims could not predict next events, preventing any control sense. Duration was calibrated for maximum impact. Spectacles lasting hours rather than minutes allowed escalating humiliation, breaking victims down progressively. Each stage prepared victim for next. By eroding psychological defenses, incrementally extended duration also increased audience investment, as they became emotionally engaged with unfolding spectacle. Audience participation transformed spectators into active humiliation components. When crowds shouted insults, threw objects, or suggested additional degradations, they became perpetrators rather than observers. Participation bound spectators to system by making them complicit, also created peer pressure, where refusing to participate marked one as potentially disloyal. Cultural value violation maximized psychological damage. Romans designed humiliations targeting whatever victim's culture valued most. For peoples valuing warrior masculinity, humiliations emphasized weakness. Submission for cultures emphasizing female modesty, humiliations involved public exposure. Customization showed sophisticated understanding. Effective humiliation required exploiting specific cultural vulnerabilities. Permanent marking ensured lasting impact, whether through infamy, illegal consequences, physical scars, traumatic memories preventing normal functioning, or social stigma following survivors. Roman humiliation created effects persisting long after immediate events ended. Permanent damage served as ongoing warning to others considering resistance. Witness creations served strategic purposes beyond immediate entertainment. Everyone witnessing a humiliation spectacle became information carrier about what Rome did to authority challengers. Witnesses spread accounts to friends, family, multiplying deterrent effect far beyond amphitheater. Systematic nature prevented adaptation. If humiliation practices had been consistent, predictable, victims might have developed psychological defenses or coping strategies, but Romans varied specific forms while maintaining essential degradation, preventing anyone from knowing exactly what to expect. Variation made psychological preparation impossible. Modern trauma psychology confirms Roman practices incorporated precisely mechanisms research identifies as most psychologically devastating. Romans discovered through empirical observation what took modern science centuries understanding through controlled research. Immediate Roman public humiliation legacy spread throughout Mediterranean world and beyond, as Rome's cultural influence extended past military borders. Even societies successfully resisting Roman conquest often adopted Roman systematic public degradation practices, recognizing effectiveness for social control. Medieval Europe inherited Roman legal traditions including infamy system. Church law incorporated similar permanent legal degradation concepts for certain sinner categories. Secular law maintained public humiliation as standard punishment for various crimes. Continuity reveals Roman systematic degradation. Innovations became embedded in Western legal tradition. Spectacle culture continued. Modified medieval public executions shared many Roman arena spectacle characteristics: carefully staged performances, large audiences, extended duration, religious justification, execution minus humiliation combination. Methods changed but underlying logic remained Roman. Islamic civilizations conquering former Roman territories absorbed some practices. Islamic law prohibited some Roman style spectacles. Public humiliation remained accepted punishment for certain crimes. Influence was not completed option, but Roman technique adaptation to Islamic legal religious frameworks. Byzantine Empire Roman power direct Eastern continuation maintained many practices with Christian influence modifications. Public humiliation continued as standard punishment, though religious justification shifted from pagan to Christian terms. Amphitheater infrastructure gradually converted to other uses, but public degradation culture persisted through other venues. Long-term psychological impact on populations subjected to centuries of systematic public humiliation difficult to measure, but likely significant cultural attitudes toward authority. Public spectacle, acceptable criminal social deviant treatment may have been shaped by Roman public degradation effects potentially transmitted across generations through cultural learning even after specific practices ceased. Archaeological evidence provides material legacy traces. Roman amphitheaters scattered across former empire remained physical reminders of Rome's action, some repurposed, some ruined, but all monuments to systematic humiliation occurring within them architectural legacy kept memory alive even with cultural practice changes. Genetic evidence from skeletal remains shows demographic impacts, condemned persons' movement from conquered territories to Roman arenas for public humiliation, created genetic mixing patterns visible in modern populations. Biological legacy persists in descendants of people whose ancestors were subjected to or witnessed Roman public degradation. Artistic literary legacy ensured cultural memory. Roman humiliation spectacle descriptions influenced subsequent Western civilization art, literature, imagery of arena combat, triumph processions. Public degradation appeared repeatedly in art writing centuries after Rome fell. Cultural transmission kept Roman methods in collective memory. Systematic humiliation normalization as entertainment created precedent influencing subsequent societies. Punishment spectacle approaches idea that destroying human dignity could be appropriate entertainment, watching suffering acceptable recreation, degradation serving legitimate social purposes, all concepts embedded in Western thought partly through Roman example. Perhaps most disturbing legacy is philosophical ethical. Roman intellectuals developed sophisticated public humiliation justifications influencing subsequent moral philosophy arguments about punishment purposes, individual suffering minus social benefit relationships, public spectacle governance appropriate roles all drew on Roman precedents. Some continue influencing modern criminal justice and state power bounds debates. Understanding why much this history obscured reveals how societies cope with disturbing foundational civilization aspects. Romans themselves did not hide these practices during their time. They documented public humiliation proudly in legal texts, historical chronicles, poetry, philosophical treatises, private letters, monumental inscriptions. From Roman perspective, systematic public degradation demonstrated sophisticated civilization rather than barbarism. A sewer problem arose after Rome's fall. Christian writers preserving Roman texts faced uncomfortable tension. Christianity emerged partly reacting to Roman persecution, including Christians subjected to arena public humiliation. Yet Christianity also adopted Rome as foundational civilization after Constantine legalized religion. Church fathers needed maintaining Roman cultural heritage while condemning practices targeting Christians. Solution was selective preservation emphasis. Christian scholars preserved Roman legal texts, historical chronicles, but emphasized describing military victories. Legal innovations received more attention than military's legal innovations received more attention. Medieval scholars studying Roman civilization focused elements relevant to concerns law, governance, military strategy, architecture, rhetoric. Public humiliation spectacles seemed peripheral. Understanding Rome's achievements, not central scholarly discourse, creating pattern where systematic degradation texts survived, but not widely discussed. Renaissance humanist reviving classical civilization into romanticized Roman culture, downplaying disturbing elements. Classical learning revival emphasized Roman art, literature, philosophy, governance contributions. Systematic cruelty underlying Roman power acknowledged, but minimized as unfortunate excess rather than fundamental to Rome's operation. For Enlightenment philosophers using Rome as republican governance model needed distinguishing with simulating aspects from rejectable ones. They emphasized Roman law, civic virtue, military organization treated public humiliation as aberration or historical context products separable from valuable Roman innovations. Selective reading made venerating Rome while ignoring systematic practices. Modern sensibilities found repugnant possible. 19th-century imperialism created new selective interpretation. European powers building own empires looked to Rome as precedent justification. Emphasize Roman administrative efficiency, engineering, diverse people's governance ability. Less eager emphasizing Roman control maintenance methods through systematic public degradation, since those methods too closely resembled own empire's practices. 20th-century academic professionalization established appropriate historical topic norms. Detailed humiliation, degradation, examination fell outside norms. Historians studying Rome focused political, military, economic history, social structure, Roman public humiliation, psychological mechanisms, and imperial power maintenance role did not fit established scholarly categories, receiving less attention. Recent decades show increased willingness examining these aspects. Honestly, historians influenced by trauma studies, critical power approaches, interdisciplinary methods began analyzing Roman public humiliation as central rather than peripheral. Understanding Rome's functions orses always available. What changed was willingness, prioritizing disturbing elements rather than treating them uncomfortable. Side notes to more palatable achievements. Selective preservation emphasis pattern reveals how societies manage difficult legacies. Information never completely erased but de-emphasized, recontextualized, or simply not discussed in polite discourse, resulting popular Rome understanding sanitized or omitted systematic cruelty underlying Roman power. Returning to Colosseum where story began. Lucia and Arena. 3 hours passed since spectacle start. Sun moved across sky. Shadows lengthened. Lucia systematically destroyed. She barely stands. Physical exhaustion from 3 hours. First performance left her trembling, stripped of every dignity element. A zest entering. Body marks will fade, but psychological scarring permanent. Person who is Lucian no longer exists meaningfully. 50,000 spectators begin filing out, satisfied with witnessed entertainment, discussing spectacle, debating actor performance quality, whether Lucia's degradation sufficiently complete, whether spectacle matched previous events to them. Successful entertainment, undefective traitor family consequence demonstration. Lucia removed by guards, not executed, but released. Surviving memory of 50,000 Romans witnessing her experience, walks out into Rome's streets, every person encountering her rest of life, potentially recognizing traitor's daughter publicly humiliated. System worked exactly designed. Powerful family challenging imperial authority. Destroyed daughter might carrying family future broken completely, never recovering. Everyone witnessing spectacle or hearing witnesses now understands clear what Rome does to resistors. Population received entertainment, feels connected. Imperial power through shared witnessing. Justice. Lucius survives 11 years. Poverty, isolation, eyes 30 carrying grave memories, making existence unbearable. Roman public humiliation system claimed another victim, not through death, but destruction, everything making life worth living. But this history reveals beyond understanding ancient Rome. About power reveals empires maintain control, not just military force, but systematic psychological warfare. Against own populations, most effective dominance makes resistance unthinkable, demonstrating challenge authority consequences. Public humiliation achieves this more efficiently than execution because survivors serve ongoing warnings about systematic cruelty. About harm, nature reveals most devastating harm, oft uncarefully designed rather than spontaneous, implemented through sophisticated systems rather than individual sadism, justified through elaborate rationales rather than acknowledged simple cruelty. When societies create degradation infrastructure, train implementation professionals, write codifying laws, develop justifying philosophies, harm capacity becomes limitless. About entertainment, spectacle reveals humans can condition finding entertainment suffering. When cultural systems normalize such responses, Roman audiences, not inherently crueler than modern people products, culture systemated degradation presenting legitimate entertainment tease. This occurred suggests disturbing human psychology, social conditioning. Truth about legal systems reveals law can used creating permanent degraded person categories whose humiliation just permitted but mandated. Infamy a system showed legal mechanisms stripping dignity more comprehensively than physical punishment. Modern legal systems inherited Roman frameworks. Some modern legal degradation practices trace directly Roman precedents. About historical memory reveals societies selectively preserve, emphasize past facts, fitting comfortable narratives, while downplaying, ignoring disturbing elements. Rome's Western civilization legacy emphasizes law, governance, engineering, literature, systematic public humiliation. Equally central, Roman civilization receives far less attention because acknowledging complicates Rome as Western civilization foundation. Narrative about trauma reveals psychological damage, an devastating physical injury often more lasting. Many Roman public humiliation subjects survived physically but destroyed psychologically. Contemporary sources, modern analysis confirms systematic public degradation trauma, created lifetime disability survivors. Roman understanding destroying dignity could effective destroying body reveals psychological sophistication remaining disturbing. Why this matters today, underlying mechanisms not disappeared. Modern societies still use various public humiliation forms, social control specific methods evolved, but logic recognizable understanding Rome's systematic degradation helps recognizing similar patterns contemporary contexts. Legacy also persists cultural attitudes punishment, appropriate entertainment, legitimate state power uses many modern criminal justice, public shaming, acceptable spectacle debate Greco-Roman discussions 2,000 years ago influence, not always visible but runs deep. For all suffering systematic public humiliation under Roman power across 6 empire centuries. For Lucia, 19, trader's daughter, dying 30 carrying trauma making existence unbearable. Her thousands paraded Roman streets triumph processions, torn homelands displayed conquest before dispersed slavery death. For Perpetua felicity countless Christians condemned beasts, forced facing animals while crowds found entertainment terror suffering. For Verus Priscias hundreds thousands gladiators forced performing desperate combat crowds celebrating degradation. For unnamed infamous persons marked permanently legal designation stripping dignity rights remaining lives. For conquered peoples whose defeat transformed spectacle designed breaking spirits, destroying resistance imagination capacity. For families destroyed one member condemned, honor annihilated association systematic public humiliation. For survivors living years decades carrying degradation memories, unable escaping social stigma psychological trauma. For children subjected spectacles victims first witnesses. Development warped systematic exposure and normalized cruelty. For those names never recorded, suffering documented only archaeological evidence skeletal injuries mass graves they deserved better than Rome did them. Their humiliation not justice but power demonstrating reach degradation not entertainment, but cruelty systemated's normalized erasure popular memory deliberate because suffering reveals uncomfortable truth civilization Western culture claims foundational. Our remembering them matters because patterns persist recognizing Rome's actions helps identifying similar mechanisms appearing today. Their experiences reveal powered aggregation truths to remaining relevant understanding historical contemporary systematic humiliation forms. This history textbooks sanitize popular culture romanticize the systematic public humiliation, looked implemented imperial scale sophisticated infrastructure elaborate justification. This wine-eat examining ancient civilizations honestly rather selective emphasis achievements ignoring methods. Subscribe channel want more hidden histories revealed comment below telling which ancient Rome other civilization aspects want examined unflinching honesty where world listening from these stories matter because understanding empire's systematized cruelty helps recognizing similar patterns emerging these voices deserve heard because suffering reveals power truths remaining relevant today. The iron collar pressed against her throat, icy and piercing. Baroness was 29 years old. With every breath she took, she could feel the weight of the collar pressing down on her rakia. She could taste the rust and old bloodstains clinging to the metal ring this piece of metal had once encircled 100 necks, as she was the 101st. Just 17 days ago she had been Queen of Cappadocia, ruling a kingdom that had remained independent for 3 centuries, commanding an army that had resisted Rome for 7 years. She had once looked directly into the eyes of Emperor Tiberius's messenger and declared that Cappadocia would rather turn to ashes than submit. Now, she knelt on the stone floor of a Roman military camp, her wrists shackled behind her back, her hair shaved to a stubble because the long hair of a captured queen was considered a weapon, something she might use to hang herself before her public display in Rome. All around her came the sounds of the camp at dawn commands in Latin. Horses being led to water, the clatter of equipment being packed for the long westward march that would lead to Rome to the triumph. A cell smelled of urine, stale straw, and beneath it all, another scent, a sweet, cloying odor of decay. She had learned not to think about. The cell's previous occupant hadn't survived until the transfer. They dragged the body out 3 days ago, but the smell lingered, a reminder of what happened to captives who were no longer useful. Ekat stood watch outside the iron bars. His gaze swept over her body with an assessing quality she had come to know over the past 17 days. Was the calculation a Roman soldier performed when appraising a captured woman? Not exactly desire, but something colder an evaluation of function, a use of what she could serve for in the months before the triumph, and in what condition she needed to be when she finally walked in chains through the streets of Rome. He was beginning to understand that the triumph itself was not the punishment. The triumph was the finale. The real punishment came before the triumph during those months of captivity and preparation. During that long journey from the empire's edge to its heart, the triumph was a single day of public humiliation. What came before it was systematic destruction, lasting until Rome was satisfied. Aemon approached the cell. He was around 40-5, wearing the armor of a senior officer, his face bearing that particular, weary cruelty Baroness had learned to recognize on Roman career soldiers. He didn't introduce himself, and he didn't need to. The way the guard snapped to attention as he approached told her everything about his rank. "You are the Cappadocian," he said. It wasn't a question. "The one who killed the messenger's nephew at the Battle of Mazakai." "I gave the order," Baroness replied. Her voice was steadier than she expected. "My archers carried it out. He died bravely, if that matters to Rome." "It doesn't." The officer examined her through the bars, his gaze as assessing as the guard. "What matters to Rome is that in 8 months, you will parade in Germanicus's triumph. What matters to Rome is that you will be displayed as proof of Rome's victory. Proof that even a queen who defied the legions can be broken. What matters to Rome is what happens to you between now and then." 8 months. The word sank into Baroness's mind with a physical weight. 8 months of captivity before being paraded through Roman executions. Roll 8 months for Rome to decide what she should become. "What will happen to me between now and then?" she asked. The officer smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. "You will be prepared," he said. "Prepared for the triumph. Prepared to play your part properly. This preparation takes many forms. Some you will find educational. Some you will find less educational." He gestured to the guard, who unlocked the cell and stepped inside. The guard grabbed Baroness's arm and hauled her to her feet, his grip tight enough to bruise. "The general wishes to see you," the officer said. "He has a special plan for the Queen of Cappadocia. You should feel honored. Most captives are handled by standard procedure. You have attracted personal attention." Personal attention. The words carried a weight Baroness did not yet fully understand. A weight that made the guard's grip on her arm seem almost gentle in comparison. He was led out of the cell and into the morning light, painfully bright after days of darkness. Through the ordered chaos of the Roman camp preparing for the march, past soldiers who stopped their work to stare, past other captives lined up for transport, past wagons loaded with the wealth of her conquered kingdom. She saw her crown on one of those wagons, the one she had worn while addressing her people, leading her armies when she believed courage and determination could hold back the most powerful military force the world had ever known. It was piled with other treasures, gold and silver from her palace, her temples, stripped from the bodies of nobles who had died defending their homes. She did not cry. She had already learned that tears were useless, only revealing weaknesses the Romans would exploit. But she memorized the wagon's position. She memorized the faces of the graying soldiers. She memorized everything, because information was the only weapon she had left, and she intended to use it. What you are about to learn has been systematically erased from the historical records that glorify the Roman triumph as a magnificent spectacle. The poets who described golden chariots and cheering crowds chose not to examine the camps, prisons, and ships where captured royalty spent the months before their public display. The historians who praised Roman military achievement preferred not to record the specific methods used to turn proud monarchs into broken captives suitable for parading. Tonight, you will learn what the triumph truly required. Not the single day of public celebration described in textbooks, but the months of preparation that came before. You will learn what Roman soldiers did to captured queens, kings, and princes during the long period between their capture and their display. You will learn why some captured royalty arrived in Rome already destroyed, while others were maintained in a state that preserved their appearance while shattering everything inside. You will learn about the officials in charge of royal prisoners, the specialists Rome called preparers who knew precisely how to break a monarch's while without destroying their body. You will learn the hierarchy of captives where some were destined for execution after the triumph and others were allowed to live, and what determined a prisoner's fate. You will learn the specific practices that historical sources describe only in euphemisms, The hospitality officers provided for their most important captives. The entertainment captured royalty was required to provide on the journey to Rome. You will learn what happened to the women and children of conquered royal families. White otters were sometimes more valuable than sons, and what uses Rome found for royal offspring too young to pose a political threat. You will learn why Cleopatra chose suicide rather than allow herself to be taken to Rome. Why she understood that death was preferable to what awaited her in Octavian's triumph. You will learn the fate of the captured royalty who did not have Cleopatra's means of escape, who were forced to endure what she avoided through acid venom. If you want to understand the darkness behind Rome's most famous ritual, subscribe. Comment below where you're watching from, because Berenice is being led to the camp right now, toward a general who has a special plan for her, toward 8 months of preparation that will test everything she is. And I will tell you exactly what those plans were. But before revealing what the Romans did to Berenice and the other captured queens who walked in triumphs, I need to take you back. I need to show you how the triumph worked, why it required what it did, and why capturing royalty was valuable to Roman generals seeking glory. Because you cannot understand what happened to Berenice unless you understand the system that handled her. The Roman triumph was not just a parade. It was a religious ritual, a political statement, and a psychological weapon, all rolled into one overwhelming spectacle. A general celebrating the triumph was, for that day, almost a god, his face painted red like the statue of Jupiter, his person considered sacred, his achievements proclaimed to the entire Roman world. But triumphs were not easily granted. They required specific qualifications, enforced with increasing strictness by the Senate as Rome's power grew. The generals seeking a triumph had to hold the appropriate command, had to have killed at least 5,000 enemies in a single campaign, had to have expanded Roman territory or achieved a major strategic victory. And he needed captives, not just any captives. Ordinary prisoners of war could be sold as slaves, distributed as rewards to soldiers, disposed of in whatever way was convenient. That the triumph required special captives, visible proof of Rome's dominion over peoples who dared resist. The higher the captive status, the greater the glory reflected on the general who captured them. Capturing a general was valuable. Capturing a king was more valuable. To the captured queen walking in chains through Rome, her royal dignity reduced to a public spectacle, her body displayed as proof that Roman power respected no range and acknowledged no limits, that was the ultimate prize. This created specific incentives regarding the treatment of captured royalty. They needed to survive until the triumph. They needed to be recognizable as royalty, their status visible to the crowds judging the general's achievements. They needed to be broken enough to walk in chains without resisting, without attempting escape or suicide, without doing anything that might disrupt the carefully choreographed display. But they also needed to be available to those who had captured them. The Roman officers who had risked their lives conquering distant kingdoms believed they were entitled to certain rewards. The general who would celebrate the triumph believed he had the right to experience his prizes before the public display. The soldiers who had fought and bled for Rome believed they deserved compensation for their sacrifice. These beliefs shaped everything that happened to royal captives between capture and triumph. The system for handling them was not arbitrary cruelty. It was organized, methodical, refined over generations of Roman conquest. Specific officials were responsible for different aspects of prisoner management. Specific protocols determined who had access to which captives, when, and for what purpose. Specific hierarchies decided which captives were reserved for the general's personal use and which could be distributed to officers who had earned the privilege. The most valuable captives, the kings and queens who would be the centerpiece of the triumph, received special treatment. They were kept separate from ordinary prisoners. They were given sufficient food and kept in conditions that prevented disease and disfigurement. Their bodies were maintained in a state suitable for public display. Their minds were considered legitimate targets for whatever attention their captors wished to inflict. A queen who arrived in Rome too broken to walk was useless. A queen who arrived still defiant, still proud, still bearing the royal dignity of her reign, failed to prove Rome's dominion. The ideal captive was visibly royal in appearance, but visibly broken. His bearing showed she had been a monarch, but whose eyes showed she understood she was now property. Taving that balance required expertise, required time, required the 8 months between capture and triumph that Baroness was about to experience, and required people who knew how to break royalty without breaking their bodies. The general's tent was larger than the house Baroness had grown up in before becoming queen. Silk drapes covered the canvas walls, Persian carpets lay on the ground. Furniture that would not have been out of place in a Roman senator's villa surrounded a central space where incense would burn in a brazier despite the warm morning. Germanicus Julius Caesar sat behind a table covered in maps and dispatches, the morning light from the open tent flap illuminating a face Baroness had seen on coins and statues throughout the eastern Mediterranean. He was younger than she expected, perhaps 30-5. But the physique of an athlete honed by a lifetime of military service. His expression was intelligent, calculating, and utterly without mercy. "Queen of Cappadocia," he said. His voice was pleasant, cultured, the voice of a man raised in Rome's highest circles. "I have been looking forward to meeting you. Your resistance cost me 2 years and 11,000 soldiers. That is not something I forget." "I was defending my kingdom," Baroness replied. "You were invading it." "We both simply did what our positions required of us. Your kingdom no longer exists. Cappadocia is now a Roman province. The nobles are dead or enslaved. Your army is destroyed. Your treasury is packed into wagons bound for Rome. Everything you were, everything you represented, has been erased through the world." He paused, letting the words sink in. "Except for you. You kept me alive for the triumph. I kept you alive because you are the most valuable thing I captured in 7 years of warfare." A queen who resisted Rome for nearly a decade, killed a messenger's nephew, gave speeches comparing herself to Boudicca, and promised to drive the legions into the sea. When you walk in chains broken in my triumph, every person in Rome will understand what I have achieved. And after the triumph, Germanicus smiled. It was the smile of an man discussing an interesting problem, not a life. "That depends on many factors. Your behavior over the next months, your value as a political symbol, your usefulness for other purposes." He gestured, and a servant appeared with wine. The general drank, offering none to Baroness. "You should understand certain things about your situation. You are no longer a queen. In Roman legal terms, you are not even a person. You are property of the Roman state, held in my custody until the triumph is completed." "I understand." "I don't think you do." "Not yet." Germanicus set down his cup and examined her with an attention that made her skin prickle. "A journey to Rome will take approximately 6 months. During that time, you will travel with my staff. You will be kept in conditions appropriate to your status as a valuable captive. You will be given adequate food, suitable clothing, maintained in a state fit for display." "That sounds reasonable, hasn't it? But I haven't mentioned the other aspects of your captivity. At the role you will play during those 6 months beyond existing as cargo." He stood from behind the table and approached her. The guard who had been holding her arm stepped back, leaving her standing alone before the most powerful man in the Eastern Roman Empire. "You cost me 2 years, Germanicus said. "You cost me 11,000 soldiers. You cost the life of a man from a family with influence in the Senate. These are debts, and I believe in repaying debts. And now what do you want from me?" "I want you to understand that your situation is entirely within my control. The survival until the triumph is not guaranteed, merely possible. Should you prove cooperative, there are ways this captivity could proceed, some more painful than others, and you will determine which path we take by your behavior." He was close now, close enough she could smell the wine on his breath and beneath it. Cinnamon, something Romans used to freshen their mouths. His hand came up to touch her face, a gentle gesture that carried absolute threat. "Tonight you will dine with my officers," he said. "You will dress appropriately, present yourself appropriately, and behave appropriately. This dinner will be your opportunity to demonstrate your understanding of your new status. Do you understand?" Baroness understood. She understood perfectly what dinner with Roman officers meant for a captured queen with no protection and no recourse. I understand, she said. Good. Germanica stepped back. The moment of intimacy was over. You will have a handler, a centurion named Marcus Cornelius. He will be responsible for your care and preparation. He will explain the details of what is expected of you. Obey him as you would obey me. A guard lead her from the tent. Behind her, she heard Germanicus already dictating letters, her presence forgotten as he turned to other business. He was property, a trophy, a prop for another man's glory. Then tonight, she would learn what that meant in practice. Centurion Marcus Cornelius was not what Baroness expected. He was about 40, with the weathered face and scarred hands of a career soldier. But there was something in his eyes the other Romans she had encountered lacked. Not exactly kindness, but something more complicated. Perhaps recognition that the prisoner before him was a person, not just a category. He met her in a small tent designated as her quarters, containing a cot, a basin of water, and a chest of clothes she was not yet ready to examine. You are Baroness of Cappadocia, he said. I am Marcus Cornelius. I have been assigned to oversee your preparation. Preparation for what? Marcus looked at her for a long moment before answering. The official answer is preparation for the triumph. Ensuring you remain healthy, presentable, capable of walking the required distance through Rome. The unofficial answer is more complicated. Tell me the complicated one. The general and his officers believe they are entitled to access to you. They believe conquering your kingdom entitles them to your person as much as it does your treasury. During the journey to Rome, you will be expected to provide hospitality and various official functions. He said the word hospitality with precision, making it clear he was using a euphemism whose real meaning was understood by both parties. And if I refuse? There is a man named Gaius Varro. He is a tribune specializing in the management of important captives. His methods are effective at producing compliance. They are also destructive, sometimes permanently so. The general prefers to preserve your value for the triumph. That, if you prove uncooperative, Varro will be authorized to take over your preparation. What are his methods? Marcus was silent for a moment, and he spoke. His voice was careful, devoid of emotion. Varro believes royal captives need to be taught their new status through direct experience. He uses techniques designed to break resistance quickly. The captives he has prepared rarely survive long after the triumph. Those who do are never the same afterward. And you? Baroness asked. What are your methods? I prefer captives who survive. I prefer cooperation achieved through understanding, not destruction. Explain the situation honestly. Outline the available options. Let the captive make an informed choice. He looked directly into her eyes. You have no good choices. Everything for you is terrible. But some options are slightly less terrible than others. Choose wisely, and you may retain something of yourself through what is coming. This was an honesty from a Roman she hadn't expected. In a way, it was more dangerous. The captor who saw her as a person was someone she could potentially influence. The captor who acknowledged complexity was someone she could potentially manipulate. She filed this information away. Another small weapon in the arsenal she was building. What do you advise me to do? She asked. Cooperate at the dinner. Endure what the officers require. Do not resist in ways that trigger Varro's intervention. Maintain your health, your sanity, and your will to survive until after the triumph. Afterward, other possibilities may exist. What possibilities? Some captured royalty have survived their triumphs. Some have been allowed to live in comfortable exile. Some have even been restored as client rulers, puppets ruling their former territories for Rome. These outcomes are rare, but they exist. If you can make yourself valuable to Rome in some way beyond the triumph, you may have a future. The word seemed almost absurd in her current situation, but Marcus said it as if it were real, as if planning for a future beyond captivity was not mere delusion. Why are you telling me this? Baroness asked. Why explain options to a prisoner you're supposed to be preparing for humiliation? Marcus didn't answer immediately. When he did, his voice held something she hadn't heard before. I have done this work for 15 years. I have prepared 17 royal captives for triumphs. 11 of them were dead within a year of walking through Rome, for killed themselves before the triumph happened, to survive to live something resembling a life. Which do you want to be? I want you to be the third one who survives. Not because I particularly like you, but because I am tired of watching people destroy themselves or be destroyed when other outcomes were possible. He turned toward the tent flap, then paused. The dinner tonight will be difficult. What comes after will be worse. But if you can endure it, if you can find a way for the next 8 months without completely breaking, you might walk away alive. That's them kind. To achieve that, it's worth enduring considerable horror. He left her alone with the clothes and the chest and the understanding of what the night would bring. Now I need to tell you something about the Roman triumph that standard history omits. The captives who walked in triumphs were not simply collected and transported. They were processed through a system designed to produce specific outcomes. This system had evolved over centuries of Roman territorial conquest, from Britain to Parthia, having millions of captives and refining its methods with each new conquest. The process had 3 main phases. Phase 1: capture and initial assessment. During this time, captives were sorted by value. Ordinary soldiers became slaves. Officers might be executed, ransomed, or held for the triumph, depending on their status. Royalty was always held their value was too great to waste on immediate disposal. Phase 2: preparation. This lasted from capture until arrival in Rome, typically 3 to 12 months depending on travel distance. During preparation, royal captives were physically maintained while being psychologically broken down systematically. The goal was to produce prisoners who could walk, stand, respond appropriately to commands, while having lost all capacity for resistance or hope. Phase 3: display and disposition. The triumph itself lasted only a day, but its logistics required weeks of preparation in Rome. Captives were held in ancient dungeons beneath the Roman Forum, the Tully, and numerous temporary facilities built for the purpose. After the triumph, their fate was decided by political calculation: execution for those who remained threats, exile for those who might have uses, sometimes release into Roman society for those who had cooperated thoroughly enough. The preparation phase was where the real breaking happened. The Roman officers who had conquered territory believed they were entitled to rewards. The general received the triumph itself, the glory and political advancement it would bring. The legions received bonuses from captured treasuries. The officers, particularly the senior ones who had made strategic decisions, received something else. They received access. The euphemism used in Roman sources is hospitality, hospitium, the same word Marcus used explaining Berenice's situation, that appears in military records as a category of expense, costs associated with providing appropriate hospitality to important captives during their preparation. Modern scholars often interpret this as referring to food and lodging, the practical necessities of maintaining a prisoner on a long journey, but other, less cited sources make clear what hospitality actually meant. Captured royalty, particularly captured queens and princesses, were expected to provide personal services to the officers who had conquered them. These services began with attendance at dinners, progressed through what sources call entertainment, and culminated in private audiences the records do not directly describe, but whose clear traces remain in pregnancy records and disease reports surviving in military archives. These services were not optional. Refusal triggered escalation to specialists, like the Gaius Varro Marcus described. These men used methods that produced compliance at the cost of the captive's long-term survival. Most captured royalty quickly learned that cooperation, however humiliating, was preferable to the alternative. But some resisted, and what happened to those who resisted reveals the true nature of Roman captivity management. In 146 BC, a Carthaginian princess who refused service was given to the common soldiers of the Third Legion. In 167 BC, a Macedonian queen who attempted escape was subjected to 3 days of public punishment. No media and prince who resisted during a service was castrated, then kept alive for the triumph as a monster displayed alongside his defeat. These examples were not secret. They were deliberately publicized as warnings to other captives about non-cooperation. They were part of the system, the stick alongside the carrot of survival. This is what Baroness faced as she dressed in the clothes the Romans had chosen to display her as a trophy for the dinner. As she prepared to provide hospitality to the officers who had destroyed her kingdom, she now understood what Marcus meant about options. She understood that every choice available to her was terrible. She understood that survival meant choosing the least terrible option and finding a way to endure the cost it demanded. The dinner was held in Germanicus's command tent, the same space where she had been informed of her status that morning, but the tent had been transformed. Mats and dispatches were gone, replaced by dining couches arranged around a central space where servants moved with skilled efficiency. Torches lit the interior with golden lights, softening faces, obscuring expressions. 12 officers reclined on the couches. Germanicus occupied the place of honor, his senior commanders arranged by rank. They wore civilian clothing rather than armor, a pretense that this was a civilized gathering rather than a military function. Thurinus wore a gown that left little to the imagination, a translucent Greek mina-style garment the Romans associated with conquered Eastern peoples. Over her short hair was a wig in an elaborate style Roman women wore. The artificial of it was somehow more humiliating than simple baldness. Hall chains circled her wrists and ankles, decorative rather than functional, symbols of status rather than actual restraint. She was served up like a course, another dish of the evening's entertainment. The Queen of Cappadocia, Germanicus announced as she was brought into the space. A gift to you, in gratitude for your service in the Eastern campaigns. Gift. The word made the expectations clear. She was being given to these men, distributed among them like the other spoils of conquest. The officers examined her with the assessing gaze she had learned to recognize. Some looked with appreciation, some with cruelty. Plain. A thin man with calculating eyes, she would later learn was Gaius Varro, watched her with an intensity that made her skin crawl. She is well, mine is preserved, an officer commented. The campaign was hard on the other royal captives. She is valuable, Germanicus replied. The triumph requires her to be in acceptable condition. But acceptable condition leaves considerable room for use. Laughter rippled through the gathering. Baroness stood motionless, her face carefully neutral, her mind racing through possibilities and finding no way out. Let her serve the wine, Varro suggested. Gay Queen serving Roman officers, properly demonstrating her new status. Germanicus nodded. A servant thrust a wine jug into Baroness's hands and gestured toward the captive. She served. She moved among the officers, refiling cups, enduring the hands that found reasons to touch her as she leaned to pour. She kept her expression blank, her movements precise. Her consciousness was entirely focused on gathering information. Who held power? Who sought power? Who might be useful? Who was dangerous? Varro was dangerous. His eyes tracked her constantly, and when she came to refill his cup, his hand closed around her wrist with a pressure that promised pain. You are resisting, he said softly. For her ears alone. I can see it in your posture. You have not yet accepted your situation. You still believe you might escape, might somehow retain your dignity. I am cooperating, Baroness replied. I am serving as instructed. Your body is cooperating. Your mind is elsewhere. That is a problem I know how to solve. The general wishes you intact for the triumph. The general wishes you broken for the triumph. The question is merely one of method. I prefer my methods, but I am patient. Eventually, you will give me the opportunity I'm waiting for. He released her wrist. The imprint of his fingers would remain visible for days. The dinner continued. As the wine flowed, the officers' voices grew louder, and the entertainment changed. Then, as the night reached its inevitable conclusion, the officers began to make requests. The first officer who took Baroness to a private partition of the tent was not cruel, merely efficient. You finish quickly, returning her to the central space without comment. The second was slower, more interested in her reactions than her body, asking questions about her kingdom as he used her. The third left bruises that wouldn't show beneath her clothes. I the night sent. For officers had claimed their portion of victory. Theranos had experienced precisely what Marcus warned her about, and she had survived. He was returned to her tent, to the basin in the narrow cot, to the privacy where she could finally allow herself to feel the emotions she had suppressed for hours. She did not cry. She had promised herself she would not cry until she was free, until tears could be an expression of relief rather than defeat. She allowed herself to pray, and the next morning, Marcus arrived with breakfast and a physician. The physician examined her professionally, checking for injuries, applying salves to bruises, asking questions about pain and bleeding that Baroness answered with the same clinical detachment. She is intact, the physician reported to Marcus. Minor damage will not affect her display. Should be fit for service again in 2 days. Service. Another euphemism. Baroness was learning the vocabulary of her captivity, the civilized language Romans used to describe savage things. After the physician left, Marcus sat on the chest containing her clothes and examined her with an expression she couldn't read. You survived, he said. Was there doubt? There is always doubt. Some women break at the first dinner. They resist, they fight. They trigger responses that leave them damaged beyond repair. It did not. They have no interest in being damaged beyond repair. I have an interest in survival. Cut. Survival requires strategy. Do you have a strategy? Baroness considered the question. Since the moment of her capture, she had been forming a strategy, but she hadn't voiced it. Voicing it would make it real, or commit her to a course of action that might be impossible. But Marcus had been honest with her, and he had explained her situation without deception. Perhaps honesty deserved honesty in return. Germanicus wants me broken for the triumph, she said, but he also wants me recognizable as a queen. To broken. And I'm useless. Not broken enough. And I failed to prove his victory accurate. My strategies appear broken on the surface, while remaining whole inside. Give him what the triumph requires, while retaining enough of myself to have a future after. Paris nodded slowly. A difficult balance. Many have attempted it. Most have failed. Why did those who fail? They couldn't maintain the deception. The horror accumulated faster than they could process it. They either broke genuinely or exposed their resistance and triggered escalation. Why did those who succeed? They found something to hold on to. Some reason for survival beyond mere survival. The purpose that sustained them through experiences that should have destroyed them. What kind of purpose? It varies. Some focused on revenge, though revenge from captivity is rarely possible. Some focused on children, though the children of captured queens often fare poorly. Some focused on preserving something knowledge, traditions, stories that would otherwise be lost. Baroness thought of her kingdom, now a Roman province, her nobles dead or enslaved, her treasury packed away. Her culture was already being erased by the Roman administrators who would rename her cities and replace her temples. My kingdom is gone, she said. My children are dead. My son died in the siege. My daughter was taken. I don't know where she is. I have no one to avenge, nothing but myself. Then you must find something else. Marcus stood from the chest. You have time. The journey to Rome takes 6 months. During that time, you will endure dinners like last night, perhaps once a week. Between dinners, you will travel. You will observe. You will think. Use that time to find your purpose. And if I don't find it, then you will break eventually. Not today, not tomorrow, but in some future month. The weight becomes too heavy when there's nothing to carry it. He left that warning with the remains of her breakfast. He ate mechanically, turning his question over in her mind. He needed a purpose, She needed something worth surviving for. He didn't have one yet. She had 6 months to find one. The westward journey began 3 days after the dinner. The army marched in disciplined columns, thousands of soldiers, hundreds of wagons, and a line of captives stretching nearly a mile. Baroness traveled in a covered wagon, which shielded her from sun and rain, while constantly reminding her she was cargo. The wagon was comfortable by military standards, cushioned seating, canvas walls providing privacy, supplies of water and food, but it was still a wheeled cruiser, rolling inexorably toward Rome. The wagon was not hers alone. 3 other captives shared the space, 2 women from Cappadocian noble families, and a girl of about 12 who had been a princess before the conquest. They had all survived their first dinners. They had all learned the survival vocabulary of captivity. The older women were already broken in important ways. They obeyed without resistance, served without complaint, spoke of the future as if it were a foreign country they would never visit. They had accepted their status, internalized it, become what Rome wanted them to be. The girl, named Ariadne, was different. She watched everything with eyes that missed nothing, remembered everything, constantly calculating. She reminded Baroness of herself at that age before she became queen, before she learned to hide intelligence behind proper feminine deference. "You are planning something," Ariadne said one afternoon when the older women were sleeping and the wagon's rhythm was steady. "Why do you think that? The way you look at everything, like you're memorizing it, the guards' schedules, the wagons, positions, which officers have jurisdiction over which prisoners. You're collecting information." Baroness considered denying it, but the girl was perceptive, and deception would only teach her not to trust, which could hurt her chances of survival. "I am collecting information," Baroness admitted. "I don't yet know what I'll do with it, but information is my only resource, so I collect it. Can I help?" "What would you do?" "I know how to listen. The soldiers talk around me like I'm furniture. They say things they wouldn't if they remembered I understand Latin." "What kind of things?" "A centurion is stealing from the baggage train. Another is having an affair with the general secretary. A third has gambling debts he can't pay." Ariadne recited the information with precision. "I don't know if any of it is useful, but I've been collecting it like you have." Baroness felt an unexpected warmth in her chest. This girl was smart, observant, potentially valuable. She was also young, vulnerable, likely to be broken by what awaited her in Rome. Perhaps this was the purpose Marcus had told her to find. Not survival for its own sake, but survival for the sake of others. Protecting this girl who reminded her of herself, who had the same intelligence and determination, who might have a future if someone helped her through the horrors to come. "Keep collecting," Baroness said. "Tell me what you learn. Perhaps together we can use it." Ariadne nodded, her expression serious beyond her years. "What are we trying to achieve?" "I don't know yet, but I am beginning to believe we might achieve something." It wasn't much of a purpose. It was barely the beginning of a plan. But it was something to hold on to, something worth surviving for. For the first time since her capture, Baroness felt something that might be hope. The journey continued. The dinners continued. The systematic exploitation of captured royalty continued. Each event was another horror to endure, another night to survive, another step toward a future that might or might not exist. Baroness memorized the officers' names, their preferences, their weaknesses. She learned who had ambition, who was content, who resented Germanicus, who worshipped and who might be useful, who was simply dangerous. Gaius Varro remained the greatest danger. He watched her constantly, waiting for any sign of resistance that would justify transferring her custody to him. She gave him no excuse, performing required services without complaint, maintaining a facade of compliance that left him no opening. But she was not compliant. He was observing, planning, mapping the social terrain she would need to navigate. Marcus continued in his role as her handler. As the journey progressed, the conversations grew longer. He told her about his family in Italy, a wife and 2 sons he hadn't seen in 3 years. He told her about his career, 20 years of military service that had taught him everything about the Roman system and left him deeply conflicted about his participation in it. "Why do you do this work?" Baroness asked one night 3 months into the journey. If you have reservations, why continue? Because the work gets ended. If not by me, then by someone like Varro, who would do it with enthusiasm rather than conflict. At least with me, some captives survive. At least with me, someone looks at them as people. That's not much comfort. It's not meant for comfort. It's meant for honesty. I can't change the system. I can only operate within it, reducing harm at the edges. Have you ever helped a captive escape? The question hung between them. Marcus was silent for a long time before answering. No escape from a triumph procession is virtually impossible. The captives are watched closely. The journey is too long, the destination too heavily guarded. Those who have tried work often subjected to punishments that made their previous treatment seem gentle. If it were possible, he said with an expression she couldn't read, I would have to weigh my loyalty to Rome against my humanity. I don't know which would win. Uranus filed that information away. Marcus was not an ally, not yet, but he was a potential ally. A man who might choose humanity over loyalty if the circumstances were right. Creating such circumstances became part of her plan. 5 months into the journey, they reached the Italian peninsula. The army paused at a major port city to resupply and reorganize for the final march to Rome. During this pause, Baroness received a visitor she had not expected. The woman came to her wagon, escorted by guards but with an air of authority that mocked her as no prisoner. She was about 50, bearing the bearing of a Roman aristocrat and the sharp eyes of someone who had survived decades of political maneuvering. I am Antonia Minor, the woman said, Germanicus's mother. I wished to see the Queen of Cappadocia before the triumph. Baroness had heard of Antonia, daughter of Mark Antony, niece of the divine Augustus, one of Rome's most powerful women despite holding no official position. Her visit was unexpected, potentially significant. Your visit honors me, Baroness said, using the formal courtesy royalty extended to equals. Treating Antonia as an equal was a gamble, but also a statement about how Baroness saw herself. Antonia smiled slightly, acknowledging the gamble. You speak with propriety, for someone in your situation. My son's reports suggested a barbarian queen. What I see is a woman who understands politics, who is educated. Cappadocia is not barbarian. We have libraries, theaters, temples. We are heirs to Greek and Persian civilization. Rome destroyed us not because we were inferior, but because we were in your way. A fair assessment. Antonia sat on the wagon's bench, ignoring the impropriety of a Roman noblewoman sitting with a captive. I wonder one thing. My son writes that you have been cooperative in your captivity, but his officers report you have not broken as expected. You comply, but you have not surrendered. That interests me. Am I supposed to surrender? Most do. The methods are effective. At this stage of the duel, most captured royalty are hollow shells, going through motions with no internal resistance. You are different. Why? Baroness considered the question. Antonia was either an opportunity or a danger, perhaps both, but she sensed honesty might serve better than deception. I am surviving for someone else, she said. There's a girl among the captives, 12 years old, intelligent, with a possible future if someone helps her. I am trying to be that someone. Antonia's expression changed, subtly. You have found a purpose. I was told I needed one. The one who told you was wise. Antonia stood from the bench. I will remember what you have said. After the triumph, there may be opportunities for captives who demonstrate value beyond their symbolic function. A woman who can educate and guide a child may have use as a broken slave does not. She left without further explanation, leaving Baroness to ponder what had just happened and what it might mean for her future. The final month of the journey was the hardest. As the procession neared Rome, the tension grew. The triumph was close, the culmination of years of planning and conquest, and every participant felt the pressure. Germanicus demanded more, his officers were more aggressive, the dinners more frequent and more humiliating. Baroness endured. She had endured worse in the first months, when she didn't know what to expect. Psychological strategies that allowed her to separate her consciousness from her body. to experience what was happening to her from a distance. She had Ariadne, who continued to gather information and share it during their whispered conversations. The girl had become like a daughter, a responsibility that gave Baroness's survival meaning beyond mere continuation. She had Marcus, whose conversations had become the closest thing to human connection she experienced. He had not become an ally in the active sense, offering to help her escape or resist, but he had become the person who saw her as human, who talked with her about things beyond captivity, who treated her as if she might have a future worth discussing. A week before the triumph, he told her something that changed everything. Germanicus has received instructions from Tiberius, Marcus said. The emperor has decided you will not be executed after the triumph. Not executed? Tiberius sees value in keeping you alive. Cappadocia has been restless under Roman rule. A former queen seen accepting Roman authority, living comfortably in Rome, serving as evidence that compliance is rewarded, might be useful for quelling continued resistance. I will be a symbol, a demonstration that cooperation is better than resistance. Yes, you will live in a comfortable residence, likely with a senatorial family supportive of the emperor. You will be expected to write to your former subjects, encouraging them to accept Roman rule. Essentially, you will be a propaganda tool. Baroness digested this information. Survival was possible. More than possible, it was planned. But the cost was becoming a too love Roman imperialism, helping to destroy what remained of her kingdom's resistance. And if I refuse, then you have no value alive. The execution after the triumph becomes the default. Ariadne, the other captives, the girl might be sold as slaves or sent to a household as servants. The other women likely faced the same fate. Their fates are not worth the empire's attention. Berenice understood the choice before her: cooperate and live, refuse and die, save herself by abandoning those she cared about. What if I can offer something more valuable than propaganda, she asked. Marcus looked at her sharply. What do you mean? I know things about Cappadocia the Roman administrators don't. Locations of hidden treasures not discovered during the conquest. Names of underground resistance leaders. The internal politics of families pretending compliance while planning rebellion. I could provide intelligence that would make the province easier to govern. That would make you a traitor to your own people. I'm already a traitor. I survived by providing services to the officers who conquered me. The question is not whether I betray my people, but what I get in return for that betrayal. What do you want? I want Ariadne. I want the right to keep her with me, to educate her, to prepare her for a future not involving slavery. I want the other women from my wagon sent to household where they will be treated appropriately, not sold to the highest bidder. I want a small measure of autonomy over my own existence. Marcus was silent for a long time. I cannot promise any of that. I can only bring your offer to those who have the power. Then bring it. Tell them the Queen of Cappadocia is willing to become an asset to Rome. But she has conditions. See what they say. He left to inquire. Berenice sat alone in the wagon, wondering if she had just guaranteed her survival or signed her death warrant. The triumph began at dawn on the 3rd of September. Berenice was prepared by experts who knew how to properly display a captured queen. Aha, grown back several inches during the journey, was styled in the elaborate fashion of her Olwa kingdom, specifically preserved from the lint for this purpose. War clothes were the royal regalia of Cappadocia. Old chains hung from her neck and wrists, heavier than the decorative restraints she had worn on the journey, symbols of captivity meant to be seen by the crowds. She marched between wagons of spoils and blocks of soldiers, a living trophy among inanimate ones. All around her, Rome's streets were lined with citizens come to celebrate Germanicus's victory, cheering the soldiers, jeering the captives, participating in the spectacle that made Roman imperialism visible and tangible. The procession route was long. It wound from the Campus Martius through the city to the Temple of Jupiter on the Capitoline Hill, hours of walking at the procession's formal pace. Berenice's feet ached, her body protested, but she kept walking. She held her head high. It wasn't exactly defiance. She had been instructed to walk with dignity, to be recognizable as a queen so her defeat would have meaning. In fact, She chose to interpret the instruction broadly, projecting royal bearing rather than the broken state the Romans expected. The crowd noticed. She heard comments as she passed, surprised that the Queen of Cappadocia looked like a monarch rather than a victim. Some jeered louder, trying to provoke a reaction. Others fell silent, recognizing in her being something that didn't fit their expected narrative. Near the forum, she saw Antonia, a miner, watching from a balcony. Their eyes met briefly. Antonia gave a slight nod, a tiny gesture of acknowledgement no one else would notice. Before the temple of Jupiter, the procession halted. This was where captives' fates were decided, where tradition dictated kings and queens were executed as sacrifices to the god who had given Rome victory. Uranus waited. Germanicus ascended the temple steps, his face painted red, like Jupiter's statue, his toga purple and gold, like an emperor's. He made sacrifices, accepted the crowd's cheers. Give us each about Roman glory and the defeat of Rome's enemies. Then he turned to the captives. The Queen of Cappadocia has demonstrated her acceptance of Roman authority, he announced. He has offered to serve Roman interests in her former territories. The emperor, in his wisdom and mercy, has ordered that she shall live. The crowd murmured, surprised at mercy where execution usually concluded the ritual. She will be housed in the residence of my mother, Antonia Minor, where she will serve as proof that Rome rewards compliance as surely as it punishes resistance. Her cooperation in the administration of Cappadocia will be an example to all who consider defying Roman power. And that was it. She would live. Soldiers lead her away from the temple, away from the crowds, away from the spectacle. Behind her, other captives were less fortunate. The tears she heard indicated executions were proceeding as planned for those who hadn't found ways to make themselves valuable. But she lived, and somewhere in the crowd, Ariadne was watching, waiting to learn if Berenice's promise could be kept. Antonia Minor's residence was not what Berenice expected. It was undeniably comfortable. Aid Illa on the Palatine Hill, staffed by slaves and freedmen who treated her with the respect due a guest rather than a conquered enemy. She had her own rooms, her own servants, a small measure of autonomy within the larger structure of her captivity. But it was also a center of political operation. Antonia used Berenice's knowledge of Cappadocia to influence Roman policy in the province. The intelligence provided about hidden treasures and resistance networks was acted upon. Roman soldiers went to the locations she indicated, confiscating assets, arresting leaders. Her betrayal was systematic, thorough, undeniable, and she told herself she had no choice. She told herself she was trading a lesser evil for a greater good. She told herself those she betrayed would have been discovered eventually. Her intelligence merely accelerated an inevitable process. She didn't entirely believe herself, but she kept Ariadne. The girl lived in her quarters, educated by tutors Berenice selected, prepared for a future not involving slavery. Antonia kept that promise, recognizing that Berenice's cooperation was more reliable when she had something to protect. The other women from the wagon fared adequately. They were placed in households where Antonia had influence, treated as servants rather than slaves, given difficult but not humiliating work. It wasn't freedom, but it was survival. Marcus Cornelius visited occasionally. His military service had ended after the triumph, and he had returned to his family in Italy, but he found reasons to come to Rome, to check on the captive he had guided through months of horror. "You survived," he said during one such visit, echoing what he had said after her first dinner with the officers. "I survived." Is enough? It depends what you do with survival. Some survivors become hollow, living without purpose after the crisis passes. Others find new purposes, new reasons to continue. Which are you? Uranus looked at Ariadne, studying Greek in a corner of the room, focused and serious, making remarkable progress. "I am trying to be the second kind," she said. "I am trying to find purposes that justify what I did to survive." "Have you found them?" "I'm raising a girl who will grow into an educated, capable woman, free in ways I will never be. I am preserving knowledge about my kingdom that would otherwise be lost, writing histories the Romans will ignore but future generations might discover. I live. And while I live, I can do things the dead cannot. Marcus nodded slowly. That is more than most survivors achieve. It is not enough. It never is, but it is what is possible. And I have learned to work with what is possible, rather than mourn what is not. He stayed for dinner that evening. The first time she had dined with a Roman man without the expectation of service afterward. They talked philosophy, history, the futures they might have had in another world. It was almost like friendship, almost like the human connection captivity had denied her. After he left, Baroness returned to her writing, preserving another fragment of Cappadocian history before it was forgotten entirely. Years passed. Ariadne grew into a young woman of remarkable intelligence and determination. At 16, she was freed by Antonia, who recognized an educated freedwoman was more valuable than an enslaved girl. At 18, she married a Greek merchant who treated her as an equal, valuing her mind as much as her beauty. At 20, she had children of her own, children who would grow up free, never knowing what their grandmother had endured for their existence. Baroness watched this with a satisfaction that didn't entirely dispel her sadness. He had saved a girl, he had betrayed a kingdom. The accounting of survival did not balance easily. In AD 37, Antonia died, and Baroness's status became uncertain. She was not a slave. Antonia had freed her years before in reward for her continued cooperation. But she was not truly free either. She was a former queen living in Rome, dependent on the patronage of men who valued her historical knowledge and diplomatic connections, living on the empire's suffrages. She wrote letters to Ariadne's children, teaching them what she remembered of Cappadocian history and culture. She corresponded with scholars interested in the eastern provinces, providing information that later appeared in the works of historians, whose names would endure while her own was forgotten. He lived quietly, unnoticed, a remnant of a world Rome had destroyed. Marcus visited when he could, retired from the legions after 30 years of service. Settled on a farm in Campania, he had become the peaceful old man his younger self would have despised. That he remembered the Queen of Cappadocia, who had survived when survival seemed impossible, and he made time to see her. He regretted, he asked during one of their last conversations, when both were old and death was no longer a distant abstraction. Regret what? Survival. The choices you made to survive. The betrayals. The cooperation. The transformation from queen to informant to symbol of compliance. Baroness considered the question. She had asked it of herself many times over the decades, never arriving at a satisfactory answer. I regret that I had to make those choices, she said finally. I regret that the world was arranged such that survival required betrayal, and protecting one person meant abandoning others. Fight. Do I regret choosing survival over death? Life over principle? No, I do not. Even knowing its cost, even knowing that because Ariadne lies, her children live, something of Cappadocia survives in the stories I preserved and the traditions I passed on. If I had died at the triumph, if I had chosen principle over survival, none of that would exist. The dead do not write histories, raise children, or preserve what would otherwise be lost. Marcus nodded slowly. Think you made the right choice. For whatever my judgment is worth, your judgment is worth more than you know. You saw me as a person when others saw only a trophy. You helped me find purpose when I had lost everything. I survived in part because you showed me survival was possible. They sat in silence for a while. To old people who had witnessed the imperial machinery from different positions, who had found ways to remain human after their participation in it. Will you be remembered? Marcus asked. Not by name. History will mention the Queen of Cappadocia who walked in Germanicus's triumph, but it will not record what happened to her afterward. I will disappear from the record, as I disappeared from public life. That seems unjust. Justice has nothing to do with history. History remembers the powerful and forgets their victims. That somewhere in the manuscript copies of our writings, in the memories of Ariadne's descendants, in the fragments that survive when the empire falls, something of me will remain, something of Cappadocia will remain. That is all I hoped for. It is enough. He died 2 years later, in her sleep, and the villa Ariadne had purchased for her with money earned through trade. The Ariadne buried her according to Cappadocian customs, using rituals and nearly forgotten traditions the Romans would not recognize. The tombstone did not identify her as a queen. It read only, Baroness. She survived. What you have learned tonight is not the story Roman historians tell. They glorified the triumph as Rome's magnificent expression of power, recording the spoils, the captives, the general's face-painted reed. They mentioned the Queen of Cappadocia in passing, noted she was spared rather than executed, and moved on to other subjects. They did not describe the dinners, the hospitality, the months of systematic exploitation before the public spectacle. They did not record the choices facing captured royalty, the bargains they struck, the pieces of themselves they sacrificed to survive. But the evidence exists for those who look for it. Military expense reports containing questionable categories, medical records noting injuries and pregnancies, private letters describing entertainment in terms so vague they sound innocent. Phrases of what happened to captured queens before they walked in triumph survive, and archive scholars have traditionally chosen not to examine closely. The Romans were not unique in their treatment of captured royalty. Every conquering power in history has faced the problem of what to do with defeated monarchs, and most have answered with systematic discussion in various forms. What made Rome distinctive was the institutionalization of that destruction, the development of protocols, procedures, and specialists, turning individual cruelty into bureaucratic process. Theranos survived that process because she understood it, analyzed it, found ways to operate within it. She was not passive. She was not merely lucky. She was intelligent, observant, and willing to make choices others might consider unforgivable to continue existing. Some will call her cooperation treason. Some will call her survival cowardice. Some will say a dignified death was preferable to compromised survival. But she survived. She raised a girl who grew into a woman. She preserved knowledge that would otherwise have been lost. She found purposes that made survival meaningful rather than mere biological existence. And she left a record, fragments preserved in archives, traditions passed through generations, that allow us to know the triumph was not the whole story. What came before the triumph was worse than what happened during it. The queens who walked in chains through Rome and already endured horrors the cheering crowds never saw and heroic histories never mentioned. Remember Baroness. Remember the Queen of Cappadocia who survived when survival seemed impossible. Remember her walking through Rome with her head high, not because she was unbroken, but because she had rebuilt herself from broken pieces. Remember that survival is not victory, but neither is it defeat. It is something else, more complicated, requiring choices. Those who have never faced them cannot easily judge. Remember the other women who did not survive, whose names are lost, whose stories ended in Roman dungeons, on Jupiter's altars, or in the slow destruction of the westward journey. They deserved better. They all deserved better. Remember the Roman triumphs celebrated for centuries, as the pinnacle of military glory was built on the systematic destruction of human beings whose only crime was living in territories Rome wanted to control. The golden chariots, the cheering crowds, the triumphant general, all built on a foundation of pain official history chose to forget. Remember that choosing survival is not weakness, that compromising to survive is not cowardice. Those who endure horrific circumstances and find ways to remain human deserve recognition, not judgment. Remember Baroness writing her histories in a Roman villa, raising a girl who would have children of her own, preserving what could be preserved of a world Rome destroyed. She survived. And sometimes survival itself is a kind of victory. The rope's burn marks encircled her wrists. Tassia, 26, could feel the rough hemp cutting into skin that had never known anything coarser than soap. The stench of animals and aged straw permeated the wooden structure at the edge of the Roman camp. Through the walls, she could hear the sounds of her two younger sisters, not screams, not yet, but the high-pitched keening of fear that comes before screaming. The sound of girls who have seen the fate prepared for them, but cannot comprehend its meaning. Until 9 days ago, she had been the eldest daughter of Mithridates, king of Pontus, Princess Gassia, a woman raised in palaces along the Black Sea, educated in Greek philosophy and Persian poetry, betrothed to an Armenian prince whose kingdom would have doubled her father's power. He had been the jewel of her father's court, the pride of the dynasty, the future queen of an empire that could have stretched from the Caucasus to the Euphrates. Gashi knelt in the filth at a stable, her ceremonial garments torn and soiled, her hair matted with dirt and dried blood from a wound on her scalp no one had cleaned. Around her, Roman soldiers moved with the casual efficiency of men performing routine work, checking ropes, adjusting equipment, leading animals to their designated places. They did not look at her. To them she was not a person but a component in the apparatus they were constructing. Through gaps in the wooden planks, she could see the adjacent stalls, where our 19-year-old sister, Leo Dice, was tied to a post in the center of her space, arms bound behind her back, body forced into an arch, her streaked face beyond wiping. Her 18-year-old sister, Nisa, almost still a child, was similarly bound in the stall beyond, her slight frame trembling so violently Cassia could see the shaking from 30 feet away. And in each stall she could see what the Romans had brought: horses, massive cavalry stallions, bred for war, selected for their size and temperament, led by handlers who knew exactly what these animals would do when released toward a bound and helpless woman. She had heard of this punishment. Every kingdom bordering Rome had heard of it, whispered about it, used it as a warning to those who conserve resistance. The Romans had various names for it, depending on the commander who ordered it and his purpose. Sometimes it was a spectacle luma display before the army to demonstrate the consequences of resistance. Sometimes it was privatas conducted within the Canberra prison, witnessed only by soldiers. Always it involved horses. Always it involved women bound in positions of exposure. The end was always the same. Her sisters were going to suffer this. Eudice and Nissa, who had done nothing but be born daughters of a king who dared challenge Roman expansion, a king who built an alliance threatening Roman control of eastern trade routes, who won 3 battles before a 4th destroyed him and delivered his family into the hands of General Lucius Cornelius Crassus. Crassus, she had memorized the name, adding it to the mental ledger she had been keeping since capture officers' names, command structures, patterns of power governing the camp. Information was the only weapon available to her, and she had collected it with the desperation of one who knows knowledge might be the only barrier between her sisters and the fate prepared for them. Aemon entered the stable. He was perhaps 50, wearing the armor of a senior commander, his face marked by decades of campaigning. His eyes swept the scene with the practiced assessment of one inspecting equipment, rather than witnessing atrocity preparation. This was General Crassus. She recognized him from the surrender ceremony, from the moment her father knelt in chains and was told the fate his children would suffer. "Start with the youngest," Crassus said to the officer beside him. 18 is old enough, and her screams will help motivate the others. Nisa. It would start with Nissa. Cassia felt something shift within her. The fear that had paralyzed her since capture did not disappear, but it receded, pushed aside by something older and more powerful. She had spent her life protecting her sisters, teaching Leo Dice to read when tutors gave up on her, holding Nissa during nightmares after their mother died. He had been their shield against court politics, their father's expectations, the 1,000 small cruelties court life inflicted on royal daughters. She would not stop now. General Crassus. Her voice was unexpectedly steady, cutting through the ambient noise of the stable, drawing the attention of soldiers who had been ignoring her. Crassus turned, his expression shifting from dismissive to curious. Prisoners did not usually speak to their captors, especially not those about to witness their family's destruction. "The Pontic princess speaks," he said. "What could you possibly say that would interest me?" "A proposal," Cassia said. "One that benefits you more than watching children scream." He saw a flicker of interest in his eyes. Romans were, after all, supremely pragmatic. Even cruelty served them to intimidate, to entertain, to satisfy soldiers who had endured a hard campaign. And if she could offer something of greater value, perhaps she could redirect the cruelty, turning what was meant for her sisters onto herself instead. "What proposal?" "Take me. All of it. Whatever you have planned for them do to me. Threefold punishment concentrated in one body. I am older, stronger. I will last longer. The spectacle will be greater. Crassus appraised her. She could see him calculating, weighing the entertainment value of her proposal against the original plan. Your sisters are younger, he said, more appealing to certain tastes. Three are better than one. Why should I accept less? Because I have information. The location of the treasure my father hid before the last battle. The names of the Roman officers he bribed during the war. The routes of the supply networks he established with Parthia. He was gambling now, mixing truth with fabrication, hoping greed would outweigh other appetites. Give my sister's safety, real safety, not a different form of death, and I will give you everything I know. I could torture the information from you. You could try, but I was raised in a court where every meal might be poison and assassination was dinner conversation. I know how to die quickly when I choose. Torture me, and you get nothing. Accept my proposal, and you get intelligence that could make your career, and wealth beyond that this campaign has already provided. She watched him process this, watched him calculate in real time. Romans were not sentimental, but they were ambitious, and ambition could be leveraged. The horse, he said slowly, you understand what you are offering to endure. I understand it will not be quick, not private. My officers deserve entertainment, and I will not deprive them. I understand. Your sisters will watch. That is part of the arrangement. They will witness everything you endure for them, and know what they have been spared. Chashia felt a churning in her stomach, but she forced herself to nod. If they are truly spared, if afterward they are taken safety, real safety, not enslavement, not sale, not being given to soldiers, what would to consider real safety? Send them to Rome, to a family who would treat them as guests rather than slaves. Let them live out their lives in comfort, even if it is comfort in exile. That is what I am purchasing with what you are about to do to me. Crassus was silent for a long time. Then he smiled, and the smile was worse than anything he had shown so far. You love them, he said. Truly love them. That is rare in royal families. Most would sell siblings for an extra hour of comfort. My sisters are all the family I have left. My brothers fell in battle. My father will be executed after the triumph. My mother died years ago. Leo, Dyson, Nisa are everything. Then we have an agreement. We turn to the officer beside him. Release the younger girls from preparation. Bring them here to witness, and prepare the eldest for extended use. The words landed with physical weight. Extended use. He knew what it meant. Not one horse, not once, but multiple animals, multiple days, for however long Crassus decided to provide entertainment for his officers. But Leo, Dyson, and Nissa would live. They would be safe. He would grow old in Rome, and she would endure what was coming. That was enough. It had to be enough. What you are about to learn has been deliberately sanitized by 2 millennia of history. The Romans who wrote the surviving histories had no interest in recording what happened to the daughters of defeated kings. They mentioned triumphs and victories, recorded the names of conquered monarchs, noted the wealth flowing into the Roman treasury. That the women, the princesses and queens captured along with fathers and brothers were reduced to footnotes, mentioned only in processions, their ultimate fates left unspecified. Tonight, you will learn the truth of those unspecified fates. You will learn about the punishments Roman generals reserved for royal women who represented conquered dynasties, punishments designed not merely to destroy individuals but to exterminate bloodlines, to demonstrate Roman domination so thoroughly that no one would dare imagine resistance was possible. You will learn about the role of animals in Roman punishment, why certain methods were chosen for specific victims, what purpose such spectacles served beyond mere cruelty. You will learn about the hierarchy of suffering, why some captives were executed quickly while others endured prolonged degradation, and what factors determined which fate a prisoner received. You will learn about the women who chose to endure these punishments to protect others, mothers who bargained their bodies for their children's lives, sisters who took upon themselves what was meant for siblings, and the impossible arithmetic of sacrifice imposed by Roman captivity. You will learn why Ashia made her choice, what happened in the days after her bargain, and what became of the sisters she was willing to destroy herself to protect. You propose an arrangement. Crassus said slowly, that I can accept. But with one condition. Cassia waited. You must personally oversee your sister's preparation. He must ensure they are bound correctly, positioned correctly, so they can see clearly what is about to happen. The added cruelty of this new term nearly took her breath away, making her prepare her sisters to watch her own destruction cut deeper into what remained of her dignity than any physical torment. Why, she whispered. Because true destruction, Crassus said, is not of the body but of the soul. When you are forced to become the ensign of your own humiliation, you are truly conquered. Your sisters will see you not only endure suffering, but actively participate in the process that leads to it. They will never be able to look at you the same way again. They will never be able to forget that it was their sister who bound them to watch her destruction. That is the price I require. Cassia closed her eyes. In the darkness, she weighed her dignity against her sister's wangs, her soul against their safety. There was no real choice, only a choice between different forms of destruction. I agree, she said, her voice barely audible. Crassus smiled. I knew you would. Love makes for interesting choices. He turned to the soldiers. Untie the princess. Let her begin her work. The ropes were removed from her wrists, the rough friction burning the skin. She stood, legs numb from kneeling so long. Saches handed her rope, the same hand that had bound her. Leodice first, Crassus instructed. Cassia walked to the stall where her sister was confined. Leodice looked up with terror-filled eyes, confusion turning to dawning, terrible comprehension as she saw her sister approaching with rope. Cassia, what are you doing? Thank you, Cassia whispered. Have eyes just lighting up for her sister here. It's the only way. No, don't do this. Don't do this for us. I already have. Cassia's hands trembled, but she forced them to move. She wound the rope around Leodice's wrists, binding them tight enough to pass inspection, but loose enough to minimize discomfort. The small, useless mercy she could still preserve for her sister. Look at me, Leodice, she whispered as she worked. Whatever happens, whatever you see, remember I love you. Remember this makes you free. Remember you must live. I can't, Leodice sobbed. I can't watch this and live. You can. You will. For Nyssa. The mention of their youngest sister silenced Leodice. Cassia finished the binding, stepped back. Soldiers checked her work, nodded. Leodice was now secured, facing the main stall where Cassia would endure her punishment. Then Nyssa. When Cassia entered her stall, the youngest sister simply stared at her, her eyes blank with utter, bewildered shock. Sister, she whispered, have always childlike. Hush, little one, Cassia said, using their childhood nickname. It's all right. Are you leaving us? Never, Cassia said, though it was a lie. I'm just taking something for you, so you don't have to. She bound Nyssa more gently, touching her sister as much as she could, trying to transmit some comfort through contact. Nyssa didn't resist. She seemed to have retreated somewhere inside herself. Somewhere shock protected her from the horror of the present. When she was finished, Cassia returned to the main stall. Crassus was there waiting, his face wearing an expression of satisfaction. Now yourself, he said. Soldiers stepped forward, but Crassus waved them back. No, let her do it herself. Let her bind herself to the post. It was the final humiliation, the final act of destruction. Cassia picked up the rope, walked to the post in the center of the room. She wound the rope around her own wrists, then around the post, securing herself. The work was awkward, binding oneself. It's harder than binding another, but she managed it. The rope bit into the skin of her wrists, just freed from bondage. When she was finished, she stood there, bound, waiting. Crassus approached, inspected her bonds. He tugged at the ropes, nodded approvingly. Good, he said. Then to the handler, bring in the first horse. The door opened, and a massive black stallion was led inside. The horse was warm and strained, muscles rippling beneath sleek skin, eyes wide with excitement. The handler guided it toward where Cassia was bound. You cannot understand what Cassia endured unless you understand the system that made her suffering useful. Roman punishments involving horses were not random acts of sadism, they were calculated terror, designed to serve specific military and political purposes. Rome's eastern conquest presented a problem. The kingdoms of Pontus, Bithynia, Cappadocia, Armenia, these were not tribal societies like those Rome conjured in Gaul and Spain. They were complex civilizations with long histories, established dynasties, and populations that remembered independence and resented subjugation. Conquering these kingdoms was relatively simple. Keeping them conquered was far more difficult. The solution Roman commanders developed was spectacular violence, not merely defeating enemies but annihilating them so thoroughly that resistance became psychologically impossible. This meant destroying not just armies but symbols, burning temples, melting sacred objects, and most importantly, degrading royal families in ways that stripped them of any remaining dignity or claim to leadership. Royal women were particularly important targets because of what they represented. In the ancient world, dynasties continued through women as much as through men. A captured queen might be ransomed and bear sons to claim their grandfather's throne. A captured princess might marry a rival king who would use her bloodline to legitimize his claim. Even as prisoners, royal women remained potential threats to Roman control. The punishments inflicted on these women were designed to permanently remove, but not through simple execution. Death created martyrs, and martyrs inspired resistance, but through degradation so thorough that the women themselves became symbols not of resistance, but of the futility of resistance. A princess who had endured public humiliation with animals could never become a rallying point for rebels. Her status was destroyed more completely than death could achieve. Horses served multiple functions within this system. First, there was the practical element. Horses were available in any military camp, required no special equipment, and could be reused without significant preparation. The logistics of punishment mattered to Roman commanders who might need to process many captives in limited time. Second, there was the spectacle element. The punishment created visual imagery witnesses would never forget and would share with others, spreading the message of Roman domination beyond the immediate audience. Soldiers who watched a foreign princess be humiliated would tell the story for years. That story would travel throughout the empire and beyond, reaching people who would learn from it what Rome exacted from those who resisted. Third, it was the symbolic element. Horses represented military power. The cavalry that had destroyed the enemy's army, using horses against the enemy's women, completed a symbolic circuit. The same force that destroyed the kingdom's power was now destroying its future through its princesses. This was the system that created the punishment Cassia volunteered to endure, not madness, not arbitrary cruelty, but calculated destruction serving purposes Roman commanders considered perfectly rational. Those purposes were achieved through acts of extreme violence against defenseless women, which was not considered a moral problem. These women were enemies. Their suffering served Rome. The horse was led to within a few feet of her. The handler released the reins. The animal snorted, pawed the ground. They could smell her fear, could sense her vulnerability. "Begin," Crassus said. The handler struck the horse's flank with a whip. The animal surged forward. Cassia closed her eyes. The pain was unimaginable. It was not the pain she expected to endure, not sharp pain, but blunt, pounding, crushing pain. The horse struck her, and she felt ribs break, air forced from her lungs. She heard herself scream, the sound foreign and distant. The horse backed away, preparing to charge again. The second impact was worse. She felt her pelvis shatter, her spine dislocate. She opened her eyes, Thal Eo dice screaming, Nissa white minus faced and silent with shock. On the third impact, she lost consciousness. When she woke, she lay on the floor, Vista rope still bound to her wrists, but the path now empty. Her body was a mass of pain, ribs, pelvis, back, head. She could taste blood in her mouth. Crassus stood above her, looking down. "Still alive," he said, a note of surprise in his voice. "Most die on the first impact. You're strong." She tried to speak, but no sound came. Her lungs refused to work. "Rest," he said. "We continue tomorrow. Your sisters will watch." Every day, He left her lying in her own blood. Soldiers came in, untied her, dragged her to a pile of straw in the corner of the stall. They offered no medical care, no water, no food, no relief. When night came, Leodice managed to draw an ear. The bars between their stalls were close enough she could reach through to touch. Cassia, she whispered. Oh, sister. Cassia wanted to respond, but couldn't make sound. She just looked at her sister, trying to convey with her eyes everything she couldn't say. I love you. I'm sorry. Live. The next day they did it again. This time a different voice. Larger, more aggressive. This time, the pain lasted longer because she was already injured, every new impact reverberating through a body already damaged. This time she didn't lose consciousness. She endured all of it, every impact, every broken bone, every internal rupture. She screamed until her voice gave out, then endured in silence, biting her lips until they bled to distract herself. On the third day, they introduced a second horse, 2 horses taking turns charging her, one after another, until her body was a pulp of broken bones and torn tissue. But somehow she still lived. Somehow her heart kept beating. Her lungs kept breathing. On the 4th day, Crassus came to her where she lay on the straw, barely able to move, barely able to breathe. Your sisters begged me to stop, he said. They offered to take your place. Do you want me to accept their offer? Cassia shook her head with all her strength. No, I thought not, he said. But you cannot take more. One more impact and you die. She waited for him to say he would stop, that the torture was over. Instead, he said, so we change methods. If the body cannot take more, there is still the mind. Soldiers came in, lifted her onto a stretcher, carried her from the stable, and moved through the camp to a different building, a stone structure with cells and chains. They laid her on a table in the center of a room, bound her wrists and ankles. Then they brought in tools, not horses, but knives, pincers, heated metal. Information, Crassus said. The information you promised. Now I want it. My sisters, she rasped. Safe. Safe as long as you cooperate. But you must cooperate. Coolly cooperate. She gave him everything she knew about the treasure locations, the real ones, not fabricated. She gave him the names of the Roman officers, the ones actually bragged. He gave him the names of the Parthian contacts, the ones her father had actually worked with. For every piece of information, she bargained something for her sisters: better food, warmer blankets, the promise of being near each other. He gave her these things. He was not an honorable man, but he was a pragmatic one. The cooperating captive was more valuable than a resisting one. The captive who believed her cooperation would be rewarded was more likely to cooperate than one who had nothing to hope for but death. Days became weeks. Her body began to heal. In its broken way, the ribs knit together, though misaligned. Her Elsa's fused, though she would never walk properly again. Her spine healed, though with a permanent curvature. But she lived. Her sisters lived. And a month later word came from Rome. The Senate had heard of her case. The Pontic princess providing valuable intelligence. They ordered her transferred to Rome for further questioning. Crassus was displeased. He was losing his entertainment, his spectacle. But he could not disobey the Senate's command. You're going to Rome, he told her, a sentiment in his voice. Your sisters with you. A Senate wants to see them. It was the rescue she had prayed for, but it didn't feel like victory. It felt like reprieve, temporary, uncertain. The journey to Rome took weeks. She traveled with her sisters, in chains but with a wagon to wagon, enough food, got to allow them to speak to each other. During the journey, Leodice asked why. Why did you endure that for us? Herschel wanted to say it was love, but the word felt too simple, too inadequate. Finally, She said, because you are my sisters. Because when mother died, I promised I would protect you. Because when everything else is lost, we have only each other. But the cost. Leodice's voice trembled. The cost is with pain, Cassia said, though she didn't entirely believe it. You are alive. You will live. That is enough. When they reached Rome, the size of the city stunned them. 1 million people, marble buildings, temples, palaces, public baths. A world that made their Punic capital seem like a village. They were taken before the Senate, in chains, displayed to the assembled senators, elderly men into gas, looking at them with curious, assessing eyes. Cassia gave them everything she knew. She answered questions about Parthia, about trade routes, about Eastern politics. She offered intelligence Roman commanders could use to consolidate control. In return, the Senate granted them status, not freedom, not citizenship, but the status of protected captives. They were placed in a senator's household, serving as translators, advisors, exotic curiosities. For Leodice and Nyssa, it was a life constrained, but better than they had dared hope. For Cassia, it was another prison, though one with silk tapestries and marble floors. Years passed. Leodice married to a Roman merchant, had children. Nyssa became a celebrated musician, her songs treasured in entire lines. Cassia became an advisor, providing counsel to generals and senators about the East. He never married, never had children, never knew family. Where a body carried the permanent damage from the horses, her soul carried the memory of betraying herself to save her sisters. But she watched her sisters live, watched Leodice's children grow up, listened to Nyssa's music become famous, and knew the cost had been worth paying. She died at 16-2, in her sleep, in her own home, with servants of her own. Funeral was attended by senators, generals, people she had helped. Leodice and Nyssa were there, elderly women now, with grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They saved us, Leodice told the gathered crowd. He endured the unendurable for us so that we might live. Aoife added, she taught us that survival is not just breathing, but finding beauty even in broken endings. Cassia was cremated, her ashes scattered in the Tiber River, flowing to the sea, toward the Black Sea where she had been born. Her story was not recorded in history. No records survive, but her sisters remembered, and their children remembered, and their children's children remembered. A story of a princess who saved her sisters. A woman who bargained with monsters and won. Historical interlude minus the forgotten women. Remember Cassia. Remember the princess who knelt in stable filth and offered herself in exchange for her sisters' lives. Remember that when she faced horror designed to destroy everything she was, she did not beg for herself. She did not offer information to save her own body. She offered to take threefold punishment so her sisters might be spared. Remember, this offer was not made in ignorance. She knew exactly what she volunteered to endure. She knew what the horses would do. She knew the punishment would be prolonged, public, designed to break her in every way that mattered. And still she offered, because her sisters' lives were more valuable to her than her own bodily integrity. Remember, this sacrifice was deferred, not cancelled. She did not escape the consequences of captivity. She only escaped the most extreme physical punishment. The years that followed required other sacrifices, other destructions, other surrenders of self, less dramatic but equally real. Remember, she succeeded. Leodice became a Roman matron. Sa became a celebrated artist. Both lived long lives, with futures that seemed impossible and that stable, protected by the bargain Cassia had made. Remember that protection does not equal escape. Protectors do not save themselves, they save others. And in saving others, they find purpose that makes survival meaningful, even when it costs everything else. Remember the daughters of defeated kings, not just Cassia but all of them, the women captured with their fathers, the women who faced punishments designed to demonstrate Roman domination, the women who made choices history rarely records. Some were destroyed, some survived, some protected others at their own expense. Remember them all. Cassia's story is just one of many. In the centuries of Roman expansion, thousands of royal women suffered similar fates. Some were sold into slavery, Some forced into marriages, some paraded in triumphs, some endured fates worse than death. Their stories matter because they remind us that history is not just about victors and their glory, but about the vanquished and their suffering. It's about people who found courage in impossible circumstances, who found hope in despair, who found beauty in brokenness. So remember Cassia. Remember the Pontic princess who saved her sisters. Remember the woman who proved that even in the darkest moments, love can find a way. And most of all, remember that even in the face of unimaginable horror, the human spirit can find ways to survive, to love, to hope. This is Cassie's story. It's her legacy. This is why, even 2,000 years later, her story is still worth telling. When we look at Roman history today, we see the grandeur of empire roads, aqueducts, laws, legions. We see triumphal arches and statues. Read books about Caesar and Cicero. But we rarely pause to consider the price paid by the conquered, those whose kingdoms were destroyed, whose cultures were erased, whose lives were broken. Cassie's story is a reminder that the cost of history is always paid by individuals. Like those who lost everything. Like those who found courage in impossible circumstances. That is also a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is hope, there is love, there is sacrifice, there is survival. So, as you leave today, remember Cassia, remember her choice, remember her sacrifice, remember her love, because it is stories like these that remind us that even in the darkest times, humanity can find ways to shine. Even in the most hopeless situations, hope can find ways to take root. Even under the cruelest regimes, love can find ways to survive. And that is the legacy all of us to carry forward, the memory that wherever we are, whatever challenges we face, love can find a way, hope can endure, the spirit can triumph. This is what Cassia teaches us. This is why her story continues to be told. This is why, even 2,000 years later, she still remembers. May we all have her strength. May we all have her love. May we all have her hope. The rope's burn marks encircled her wrists. Cassia, 26, could feel the rough hemp cutting into skin that had never known anything coarser than soap. The stench of animals and aged straw permeated the wooden structure at the edge of the Roman camp. Through the walls, she could hear the sounds of her two younger sisters, not screams, not yet, but the high-pitched keening of fear that comes before screaming. The sound of girls who have seen the fate prepared for them, but cannot comprehend its meaning. Until 9 days ago, she had been the eldest daughter of Mithridates, king of Pontus, Princess Cassia, a woman raised in palaces along the Black Sea, educated in Greek philosophy and Persian poetry, betrothed to an Armenian prince whose kingdom would have doubled her father's power. He had been the jewel of her father's court, the pride of the dynasty, the future queen of an empire that could have stretched from the Caucasus to the Euphrates. Cassia knelt in the filth at a stable, her ceremonial garments torn and soiled, her hair matted with dirt and dried blood from a wound on her scalp no one had cleaned. Around her, Roman soldiers moved with the casual efficiency of men performing routine work, checking ropes, adjusting equipment, leading animals to their designated places. They did not look at her. To them, she was not a person but a component in the apparatus they were constructing. Through gaps in the wooden planks, she could see the adjacent stalls, where our 19-year-old sister, Leo Dice, was tied to a post in the center of her space, arms bound behind her back, body forced into an arch, her streaked face beyond wiping. Her 18-year-old sister, Nisa, almost still a child, was similarly bound in the stall beyond, her slight frame trembling so violently Cassia could see the shaking from 30 feet away. And in each stall she could see what the Romans had brought: horses, massive cavalry stallions, bred for war, selected for their size and temperament, led by handlers who knew exactly what these animals would do when released toward a bound and helpless woman. She had heard of this punishment. Every kingdom bordering Rome had heard of it, whispered about it, used it as a warning to those who conserve resistance. The Romans had various names for it, depending on the commander who ordered it and his purpose. Sometimes, it was a spectaculum display before the army to demonstrate the consequences of resistance. Sometimes it was private as conducted within the Canberra prison, witnessed only by soldiers. Always. Always it involved horses. Always it involved women bound in positions of exposure. The end was always the same. Her sisters were going to suffer this. Eudice and Nyssa, who had done nothing but be born daughters of a king who dared challenge Roman expansion, a king who built an alliance threatening Roman control of eastern trade routes, who won 3 battles before a 4th destroyed him and delivered his family into the hands of General Lucius Cornelius Crassus. Crassus, she had memorized the name, adding it to the mental ledger she had been keeping since capture officers' names, command structures, patterns of power governing the camp. Information was the only weapon available to her, and she had collected it with the desperation of one who knows knowledge might be the only barrier between her sisters and the fate prepared for them. Eamon entered the stable. He was perhaps 50, wearing the armor of a senior commander, his face marked by decades of campaigning. His eyes swept the scene with the practiced assessment of one inspecting equipment, rather than witnessing atrocity preparation. This was General Crassus. She recognized him from the surrender ceremony, from the moment her father knelt in chains and was told the fate his children would suffer. "Start with the youngest," Crassus said to the officer beside him. 18 is old enough, and her screams will help motivate the others. Nyssa. It would start with Nyssa. Cassia felt something shift within her. The fear that had paralyzed her since capture did not disappear, but it receded, pushed aside by something older and more powerful. She had spent her life protecting her sisters, teaching Eudice to read when tutors gave up on her, holding Nyssa during nightmares after their mother died. He had been their shield against court politics, their father's expectations, the 1,000 small cruelties court life inflicted on royal daughters. She would not stop now. General Crassus. Her voice was unexpectedly steady, cutting through the ambient noise of the stable, drawing the attention of soldiers who had been ignoring her. Crassus turned, his expression shifting from dismissive to curious. Prisoners did not usually speak to their captors, especially not those about to witness their family's destruction. "The Pontic princess speaks," he said. "What could you possibly say that would interest me?" "A proposal," Cassia said. "One that benefits you more than watching children scream." He saw a flicker of interest in his eyes. Romans were, after all, supremely pragmatic. Even cruelty served them to intimidate, to entertain, to satisfy soldiers who had endured a hard campaign. And if she could offer something of greater value, perhaps she could redirect the cruelty, turning what was meant for her sisters onto herself instead. "What proposal?" "Take me. All of it. Whatever you have planned for them, do to me. Threefold punishment concentrated in one body. I am older, stronger. I will last longer. The spectacle will be greater." Crassus appraised her. She could see him calculating, weighing the entertainment value of her proposal against the original plan. "Your sisters are younger," he said, "more appealing to certain tastes. 3 are better than 1. Why should I accept less?" "Because I have information. The location of the treasure my father hid before the last battle. The names of the Roman officers he bribed during the war. The routes of the supply networks he established with Parthia." He was gambling now, mixing truth with fabrication, hoping greed would outweigh other appetites. "Give my sister's safety, real safety, not a different form of death, and I will give you everything I know. I could torture the information from you. You could try. But I was raised in a court where every meal might be poison and assassination was dinner conversation. I know how to die quickly when I choose. Torture me, and you get nothing. Accept my proposal, and you get intelligence that could make your career, and wealth beyond that this campaign has already provided." She watched him process this, watched him calculate in real time. Romans were not sentimental, but they were ambitious, and ambition could be leveraged. "The horse," he said slowly. "You understand what you are offering to endure. I understand it will not be quick, not private. My officers deserve entertainment, and I will not deprive them. I understand. Your sisters will watch. That is part of the arrangement. They will witness everything you endure for them, and know what they have been spared." Chashia felt a churning in her stomach, but she forced herself to nod. "If they are truly spared, Afterward they are taken safety, real safety, not enslavement, not sale, not being given to soldiers what would to consider real safety, send them to Rome, to a family who would treat them as guests rather than slaves. Let them live out their lives in comfort, even if it is comfort in exile. That is what I am purchasing with what you are about to do to me. Crassus was silent for a long time. Again he smiled, and the smile was worse than anything he had shown so far. You love them, he said. Truly love them. That is rare in royal families. Most would sell siblings for an extra hour of comfort. My sisters are all the family I have left. My brothers fell in battle. My father will be executed after the triumph. My mother died years ago. Leo, Dyson, Nisa are everything. Then we have an agreement. We turn to the officer beside him. Release the younger girls from preparation. Bring them here to witness. And prepare the eldest for extended use. The words landed with physical weight. Extended use. King knew what it meant. Not one horse, not once, but multiple animals, multiple days, for however long Crassus decided to provide entertainment for his officers. But Leo, Dyson, and Nissa would live. They would be safe. They would grow old in Rome, and she would endure what was coming. That was enough. It had to be enough. What you are about to learn has been deliberately sanitized by 2 millennia of history. The Romans who wrote the surviving histories had no interest in recording what happened to the daughters of defeated kings. They mentioned triumphs and victories, recorded the names of conquered Naiacs, noted the wealth flowing into the Roman treasury. That the women, the princesses and queens captured along with fathers and brothers were reduced to footnotes, mentioned only in processions, their ultimate fates left unspecified. Tonight, you will learn the truth of those unspecified fates. You will learn about the punishments Roman generals reserved for royal women who represented conquered dynasties, punishments designed not merely to destroy individuals but to exterminate bloodlines, to demonstrate Roman domination so thoroughly that no one would dare imagine resistance was possible. You will learn about the role of animals in Roman punishment, why certain methods were chosen for specific victims, what purpose such spectacles served beyond mere cruelty. You will learn about the hierarchy of suffering, why some captives were executed quickly while others endured prolonged degradation, and what factors determined which fate a prisoner received. You will learn about the women who chose to endure these punishments to protect others, mothers who bargained their bodies for their children's lives, sisters who took upon themselves what was meant for siblings, and the impossible arithmetic of sacrifice imposed by Roman captivity. You will learn why Ascia made her choice, what happened in the days after her bargain, and what became of the sisters she was willing to destroy herself to protect. You propose an arrangement, Crassus said slowly, that I can accept, but with one condition. Cassia waited. You must personally oversee your sister's preparation. He must ensure they are bound correctly, positioned correctly, so they can see clearly what is about to happen. The added cruelty of this new term nearly took her breath away, making her prepare her sisters to watch her own destruction cut deeper into what remained of her dignity than any physical torment. Why, she whispered. Because true destruction, Crassus said, is not of the body but of the soul. When you are forced to become the easing of your own humiliation, you are truly conquered. Your sisters will see you not only endure suffering, but actively participate in the process that leads to it. They will never be able to look at you the same way again. They will never be able to forget that it was their sister who bound them to watch her destruction. That is the price I require. Cassia closed her eyes. In the darkness, she weighed her dignity against her sister's wangs, her soul against their safety. There was no real choice, only a choice between different forms of destruction. I agree, she said, her voice barely audible. Crassus smiled. I knew you would. Love makes for interesting choices. He turned to the soldiers. Untie the princess. Let her begin her work. The ropes were removed from her wrists, the rough friction burning the skin. She stood, legs numb from kneeling so long. Saches handed her rope, the same hand that had bound her. Leo dice first, Crassus instructed. Cassia walked to the stall where her sister was confined. Leo Dice looked up with tear-filled eyes, confusion turning to dawning, terrible comprehension as she saw her sister approaching with rope. "Cassia, what are you doing?" "Letting you," Cassia whispered. "Have ice just letting up for her sister here. It's the only way." "No, don't do this. Don't do this for us. I already have." Cassie's hands trembled, but she forced them to move. She wound the rope around Leodice's wrists, binding them tight enough to pass inspection, but loose enough to minimize discomfort. The small, useless mercy she could still preserve for her sister. "Look at me, Leodice," she whispered as she worked. "Whatever happens, whatever you see, remember I love you. Remember this makes you free. Remember you must live." "I can't," Leodice sobbed. "I can't watch this and live." "You can. You will. For Nissa." The mention of their youngest sister silenced Leodice. Cassia finished the binding, stepped back. Soldiers checked her work, nodded. Leodice was now secured, facing the main stall where Cassia would endure her punishment. Then Nissa. When Cassia entered her stall, the youngest sister simply stared at her, her eyes blank with utter, bewildered shock. "Sister," she whispered, "have always childlike." "Hush, little one," Cassia said, using their childhood nickname. "It's all right. Are you leaving us?" "Never," Cassia said, though it was a lie. "I'm just taking something for you, so you don't have to." She bound Nissa more gently, touching her sister as much as she could, trying to transmit some comfort through contact. Nissa didn't resist. She seemed to have retreated somewhere inside herself, somewhere shock protected her from the horror of the present. When she was finished, Cassia returned to the main stall. Crassus was there waiting, his face wearing an expression of satisfaction. "Now yourself," he said. Soldiers stepped forward, but Crassus waved them back. "No, let her do it herself. Let her bind herself to the post." It was the final humiliation, the final act of destruction. Cassia picked up the rope, walked to the post in the center of the room. She wound the rope around her own wrists, then around the post, securing herself. The work was awkward, binding oneself, as harder than binding another, but she managed it. The rope bit into the skin of her wrists, just freed from bondage. When she was finished, she stood there, bound, waiting. Crassus approached, inspected her bonds. He tugged at the ropes, nodded approvingly. "Good," he said. Then to the handler, "Bring in the first horse." The door opened, and a massive black stallion was led inside. The horse was warm and strained, muscles rippling beneath sleek skin, eyes wide with excitement. The handler guided it toward where Cassia was bound. "You cannot understand what Cassia endured unless you understand the system that made her suffering useful." Roman punishments involving horses were not random acts of sadism. They were calculated terror, designed to serve specific military and political purposes. Rome's eastern conquest presented a problem. The kingdoms of Pontus, Bithynia, Cappadocia, Armenia, these were not tribal societies like those Rome conjured in Gaul and Spain. They were complex civilizations with long histories, established dynasties, and populations that remembered independence and resented subjugation. Conquering these kingdoms was relatively simple. Keeping them conquered was far more difficult. The solution Roman commanders developed was spectacular violence, not merely defeating enemies but annihilating them so thoroughly that resistance became psychologically impossible. This meant destroying not just armies but symbols, burning temples, melting sacred objects, and most importantly, degrading royal families in ways that stripped them of any remaining dignity or claim to leadership. Royal women were particularly important targets because of what they represented. In the ancient world, dynasties continued through women as much as through men. A captured queen might be ransomed and bear sons to claim their grandfather's throne. A captured princess might marry a rival king who would use her bloodline to legitimize his claim. Even as prisoners, royal women remained potential threats to Roman control. The punishments inflicted on these women were designed to permanently remove, but not through simple execution. Death created martyrs, and martyrs inspired resistance, but through degradation so thorough that the women themselves became symbols not of resistance, but of the futility of resistance. A princess who had endured public humiliation with animals could never become a rallying point for rebels. Her status was destroyed more completely than death could achieve. Horses served multiple functions within this system. First, there was the practical element. Horses were available in any military camp, required no special equipment, and could be reused without significant preparation. The logistics of punishment mattered to Roman commanders who might need to process many captives in limited time. Second, there was the spectacle element. The punishment created visual imagery witnesses would never forget and would share with others, spreading the message of Roman domination beyond the immediate audience. Soldiers who watched a foreign princess be humiliated would tell the story for years. That story would travel throughout the empire and beyond, reaching people who would learn from it what Rome exacted from those who resisted. Third, it was the symbolic element. Horses represented military power. The cavalry that had destroyed the enemy's army, using horses against the enemy's women, completed a symbolic circuit. The same force that destroyed the kingdom's power was now destroying its future through its princesses. This was the system that created the punishment Cassia volunteered to endure, not madness, not arbitrary cruelty, but calculated destruction serving purposes Roman commanders considered perfectly rational. Those purposes were achieved through acts of extreme violence against defenseless women, which was not considered a moral problem. These women were enemies. For suffering served Rome. The horse was led to within a few feet of her. The handler released the reins. The animal snorted, pawed the ground. They could smell her fear, could sense her vulnerability. Begin, Crassus said. The handler struck the horse's flank with a whip. The animal surged forward. Cassia closed her eyes. The pain was unimaginable. It was not the pain she expected to endure, not sharp pain, but blunt, pounding, crushing pain. The horse struck her, and she felt ribs break, air forced from her lungs. She heard herself scream, the sound foreign and distant. The horse backed away, preparing to charge again. The second impact was worse. She felt her pelvis shatter, her spine dislocate. She opened her eyes, saw Io dice screaming, Nissa white minus faced and silent with shock. On the third impact, she lost consciousness. When she woke, she lay on the floor, the star rope still bound to her wrists, but the path now empty. Her body was a mass of pain, ribs, pelvis, back, head. She could taste blood in her mouth. Crassus stood above her, looking down. Still alive, he said, a note of surprise in his voice. Most die on the first impact. You're strong. She tried to speak, but no sound came. Her lungs refused to work. Rest, he said. We continue tomorrow. Your sisters will watch. Every day, he left her lying in her own blood. Soldiers came in, untied her, dragged her to a pile of straw in the corner of the stall. They offered no medical care. No water. No food. No relief. When night came, Leodice managed to draw an ear. The bars between their stalls were close enough she could reach through to touch. Cassia, she whispered. Oh, sister. Cassia wanted to respond, but couldn't make sound. She just looked at her sister, trying to convey with her eyes everything she couldn't say. I love you. I'm sorry. Live. The next day they did it again. This time a different voice, larger, more aggressive. This time, the pain lasted longer because she was already injured, every new impact reverberating through a body already damaged. This time she didn't lose consciousness. She endured all of it, every impact, every broken bone, every internal rupture. She screamed until her voice gave out, then endured in silence, biting her lips until they bled to distract herself. On the third day, they introduced a second horse, 2 horses taking turns charging her, one after another, until her body was a pulp of broken bones and torn tissue. But somehow she still lived. Somehow her heart kept beating. Her lungs kept breathing. On the 4th day, Crassus came to her where she lay on the straw, barely able to move, barely able to breathe. Your sisters begged me to stop, he said. They offered to take your place. Do you want me to accept their offer? Cassia shook her head with all her strength. No, I thought not, he said. But you cannot take more. One more impact and you die. She waited for him to say he would stop, that the torture was over. Instead, he said, so we change methods. If the body cannot take more, there is still the mind. Soldiers came in, lifted her onto a stretcher, carried her from the stable, and moved through the camp to a different building, own structure with cells and chains. They laid her on a table in the center of a room, bound her wrists and ankles. Then they brought in tools, not horses, but knives, pincers, heated metal. Information, Crassus said. The information you promised. Now I want it. My sisters, she rasped. Safe. Safe as long as you cooperate. But you must cooperate. Coolly cooperate. She gave him everything she knew about the treasure locations, the real ones, not fabricated. She gave him the names of the Roman officers, the ones actually bragged. He gave him the names of the Parthian contacts, the ones her father had actually worked with. For every piece of information, she bargained something for her sisters: better food, warmer blankets, the promise of being near each other. He gave her these things. He was not an honorable man, but he was a pragmatic one. The cooperating captive was more valuable than a resisting one. The captive who believed her cooperation would be rewarded was more likely to cooperate than one who had nothing to hope for but death. Days became weeks. Her body began to heal in its broken way. The ribs knit together, though misaligned. Her Elsa's fused, though she would never walk properly again. Her spine healed, though with a permanent curvature. She lived. Her sisters lived. And a month later word came from Rome. The Senate had heard of her case. The contact princess providing valuable intelligence. They ordered her transferred to Rome for further questioning. Crassus was displeased. He was losing his entertainment, his spectacle. But he could not disobey the Senate's command. You're going to Rome, he told her, a sentence in his voice. Your sisters with you. A Senate wants to see them. It was the rescue she had prayed for, but it didn't feel like victory. It felt like reprieve, temporary, uncertain. The journey to Rome took weeks. She traveled with her sisters in chains, but with the wagon to wagon, enough food got to allow them to speak to each other. During the journey, Leodice asked why. Why did you endure that for us? Herschel wanted to say it was love, but the word felt too simple, too inadequate. Finally, she said, because you are my sisters. Because when Mother died, I promised I would protect you. Because when everything else is lost, we have only each other. But the cost. Leodice's voice trembled. The cost is with pain, Cassia said, though she didn't entirely believe it. You are alive. You will live. That is enough. When they reached Rome, the size of the city stunned them. 1 million people, marble buildings, temples, palaces, public baths. A world that made their Pontic capital seem like a village. They were taken before the Senate, in chains, displayed to the assembled senators. Elderly men into gas, looking at them with curious, assessing eyes. Cassia gave them everything she knew. She answered questions about Parthia, about trade routes, about Eastern politics. She offered intelligence Roman commanders could use to consolidate control. In return, the Senate granted them status, not freedom, not citizenship, but the status of protected captives. They were placed in a senator's household, serving as translators, advisors, exotic curiosities. For Leodice and Nyssa, it was a life constrained, but better than they had dared hope. For Cassia, it was another prison, though one with silk tapestries and marble floors. Years passed. Leodice married to a Roman merchant, had children. Nyssa became a celebrated musician, her songs treasured in entire lines. Cassia became an advisor, providing counsel to generals and senators about the East. He never married, never had children, never knew family. Where a body carried the permanent damage from the horses, Her soul carried the memory of betraying herself to save her sisters. But she watched her sisters live, watched Leodice's children grow up, listened to Niss's music become famous, and knew the cost had been worth paying. She died at 16-2, in her sleep, in her own home, with servants of her own. Funeral was attended by senators, generals, people she had helped. Leodice and Nissa were there, elderly women now, with grandchildren and great-grandchildren. They saved us. Leodice told the gathered crowd. He endured the unendurable for us so that we might live. Aoife added she taught us that survival is not just breathing, but finding beauty even in broken endings. Kasia was cremated, her ashes scattered in the Tiber River, flowing to the sea, toward the Black Sea where she had been born. Her story was not recorded in history. No records survive, but her sisters remembered, and their children remembered, and their children's children remembered. A story of a princess who saved her sisters. A woman who bargained with monsters and won. Historical interlude minus the forgotten women. Remember Cassia. Remember the princess who knelt in stable filth and offered herself in exchange for her sisters' lives. Remember that when she faced horror designed to destroy everything she was, she did not beg for herself. She did not offer information to save her own body. She offered to take threefold punishment so her sisters might be spared. Remember, this offer was not made in ignorance. She knew exactly what she volunteered to endure. He knew what the horses would do. She knew the punishment would be prolonged, public, designed to break her in every way that mattered. And still she offered, because her sisters' lives were more valuable to her than her own bodily integrity. Remember, this sacrifice was deferred, not cancelled. She did not escape the consequences of captivity. She only escaped the most extreme physical punishment. The years that followed required other sacrifices, other destructions, other surrenders of self, less dramatic but equally real. Remember, she succeeded. Leodice became a Roman matron. Sa became a celebrated artist. Both lived long lives, with futures that seemed impossible and that stable, protected by the bargain Kasia had made. Remember that protection does not equal escape. Protectors do not save themselves. They save others. And in saving others, they find purpose that makes survival meaningful, even when it costs everything else. Remember the daughters of defeated kings. Not just Katia, but all of them. The women captured with their fathers. The women who faced punishments designed to demonstrate Roman domination. The women who made choices history rarely records. Some were destroyed. Some survived. Some protected others at their own expense. Remember them all. Cathie's story is just one of many. In the centuries of Roman expansion, thousands of royal women suffered similar fates. Some were sold into slavery. Some forced into marriages. Some paraded in triumphs. Some endured fates worse than death. Their stories matter because they remind us that history is not just about victors and their glory, but about the vanquished and their suffering. It's about people who found courage in impossible circumstances, who found hope in despair, who found beauty in broken instances. So remember Cassia. Remember the Pontic princess who saved her sisters. Remember the woman who proved that even in the darkest moments, love can find a way. And most of all, remember that even in the face of unimaginable horror, the human spirit can find ways to survive, to love, to hope. This is Cassie's story. It's her legacy. This is why, even 2,000 years later, her story is still worth telling. When we look at Roman history today, we see the grandeur of empire, roads, aqueducts, laws, legions. We see triumphal arches and statues. Read books about Caesar and Cicero. But we rarely pause to consider the price paid by the conquered, those whose kingdoms were destroyed, whose cultures were erased, whose lives were broken. Cathie's story is a reminder that the cost of history is always paid by individuals. By those who lost everything. By those who found courage in impossible circumstances. That is also a reminder that even in the darkest moments, there is hope, there is love, there is sacrifice, there is survival. So, as you leave today, remember Cassia, remember her choice, remember her sacrifice, remember her love, because it is stories like these that remind us that even in the darkest times, humanity can find ways to shine. Even in the most hopeless situations, hope can find ways to take root. Even under the cruelest regimes, love can find ways to survive. And that is the legacy all of us could carry forward, the memory that wherever we are, whatever challenges we face, love can find a way, hope can endure, the spirit can triumph. This is what Kashia teaches us. This is why her story continues to be told. This is why, even 2,000 years later, she still remembers. May we all have her strength. May we all have her love. May we all have her hope.